We're all set to travel around the world, so we're leaving the apartment buildings to you. Zhou Zheping placed the computer with tenant registration information in front of Zhou Bai, speaking with great enthusiasm. All right, Zhou Bai responded, laughing with pure joy. She, Zhou Bai, was about to become a landlady who could eat, drink, and sleep to her heart's content. The kind who only collected rent. Because she had already found people to handle all the other trivial matters. Look at you, silly girl. Zhou Zheping tapped his daughter's head, mercilessly teasing her. What kind of daughter's life ambition was to have lots of money and live a carefree life? But since she liked it, he'd let her be. With their family assets, they could support her for several lifetimes. Zhou Bai turned a deaf ear to Zhou Zheping's words and said directly, have fun. Remember to take lots of photos for me, so it's like I went too. We'll remember to send you gifts from each place we visit. Zhou Zheping said, his gaze softening as he looked at Zhou Bai. Just as the father and daughter were about to continue their small talk, suddenly, a buzzing sound echoed in their minds. Before they could react, a virtual screen suddenly appeared in front of them. End times game loading. Dad, do you see this? Zhou Bai looked at the screen that had appeared before her, unable to help but speak up. Zhou Zheping's expression became serious. I see it. At this moment, Ding Chiro also hurried in from outside. Honey, Zhou Bai, suddenly there are words in front of me. We all have them. Zhou Bai quickly said, let me check online. She then took out her phone with slightly trembling hands. Sure enough, the internet was already full of similar topics. Hashtag the end of the world has come. Hashtag what is the end times game? Hashtag is this an alien prank? Hashtag Zhou Bai randomly clicked on one and saw many people's comments. Suddenly, end times game loading appeared in front of me, so scary. Is the apocalypse coming? Asked friends and family around me. Everyone has it. Feels like it's global. Just bought a house and was about to start a new life, and now the apocalypse is here. God, you're playing with us. So aliens have invaded Blue Star? Will there be zombies like in Resident Evil? No. If there are zombies, I'd rather commit suicide. Everyone should hurry and stockpile some food. I see people are already panic buying. Right, go hoard supplies. Oh right, and weapons. Weapons? We're in peaceful times now, where can we buy weapons? Maybe kitchen knives. Kitchen knives count too. Better than having nothing. Here's a list of apocalypse essentials. Seeing this, Zhou Bai couldn't wait to speak up. Dad, Mom, let's go out right now and buy food and drinks to store at home, and knives too, buy several. Right. With this end times game thing, everyone will definitely be hoarding supplies. Ding Chiro agreed. I'll go alone. You two stay home. Zhou Zheping quickly said. He could imagine that with this sudden end times game, it probably wasn't peaceful outside. Dad, I'll go with you. Mom can watch the house. Zhou Bai instinctively said, someone needs to watch when hoarding supplies. I want to go too. The family should stay together. Ding Chiro also insisted. She was afraid something might happen and felt safer staying together. Seeing the determined looks in his wife and daughter's eyes, Zhou Zheping nodded helplessly. Then let's go together. But you must stay close to me. However, before leaving, Zhou Zheping still took a fruit knife and put it in his pocket. The Zhou family lived in a detached villa. The three of them smoothly reached the first-floor garage, where cars in the community were also heading one after another toward the nearby large supermarket. Zhou Zheping also planned to go to the nearest large supermarket. But just as the car had driven a short distance, it suddenly stopped on its own, and the screen in front of the three of them had changed. End times game loading complete. Matching in progress, matching complete. Blue Star has been fully gamified. Dear host, would you like to convert all your assets into universal game currency? With the appearance of this information, the family of three found themselves directly in the wilderness, surrounded by fog, as if only their family remained in the entire world. The three looked at each other, communicated briefly, and found they had all received the same information. Without thinking, all three chose yes. Their home was gone, their car was gone. If they didn't exchange, they'd truly have nothing. Zhou Bai's attention also focused on the screen in front of her. She clearly understood that this world had changed completely, and from now on, what they could rely on seemed to be only this suddenly appearing end times game system. After she made her choice, the screen in front of her changed. Converting assets, detected that host owns large amounts of real estate, hidden reward triggered. Would you like to exchange all real estate for rewards? After successful exchange, real estate will not be converted to game currency. Exchange? Countdown 5, 4, 3, yes. Jobai chose yes without thinking. She had a feeling this hidden reward would benefit her. Exchange complete. Rewards will be distributed after official game launch. Please wait. After this message, Jobai's screen became unresponsive. At this time, Zhou Zheping and Ding Qiro had also finished exchanging their assets, both feeling somewhat lost. Because of this sudden accident, the business they had worked so hard to build over the years had become some lightweight universal game currency, and they didn't even know how useful it would be. Then they looked at Jobai. Xiaobai, have you finished your exchange? I'm done, but I didn't exchange everything for universal game currency. Jobai explained what had just happened to her. There were only 5 seconds, so I didn't consult with you, Dad and Mom. It's fine, those buildings were already given to you anyway, they're yours. Even if something went wrong, Dad and Mom are here to support you. Zhou Zheping smiled reassuringly. But I think it should be a good thing. You've had good luck since childhood. I just felt that if I missed it, I might regret it. Jobai said instinctively. Zhou Zheping and Ding Qiro looked at Jobai gently, not minding at all. At this moment, new notifications appeared on all 3 of their screens. Global asset transfer complete. End times game officially operational. To help everyone adapt to the game environment, newbie protection period, 1 month. Friendly reminder, the world has changed, please strive to survive. As the voice faded, the surrounding fog gradually dispersed, and a mechanical voice sounded in Jobai's mind. Host, would you like to bind the Lord token? Upon hearing this voice, Jobai immediately perked up. The reward she had exchanged several buildings for had arrived. Jobai's gaze fell on the screen in front of her. After the end time system announced official operation, the screen content had already changed. The main panel showed personal information. Character, Jobai race, human level, LV0, 0/100, status, refugee health, 86 out of 100 attributes, constitution, 4/10. Intelligence, 7 out of 10 agility, 5 out of 10 defense, 2 out of 10. To the left of the personal information was a friends function, currently unavailable. Below were sections for map, backpack, private messages, etc. Clearly a standard game interface. Above these panels floated a notification layer, which was the content of the system voice notification that had just appeared. Host, would you like to bind the Lord token? Yes, Jobai answered decisively. After making the choice, the notification disappeared, and the backpack section showed a small red dot. Clicking it revealed a Lord token in one of the slots. Jobai directly clicked on the Lord token, and an information page opened before her. Item, Lord token description, can establish territory after use. Territory provides shelter and protection from magical beasts. After reading the description, Jobai's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Protection from magical beasts? Did this mean that magical beasts would attack in the end times game? What exactly were magical beasts? Everything was unknown, and the unknown was what made it terrifying. However, what made Jobai feel fortunate was that she now had the Lord token and could establish a territory, giving them a place to settle down safely. Exchanging several buildings for this reward was absolutely worth it. The next moment, Jobai told her parents about the reward she had received and the situation she encountered. Hearing this, Zhou Zheping felt slightly relieved. He had been worried that the unknown end times game would bring many unknown dangers, and under these dangers, he couldn't protect his wife and daughter well. Now that his daughter had this Lord token, as long as they found a suitable location to establish territory, safety would be somewhat guaranteed. Let's go find a suitable place for the territory. Zhou Zhiping said directly. Since it was confirmed that the gamified blue star would have magical beasts, it was naturally better to establish the territory as early as possible for safety. Zhou Bai nodded. They urgently needed a safe location now. Subsequently, the family of 3 began to move, preparing to search for a suitable location nearby. As they walked, they also began to encounter other people. Compared to their family's composure, the people they met were obviously very panicked. There are monsters ahead. Run quickly. Seeing Zhou Zhiping's family of 3, someone shouted in terror. What monsters? Zhou Zhiping asked. Since Blue Star's gamification had become reality, all they could do was try to understand this game world as much as possible. They looked like dogs, but several times larger, attacking people on sight. Several people were bitten to death on the spot. Everyone scattered and fled. I don't know which direction it went. Hurry and run. After saying this, the person quickened their escape pace. After this person, countless others came fleeing for their lives. Seeing this situation, Zhou Zhiping had no choice but to take his daughter and wife and run along, but he deliberately moved in a different direction. After witnessing this escape, he clearly understood how important the token his daughter possessed was in this apocalypse. He didn't know if it could be stolen, so in this situation, they naturally had to avoid crowds. Also, they needed to turn the token into territory as soon as possible. That mutated dog should be a magical beast. Who knew what other magical beasts there might be later? What Zhou Zhiping could think of, Zhou Bai could naturally think of too. She usually just relied on her parents and was too lazy to think, but now that her parents were also in danger, how could she continue to depend on them blindly? While moving, she had also observed that although the surrounding buildings had all disappeared, the basic environment was very similar to where they had been before. She had verified this on the map. If that was the case, why not choose their previous villa area? The villa area was specially selected by developers who had consulted feng shui masters. It backed against a mountain and had a river flowing in front, truly situated between mountain and water. After development, it had become the hottest property in the area. Therefore, using this place as territory wouldn't have poor development potential. Thinking of this, Zhou Bai called out to her parents. Dad, Mom, I thought of a suitable place. Shall we go take a look? What place? Zhou Zhiping instinctively asked. Although he trusted his daughter, the territory matter was too important, so he still needed to be cautious. Our previous villa area. Dad, didn't you notice that although the buildings and such have disappeared, the environment is still the same? Zhou Bai reminded him. Zhou Zhiping and Ding Chiro, hearing Zhou Bai's words, looked around at their surroundings. Upon observation, they suddenly discovered that the arrangement of surrounding trees really seemed to be the same as before. If that was the case, their original villa area must still be there. That place was indeed suitable for establishing territory. Good, let's go back. Zhou Zhiping quickly agreed. With Zhou Zhiping leading the way, the family of 3 walked toward the villa area. Along the way, they also encountered many people. Faced with the sudden end times game, many people hadn't reacted yet, showing some confusion on their faces. Facing the changed world, they didn't know where to go for a while and could only go with the flow. Zhou Bai didn't say an extra word about this. With the territory not yet established, bringing these people along might cause unexpected problems, and she couldn't take that risk. The family of 3 hardened their hearts and pretended not to see, but still gave a friendly reminder that magical beasts had already appeared outside, telling everyone to be more careful. After an unknown amount of time, they finally saw the familiar environment. Seeing the mountains and water, their guess was confirmed. Dad, Mom, shall I choose this place as our territory? Zhou Bai asked. Both nodded. Soon, Zhou Bai clicked to take out the Lord token from her backpack. The next moment, the token appeared in her hand. Would you like to use the Lord token? Yes. As the words fell, the token in her hand emitted a dazzling light and flew out. When it landed in midair, a map appeared in front of Zhou Bai, and the map also displayed a small territory blueprint. Please select territory placement location on the map. Jobai observed for a moment and made her selection directly. After she confirmed, a small territory appeared on the empty ground in front of her, identical to the territory blueprint, a small wooden fence surrounding a small house in the center. When the territory materialized, the family looked on with some disbelief. This was territory? Too crude, wasn't it? Please name your village. After naming, it will appear on the character map. Hope. Let it be simple and catchy, and hopefully it would truly bring hope. Congratulations, host, on establishing territory Hope Village. Reward: 2 buildings. A territory option appeared on Jobai's screen. Clicking it revealed the territory's situation at a glance. Territory: Hope Village. Level 0 village. Upgrade: population 0/100. Tax rate 10%. Adjustable. Wealth 88 gold, 34 silver, 72 copper. Buildings: Lord's Manor. Level 1 fence. Other unlockable buildings 2 available. Shop: territory exclusive, provides materials only. Current ranking. Note: territory can only be conquered by lords. Newbie protection period 1 month. Then came settings for visitors and residents. Since these could be adjusted at any time, Jobai went with the system's initial settings. After confirming everything, she looked at Zhou Zhengping and Ding Qiro nearby. Dad, Mom, have there been any changes to your maps? The map range was limited. In the initial state, they could only see 10,000 square meters centered on their landing point, but visited places could expand the range. Previously, the villa area was outside their initial map, but after coming here, the map had encompassed it. Yes, Hope Village has appeared on our maps. Shall we go in and take a look? Jobai asked. Jobai smoothly stepped inside, but Zhou Zhengping and Ding Qiro were blocked outside, with a notification appearing on their panels. Dear refugees, welcome to Hope Village. Currently available statuses: visitor, 10 copper coins/day, resident, 10 silver coins/permanent. Zhou Zhengping and Ding Qiro exchanged glances and directly chose resident. Congratulations on becoming residents of Hope Village. Please go to the Lord's Manor to receive your identity tokens. At this time, Jobai, as the Lord, received a message. Hope Village has gained 2 residents. Within territory range, the Lord can view resident personal information and has the right to expel residents. Seeing this, Jobai's eyes brightened. This would be more conducive to her managing the territory as Lord. Later, if there were unreliable residents, she could completely drive them away. Jobai immediately mentioned this to her parents, who were also very happy. At least their daughter's safety was guaranteed. Subsequently, the family of 3 discussed and headed toward the Lord's Manor. Many of the territory's functions seemed to require exploration, so they might as well master all the rules quickly while no one else was around. At this time, not far from here, many people who had scattered and fled after being chased by magical beasts suddenly received a notification. You have entered Hope Village's jurisdiction. You may proceed to Hope Village. Note: villages, towns, cities, and other territories can resist different levels of magical beasts based on their defensive power. Looking at the notification, then at Hope Village that had suddenly appeared at the edge of their maps, many people became excited. Especially the mention that territories could resist magical beasts. When they were outside, they encountered various monsters from time to time. These should be the magical beasts. Some were strong, some weak. The weaker ones were manageable. They could even kill them and obtain some supplies. But when encountering stronger ones, they had no way to deal with them and even faced life-threatening danger. Moreover, they couldn't stay in the wilderness forever. They didn't know where this territory had come from, but they could go there and take a look. At this time, Jobai and her family had entered the Lord's Manor. The Lord's Manor was like an office hall. A simple single-story building of about 40 square meters. At the far end were 2 compartments on the left and right, each with a window. The left window had resident registration written above it, with an unrolled parchment on the desk and stacks of blank tokens beside it. The right side read territory tasks, with a bulletin board above it, currently empty. Everything they could see appeared simultaneously on Joe-bai's territory panel under the Lord's Manor building. Joe-bai watched the scene with some amazement. When Zhou Zhenping and Ding Qiro approached, 2 tokens with their names engraved were handed out from the left window. The moment they took their identity tokens, titles appeared above their heads. Hope Village resident Dad, Mom, can you see if there's a title above my head? Joe-bai's heart skipped a beat. It wouldn't be Hope Village Lord, would it? Yes, Hope Village Lord. Both frowned. Joe-bai's mouth twitched. Doesn't this make me a target? This title was too conspicuous. Really not suitable for her. Then, looking at the parchment in the counter, she had a thought and clicked on the parchment in her control panel, directly adding her own name to it. When registered, the physical parchment also gained a name, and an identity token appeared accordingly. With the token in hand, the label above Joe-bai's head immediately changed. Zhou Zhenping and Ding Qiro's faces lit up. It changed to resident. So I can hide my lord identity. Although she didn't know how long she could keep it hidden, before then, there would be much less trouble. Can others access this resident registry? Zhou Zhenping said, trying to walk into the counter area, but was blocked by an invisible barrier. Only the Lord can do it. Joe-bai confirmed. Everything here was unguarded against her as the Lord. Apart from the system, only she as the Lord could operate it personally. Right now there's only this one territory in the area, and people don't know the specific situation. We can completely say this territory is system-controlled, and no one will suspect. Zhou Zhenping's last concern disappeared. Looking at his daughter, his gaze changed again. This luck was incredible. Having unexpectedly solved the identity problem, Joe-bai continued operating the panel in a good mood. Fully understanding the Lord section would be greatly beneficial to her. She then directly checked the upgrade conditions. Population reaches 100, not met. Territory buildings reach 4, not met. Lord reaches LV5, not met. After noting the conditions, Joe-bai's attention turned to the 2 available after unlockable buildings. She remembered this was the system reward when the territory was established. Once unlocked, there would be 4 buildings, meeting the building condition. Clicking it, many building descriptions appeared on the screen. Basic tailor shop. Can craft simple clothing. Construction requires 10 gold coins and various materials. Basic blacksmith shop. Can forge simple weapons and tools. Construction requires 10 gold coins and various materials. Basic general store. Can provide various goods. Construction requires 10 gold coins and various materials. Restaurant. Can provide various foods. Construction requires 10 gold coins and various materials. Level 1 warehouse. Can store various items. Construction requires 10 gold coins and various materials. Level 1 residence. 30 square meter house. Construction requires 5 gold coins and various materials. Can be built repeatedly. Level 1 farmland. Can grow crops. Perhaps because the current territory level wasn't high, the unlockable buildings were basically all basic level with limited quantity. But for Joe-bai, it was dazzling. Dad, Mom, we can currently unlock 2 buildings. Joe-bai explained several types of buildings and their features. What do you think we need most right now? Zhou Zhenping smiled at Joe-bai, not giving an answer but asking directly instead. Joe-bai understood Zhou Zhenping's intention to train her and said directly, blacksmith shop and restaurant. The former can provide weapons, the latter can provide food. These 2 are what survivors need now. Then let's do as you say. Joe-bai nodded and began unlocking buildings. Would you like to spend 10 gold coins, 1,000 units of lumber, 1,000 units of stone, 100 units of iron, or to unlock the blacksmith shop? Yes. Insufficient materials. Please purchase or collect. Joe-bai chose to purchase. The system shop quickly popped up, showing lumber, stone, and iron ore on the page. Item: lumber description. Construction material purchase price: 1 copper coin / unit sale price. 2 copper coins / unit item. Stone description. Construction material purchase price: 2 copper coins / unit sale price. For copper coins / unit item. Iron ore description. Construction material, weapon material, etc. Purchase price: 100 copper coins/unit sale price. 200 copper coins/unit. Seeing the difference between purchase and sale prices, Joe Bai's expression froze. What a profiteer. Complaining, Joe Bai still spent 2 gold coins and 60 silver coins to unlock the blacksmith shop. After the blacksmith shop, the 60 silver coins for unlocking the restaurant didn't seem like much. Dear host, your territory buildings have reached 4, meeting upgrade condition 2. Basic blacksmith shop and restaurant unlocked, please place them. With the notification, 2 recommended placement points appeared on the territory map. Joe Bai directly confirmed them. But this was far from over. Blacksmith shop completed, currently no blacksmith, self-service mode activated. System selects product iron axe, bronze grade craft. Restaurant completed, currently no chef, self-service mode activated. System selects product steamed buns craft. Yes! Iron axe crafting requires blueprint 1, iron or 10, lumber * 10. Insufficient materials, please purchase. Steamed bun crafting requires flour. Insufficient materials, please purchase. Item: Iron axe blueprint description, required for crafting iron axe. Purchase price: 50 silver coins. Sale price: 1 gold coin. Note: reusable item, flour description, food crafting material. Purchase price: 1 copper coin. Sale price: 2 copper coins. Looking at the prices above, especially the iron axe blueprint, Joe Bai's heart trembled a little, but at this stage, with no materials on hand, she could only buy. After purchasing, Joe Bai crafted and put up for sale 10 iron axes and 20 steamed buns. After confirming that the blacksmith shop and restaurant were operational, Joe Bai let out a long breath. Finally finished. Just as Joe Bai was familiarizing herself with the territory management system, the first batch of survivors finally arrived at Hope Village. These people had been fleeing from magical beast attacks and were exhausted, hungry, and desperate when they saw the territory notification appear on their maps. Look, there's really a village here. A middle-aged man pointed excitedly at the wooden fence surrounding the small settlement. Hope Village. What a good name, a woman carrying a child whispered. There were about 15 people in this group, men, women, elderly, and children. They had banded together for safety after the world changed, but they had been struggling to survive in the wilderness. As they approached the territory entrance, the same notification appeared before each of them. Dear refugees, welcome to Hope Village. Currently available statuses: visitor, 10 copper coins/day, resident, 10 silver coins/permanent. 10 silver coins to become a resident? A young man frowned. That's expensive. But look at the note, an elderly woman pointed out. It says territories can resist magical beasts based on their defensive power. We've seen what those creatures can do out there. The group huddled together, discussing their options. Most had managed to accumulate some game currency by defeating weaker magical beasts or finding small caches of resources that had appeared after the world's transformation. I say we pool our money, the middle-aged man who had first spotted the village suggested. Those who can afford to become residents should do so. The rest can start as visitors and work toward residency. After some debate, 8 people chose to become residents, while the remaining 7 opted for visitor status, planning to earn enough currency to upgrade later. Inside the Lord's Manor, Joe Bai received multiple notifications. Hope Village has gained 8 new residents. Hope Village has gained 7 new visitors. Current population, 11 out of 100, including Lord family, Dad, Mom. We have our first residents. Joe Bai announced excitedly. Zhou Zhiping looked pleased but cautious. We should go meet them, but remember to maintain your cover as just another resident. The family emerged from the Lord's Manor to find the newcomers exploring the small territory. The visitors and new residents were examining the blacksmith shop and restaurant with great interest. Excuse me, the middle-aged man approached them. Are you residents here too? Do you know how this place works? Joe Bai exchanged a quick glance with her parents before answering. We just arrived recently ourselves. It seems like the territory operates automatically, the shops produce goods, and we can purchase what we need. The prices seem reasonable, a woman noted, looking at the steamed buns in the restaurant. Much better than trying to forage in the wilderness. And those iron axes, a younger man added, we could really use proper weapons against the magical beasts. As the newcomers settled in, Zhou discreetly checked her lord panel. The territory's daily income had increased with the new residents and visitors. More importantly, she could see basic information about each person, their health, skills, and general disposition. Most seemed to be ordinary people who had been caught off guard by the world's transformation, but a few showed promising attributes. One man had a basic carpentry skill, while a woman showed cooking abilities. We should assign people to work in the shops, Zhou whispered to her parents. The system is running them automatically now, but having actual workers would be more efficient. Zhou Zhiping nodded. Good thinking. But be careful how you suggest it. You're supposed to be just another resident, remember. As evening approached, the new residents and visitors gathered in the small central area of the territory. The magical beasts could be heard howling in the distance, but within the territory's boundaries, everyone felt safe. I can't believe we found this place, one of the visitors said gratefully. I thought we were going to die out there. The question is, another resident mused, who built this territory? And how do we help it grow? Zhou listened to their conversations, learning about their experiences in the outside world. The magical beasts were indeed becoming more numerous and aggressive. Several other groups of survivors were still out there, struggling to find safety. As night fell, the territory's defenses activated automatically. A faint shimmer appeared around the wooden fence, and the howls of the magical beasts seemed to grow more distant. Tomorrow, Zhou thought to herself, we need to start expanding. More buildings, more residents, and better defenses. But for tonight, Hope Village had successfully sheltered its first group of survivors from the dangers of the new world. The next morning brought both opportunities and challenges to Hope Village. Zhou woke early and checked her lord panel. Overnight, the territory had generated a small but steady income from the residents and visitors. More importantly, she had gained experience points from successfully managing the settlement. Experience gained, plus 50 current level, LV0, 50 out of 100, daily territory income, 2 gold 15 silver new notification. Magical beast activity increasing in surrounding area. The last notification made her frown. She quickly opened the territory map and saw several red dots moving around the perimeter. Magical beasts were indeed gathering nearby. Dad, Mom, she whispered, waking her parents. We might have trouble coming. Before they could respond fully, shouts erupted from outside. The family rushed out to see residents pointing toward the territory's edge, where a pack of wolf-like creatures with glowing red eyes had appeared. Are those? Ding Chiro started to ask. Magical beasts, Zhou Zhiping confirmed grimly. Bigger and more aggressive than the ones we saw yesterday. The creatures prowled around the territory's boundary, testing the magical barrier. Occasionally, one would charge forward, only to be repelled by the shimmering defense field. The barrier is holding, one of the residents observed with relief. For now, Zhou muttered, checking her lord panel. The territory's defense was consuming energy with each attack repelled. At this rate, they had maybe 6 hours before the barrier would need to be recharged or reinforced. She made a quick decision. I'm going to suggest we organize a defense force, she told her parents quietly. We can't rely on the barrier forever. Zhou approached the group of residents who were watching the magical beasts nervously. We should organize ourselves, she said, trying to sound like just another concerned resident. Those creatures aren't going to give up easily. The middle-aged man who had led the first group nodded. You're right. Anyone with combat experience or useful skills should step forward. To Zhou surprise, several residents revealed hidden talents. The man with carpentry skills also had military training, while one of the women had been a martial arts instructor before the world changed. I can help organize patrols, the former soldier offered. And I can train people in basic self-defense, the martial arts instructor added. As the residents organized themselves, Jobai discreetly used her lord privileges to purchase additional weapons from the blacksmith shop and food from the restaurant. She made it seem like she was just another resident contributing her resources. By midday, Hope Village had its first organized defense force. The barrier continued to hold, but the magical beasts showed no signs of leaving. If anything, more were arriving. We need to expand, Jobai realized. More buildings, better defenses, and we need to reach level 1 as a territory. She checked the upgrade requirements again. Population, 11/100 buildings, 4/4 Lord level, EV 0, 75/100. The building requirement was met, but they needed more people and she needed to level up. The experience was coming slowly from daily management tasks. What if we sent out recruitment parties? She suggested during an impromptu residence meeting. There are other survivors out there who need shelter. Too dangerous with those beasts around, the former soldier pointed out. Not if we're smart about it, Jobai countered. Small groups, well-armed, moving quickly. We could save lives and grow our community. The debate continued as the magical beasts maintained their siege. Jobai knew that Hope Village was at a critical juncture. They could either grow stronger and become a true sanctuary, or remain a small, vulnerable settlement barely holding off the dangers of this new world. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the territory, Jobai made her decision. Tomorrow, she would take more direct action to ensure Hope Village's survival and growth, even if it meant revealing more of her true role as the territory's lord. The first day had been about survival. Now it was time to build something that could last. Outside the barrier, the magical beasts howled their frustration into the night, but within Hope Village's walls, the residents slept peacefully. Protected by the territory's defenses and united in their determination to build a new life in this transformed world. Congratulations, host. Territory upgraded. Unlockable buildings +2. Reward 10,000 copper coins. With the system notification, Jobai's Lord panel refreshed accordingly. The first thing she looked at was the next upgrade conditions. Condition 1. Population reaches 1,000 people. Not met. Condition 2. Territory buildings reach 8 types. Not met. Condition 3. Lord reaches LV 10. Not met. The first and third conditions were manageable, but the second made Jobai frown involuntarily. Territory buildings needed to reach 8 types. Including the original ones plus the newly unlocked rewards, there were only 6 types. She would need to find 2 more. Materials like wood and stone were easy to obtain, but building blueprints were nowhere to be found. She had no idea how to get them. However, since there was a requirement, there must be a way. Setting this aside for now, Jobai continued to unlock buildings first. After reviewing the newly added buildings in the construction descriptions, she found some conflicts with the previous ones, so Jobai chose the buildings she had originally planned to unlock next. Elementary Tailor Shop. Level 1 Residential Building. After confirming these 2, the experienced Jobai first bought the missing materials from the system store, preparing everything before starting to unlock. Do you want to spend 10 gold coins, 1,000 units of wood, 1,000 units of stone, 100 units of linen to unlock Elementary Tailor Shop? Do you want to spend 5 gold coins, 1,000 units of wood to unlock Level 1 Residential Building? Yes. Elementary Tailor Shop completed. Currently no tailor available. Self-service mode activated. System selected products. Shirt, white, shorts, white. Do you want to craft? Level 1 Residential Building completed. Can be built repeatedly. Please confirm quantity. Shirts and shorts were urgently needed, so Jobai naturally chose to craft them. The required material was still linen. Shirt, linen *4 shorts, linen *6. The linen sold in the system store cost 4 copper coins, meaning the costs were 16 copper coins and 36 copper coins respectively. Jobai directly priced them at 40 copper coins and 60 copper coins before putting them on sale. As for residential buildings, Jobai priced them at 6 gold coins. This price still gave her a profit. She didn't dare to mark up the wooden houses too much. Besides purchasing, Jobai also added a rental option, 100 copper coins per day. Renting was more profitable than selling in the long run, so this option needed to be retained. Additionally, it provided an alternative for those with limited funds. Due to limited funds, Jobai temporarily built 10 houses. The moment she confirmed, gold coins flowed out of Jobai's account like water. Within the territory, 12 buildings rose from the ground. Someone noticed and immediately called out, "Look quickly, there are many more buildings over there." Everyone looked over, their eyes revealing surprise. Some even rubbed their eyes. The territory has been upgraded to a level 1 village. It must be the upgrade that brought this. Li Xingting said excitedly, "It's similar to the games we played before. When certain conditions are met, the territory upgrades. Come on, let's go take a look." Led by Li Xingting, a group of people quickly headed toward the newly appeared buildings. Zhou Zhengping and Ding Qiro knew it was Jobai's doing. They glanced at her and followed the group, but slowed their pace to maintain some distance. Jobai lowered her voice slightly. "I unlocked the tailor shop and level 1 residential buildings. There are 10 level 1 residential units. Let's go buy one so we'll have a place to stay tonight." After thinking, she added, "Level 1 residential buildings cost about 5 gold coins to build. I priced them at 6 gold coins, with rental at 100 copper coins per day. That price is quite reasonable, but for rentals, how many residential buildings can you afford to build with your current money?" Zhou Zheping glanced at Jobai. "So I wanted to ask Mom and Dad, are you interested in investing in the territory's real estate business?" Jobai's eyes flashed with shrewdness. The landlady career she hadn't started before the apocalypse could continue in this territory. She even had more advantages than before the apocalypse. It was a win-win situation. Ding Qiro looked at her daughter's little scheme and smiled gently. With a grand gesture, she directly sent Jobai a sum of money. "Here's 300 gold coins first. Use them as you like. Ask me for more if it's not enough." Ding Qiro held the financial power in the family. After converting their assets, she possessed enormous wealth. Now that her daughter clearly wanted to start a business, as parents, they should support her. "Hope Village resident Ding Qiro is gifting you 300 gold coins. Do you accept?" Jobai looked at the notification before her, the corners of her mouth curving upward. "Then I'll accept it first. I'll calculate interest for you later." With gold coins, her landlady business would indeed develop more smoothly. "What's inside the residential buildings?" Ding Qiro didn't care about repayment and continued asking. Jobai heard this and coughed lightly. "Just a wooden house, about 30 square meters, with nothing inside. You need to furnish it yourself." It wasn't her being stingy, it was the system. Anyway, she would never pay for decorations. "It's fine, we can furnish it ourselves. Having our own space makes it more convenient for cooking and sleeping," Ding Qiro quickly said. Before the apocalypse, as a wealthy woman who never worried about food and drink, she had high standards for quality of life. However, after experiencing the possibility of sleeping outdoors, she was surprisingly satisfied with such a wooden house. Knowing his wife's nature, Zhou Zhengping quickly said, "I'll tidy it up properly later. Just bear with it for now. When the territory has better houses, we'll move." Feeling her husband's thoughtfulness, Ding Qiro smiled sweetly. "All right." Not far away, those who had gone ahead had obviously figured out the situation with these new buildings and were discussing among themselves. "The new buildings are a tailor shop and residential buildings. Great. I feel like my clothes are starting to smell. Are there clothes for sale?" "Yes, there are shirts and shorts. The prices aren't expensive either, 100 copper coins for a set." "That works, I'll go buy a set. But shouldn't we take a bath before wearing new clothes? Who wants to bathe?" "I have water here, brought from the river. 10 copper coins per bucket, first come first served. There are only 10 residential buildings. Those who want to live there, hurry. 6 gold coins each, or 100 copper coins per day for rent. 6 gold coins isn't expensive. Who says it's not expensive? I only have 10 gold coins total. I can't bear to spend it. If you can't bear to buy, then rent. The rent really isn't expensive. Although buying is more cost-effective long-term, renting is more convenient short-term. If you don't mind, Two grown men can rent together to save more. While everyone was discussing, Joe-bai's family had quickly bought a wooden house. At this time, the 10 houses Joe-bai had released were quickly sold out, so Joe-bai built another 20 houses in one go. Houses, regardless of the era, were always a necessity for people. Whether buying or renting, she wouldn't lose money. The family of 3 quickly entered the house. After being purchased, they could set authorized personnel. Except for authorized personnel, others couldn't enter. Additionally, it could block outside noise. All 3 family members were very satisfied with this feature. After looking at the general layout inside, Zhou Zheping directly took out wood, stone, and an iron axe and started working. As for Zhou Bai, she went outside to buy several buckets of water from the water cellar. In a short while, Zhou Zheping had created a small 2-bedroom apartment. 2 rooms, 1 kitchen, 1 small living room, 1 shower room, plus a small toilet, making the most of the 30 square meters. Honey, you're amazing. Ding Chiro looked at this freshly completed house, her eyes full of surprise. After so many years of comfortable leisure, my skills haven't deteriorated. Zhou Zheping said proudly, but I can feel that my physical condition and manual abilities seem much better. It should be brought by the game, otherwise I couldn't have completed so much work in such a short time. Hearing Zhou Zheping's words, Zhou Bai subconsciously looked at her personal control panel. Her feelings were actually quite obvious too, especially after leveling up. According to gaming experience, professions will develop after reaching a certain level. This world has magical beasts. Will we gain magic in the future? Zhou Bai speculated. Only this way would it conform to the logic of future development. What level do you need to reach for the territory's next upgrade? Zhou Zheping heard this, his eyes moving slightly, and continued asking. Level 10. Then pay attention to changes when you reach level 10. I think level 10 is very likely to be the dividing point for professions. Zhou Zheping analyzed. Originally thinking it was only 1 or 2 levels away, he could try hard to level up, but with a 5-level gap, it was better to take it slowly. His daughter had already done well enough. He didn't want to pressure her too much. If possible, he hoped to be the one who could protect his wife and daughter. Zhou Bai nodded, not thinking too much about it. After finishing this conversation, the family of 3 began heating water for washing. Although it was just simple washing, after cleaning up and changing into new clothes, lying on the wooden bed, they truly felt a trace of comfort. Zhou Bai, in her small room, fell into deep sleep in no time. In her dreams, gold coins kept falling from the sky, and she happily caught them below. The next day, the aftereffects of the new buildings hadn't disappeared. As many people had suggested before, many were reluctant to spend so many gold coins at once. A small portion chose to buy, while most chose to rent, and some even shared rentals. After all, the space was sufficient. This way, everyone had moved into wooden houses last night. After all, once they had private space, no one wanted to sleep in the open anymore. After this night, everyone's spirit and energy became different. Obviously, yesterday's territory upgrade and the appearance of new buildings had given them hope. The territory can upgrade, and more buildings will appear in the future. Life will get better and better. I won't think about this apocalypse game anymore. Since it's already happened, working hard to earn money is the way. Yes, work harder and later buy a house of your own. Calculating it, houses after the apocalypse are much cheaper than before the apocalypse. Also, when we went out yesterday, we experienced that as long as we don't encounter groups of magical beasts with iron axes, whether collecting or killing magical beasts, we can earn quite a bit in a day. After returning to the territory, there's food, drink, and a place to sleep. It's much better than living day to day. Right, we're lucky to have encountered a territory where we can rest well at night. We're already very happy. So I'm planning to go out collecting and hunting magical beasts later. Anyone interested in joining? Yes, I'll sign up. I'm already level 2 now. I'm even level 3. I was lucky yesterday and got a level 3 monster. Since characters can level up, Naturally, the higher the better. Everyone discussed and began forming small teams one after another. The appearance of the apocalypse game couldn't be changed, so they learned to adapt. Joe-bai's family came out early and saw the scene. Seeing everyone's high fighting spirit, their mood was unconsciously affected. At this moment, Joe-bai also understood the significance of the territory's existence. Without the territory, would these people have adapted to the environment so quickly? No. The usually lazy Joe-bai silently added a bit of responsibility to herself. Then, Joe-bai directly looked at the Lord module of the control panel. At first glance, Joe-bai noticed the territory map. Because the small red dots on it had obviously increased significantly compared to yesterday, and small groups of magical beasts had even appeared. Joe-bai quickly said to her parents beside her, "We were right. The number of magical beasts has increased, and they seem to be approaching our territory with purpose." Zhou Zhengping and Ding Qiro heard this, their expressions becoming more serious. Although they had anticipated this before, it really wasn't good news for them. This apocalypse game was really constantly pushing them to fight and strive to become stronger. The more this was the case, the more it meant that the future environment might become more dangerous. Should we remind the others? Ding Qiro said quietly. Looking at the situation in the territory, she knew quite a few teams would be going out. If they encountered large numbers of magical beasts, it would be troublesome. Not appropriate. Zhou Zhengping directly rejected this. If they reminded others, what would they say when people asked where they got the information? Ding Qiro immediately understood and quickly closed her mouth. Compared to others, her daughter was more important. Joe-bai's eyes moved slightly, and she said directly, "I actually have a way to remind others without exposing ourselves." Both pairs of eyes looked at her. "You probably forgot that I'm the Lord. I can issue tasks and notifications. Within the territory range, all residents can receive them." Joe-bai replied, "I just need to recruit some guards to protect the territory. Anyone with brains can figure out the reason." Moreover, the territory originally needed to establish guard forces. It's killing two birds with one stone. She had just thought of this when she saw the increase in magical beasts. Everyone was thinking about going out to collect and hunt, leaving the territory as an empty shell. If magical beasts attacked, her losses would be great. More importantly, she had never forgotten that line of notes on the Lord panel. Territory can only be conquered by lords. In her view, this sentence might mean that territories would fight each other in the future. Therefore, the territory's strength became very important. Even if she was wrong, having a stronger territory wouldn't cause any loss. Zhou Zhengping heard this and nodded in agreement, then couldn't help but reach out and pat her head, "Do as you think." She had really grown up. Or rather, only when facing challenges did he realize how capable his daughter was. Then Joe-bai clicked on the Lord's Hall building and began posting notifications on the bulletin board. Recruiting 20 guards, 100 copper coins per day, dropped materials belong to individuals. Survivor rescue mission, rescue one person, reward 1 copper coin. Purchasing linen, 2.2 copper coins per unit. Purchasing. When the notification was posted, all residents received it. When they saw it, they were all stunned. Previously, they had only received purchasing tasks, but they didn't expect there would be a recruitment task today. The guard squad should be for protecting the territory. Is there any danger to the territory? Dropped materials belong to individuals. There might be magical beast attacks like yesterday. The guard squad's job is to deal with magical beasts. Doesn't the territory have a protective barrier? But it's possible the protective barrier has conditions? After reaching a certain point, it can't be used anymore. In that case, isn't the territory not absolutely safe? Where is their absolute safety? The current situation is already very good. So are you going to apply? Of course I'll apply. These conditions are already very good, and it's working for the territory. By the way, is this recruitment task automatically posted by the territory, or is someone controlling it? That's unclear. Anyway, no one has jumped out to admit being the Lord yet. Let's just assume it has no owner. If there really is one, hiding is good. I don't want the territory to be chaotic due to power struggles. For a while, the entire territory became lively. Many people chose to apply. After applying, some timid ones gave up their original plans to go out. There were also many teams that had gone out before them. They would wait for them to return and find out about the outside situation before deciding whether to go out. After all, there was no rush. As for those who felt they could handle it, they still took their teams out. Outside, teams that had gone out early to collect and hunt around the territory also received the notification. Li Xingting was leading a team. When he saw the notification, his eyes couldn't help but flicker. After they went out today, they obviously felt that there were significantly more magical beasts around. However, because his team had 8 or 9 people, when they encountered magical beasts, they would swarm them. Combined with iron axes, they could basically deal with magical beasts in a few moves. Today they could be said to have had a bountiful harvest. But correspondingly, having killed more magical beasts, their stamina was consumed faster. They were now resting in a cleared area. Brotherly, there are indeed more magical beasts today, and higher-level ones have appeared. It seems the territory has also discovered this, so they posted this recruitment. One person moved closer to Li Xingting. He started, and others couldn't help but speak up. But the guard's daily income is a bit low. Brotherly, are you going to be a guard? Others also gathered around Li Xingting, talking one after another. They had originally entered the territory together with Li Xingting. Thanks to his guidance along the way, they were able to successfully enter Hope Village. Later, they naturally formed a team with him as the leader. Through hard work these past 2 days, even the lowest had reached level 2. As for gains, it was based on effort. Therefore, they truly respected this leader. So they wanted to see Li Xingting's next plans. Li Xingting looked at everyone's anxious eyes and said directly, "I plan to join the guard squad. What about our team? If you're interested, you can apply with me." Who says the guard squad can only stay in the territory? With the territory's current scale, 10 people would be enough. It chose 20 people, probably wanting to divide into 2 teams, one staying behind, the other going out. After all, the territory definitely wants to improve the guards' levels too. Li Xingting analyzed, if you're not selected, you can form your own teams to continue hunting, then wait for the next opportunity. Now there are 20 guards, but as the territory upgrades, it will definitely need more. By then, the first batch to enter, those with ability could lead teams. Moreover, judging from the territory's current development, everything was developing in a good direction. So as long as this territory had potential, he would follow it unwaveringly. Backing the territory was much stronger than going it alone. Others heard this, their eyes shining brightly. After Li Xingting's analysis, they also felt the benefits of the guard squad. The next moment, they all applied as well. Then, after everyone rested, they began searching for magical beasts around them again. No matter what standards the guard squad used, having higher levels would give them more possibilities. Many teams thought the same as Li Xingting's group. Therefore, Zhou Bai could clearly see that after the guard squad recruitment message was sent out, the number of magical beasts around the territory was continuously decreasing. At this time, Zhou Bai looked at the continuously decreasing red dots, then at the over 80 applications, and couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. She had thought that a guard squad serving the territory would be attractive, but she hadn't expected the attraction to be this great. At this moment, she was even more glad that she had hidden her identity and decided to continue hiding it. If she were the Lord wanting to recruit guards, everyone would probably have many concerns. But under the territory's name, everyone would rush forward one after another. Thinking this, Zhou Bai looked at the information of these applicants. Actually, after becoming Hope Village residents, Zhou Bai as the Lord could see their personal attributes. Zhou Bai hadn't paid attention before, but this time, wanting to carefully screen for guard selection, she didn't expect that after she posted the recruitment task, the Lord panel would arrange these people's information, making everyone's details clear at a glance. The first thing she saw were 2 people at the front. Name: Zhou Zhangping. Race: human. Level: LV2. Status: Hope Village resident. Health: 90/100 attributes, Constitution, 9 out of 10, Intelligence, 7 out of 10, Agility, August 10th. Defense, 8 out of 10, Talent, Combat Name, Li Xingting Race, Human Level, EV3 Status, Hope Village Resident Health, 90 out of 100 attributes, Constitution, 7 out of 10, Intelligence, 7 out of 10, Agility, 7 out of 10, Defense, 7 out of 10, Talent. Leadership. Looking further down and comparing, Zhou Bai realized that her father and Li Xingting's data were far ahead among current residents, simply dazzling. However, although others' physical data weren't as good as theirs, they displayed different talents. Some talents were also very special. For example, her mother's talent was actually management. No wonder she could handle both internal and external affairs before. Then Zhou Bai couldn't help but speak to Zhou Zhangping. Dad, for establishing this guard squad, you should join too. I'll directly appoint you as guard squad captain. Even without nepotism, her father was qualified for this. Moreover, a territory's armed forces still needed their own people. If nothing unexpected happened, she would formally establish a military camp later. If her father stepped forward, their days in the territory would be better, and her mother could also openly enjoy life. To hide her lord identity, they needed to keep a low profile, but she couldn't let her parents always sacrifice for her. She still hoped her parents could have better days in the territory. Zhou Zhangping looked at Zhou Bai's excited expression and asked in surprise, "What's wrong?" Zhou Bai briefly explained about the data. Zhou Zhangping's attention immediately focused on Li Xingting's data. Thinking of his probing last night, after a moment's thought, he agreed. Looking at Ding Qiro beside him, he frowned. What about you and your mother? If he joined the guard squad, he would have less free time in the future. He wasn't comfortable with the two of them running around outside alone. I'll follow Zhou Bai to level up. I can do it, Ding Qiro quickly said. Zhou Bai looked at Ding Qiro and said directly, Mom should stay in the territory. I have the Lord map, plus my level is high now with thick health. I can act alone. Ding Qiro frowned, instinctively wanting to refuse. But Zhou Bai stopped her first. Mom, your physical attributes are all relatively low. Yesterday, whether collecting or killing magical beasts, it was quite strenuous. If it weren't for wanting to raise your level, Dad and I wouldn't want you to suffer like this. Since there's a new development direction now, staying in the territory isn't bad. You can help me monitor the territory situation and manage our rear base. When Dad rests, we'll take Mom out to level up. When she looked at the information just now, she understood that the territory didn't need everyone to be warriors. People with different physical qualities could take different paths. Zhou Zhangping felt Zhou Bai made a lot of sense. Yesterday his wife's palms had developed several blisters. When he helped treat them, his heart ached. His wife had never suffered like this. He quickly agreed, listen to Zhou Bai. The arrangement is quite reasonable and won't delay our leveling too much. Seeing both insisting, Ding Qiro stopped refusing. All right, I'll guard the territory's rear base well. Ding Qiro had already started planning what to do next. After deciding, Zhou Bai began selecting guard squad members. The system's ranking was only based on combat power, but the guard squad needed more than just fighting ability. Zhou Bai selected people, discussing with Zhou Zhangping to finalize the candidates, including the team members Zhou Zhangping wanted. She decided to divide the squad into 2 teams, taking turns guarding the territory. When one group was on guard duty, the other could do other tasks. After confirming, Zhou Bai made her selections on the control panel. After completing the selection, the page showed a new notification. Dear host, you have selected guard squad personnel. Please provide exclusive uniforms and weapons for your guard squad. Do you want to purchase? After thinking for a moment, Zhou Bai still chose yes. These were future combat personnel, so it was worth giving them some benefits. Immediately, the store opened boldly in front of Zhou Bai. Item: Leather Armor 3-piece set blueprint description. Essential for crafting leather armor 3-piece set. Shirt, pants, boots. Purchase price: 10 silver coins. Sale price: 20 silver coins. Note: Reusable item. Spear blueprint description. Essential for crafting spears. Purchase price. 5 silver coins. Sale price. 10 silver coins. Note. Reusable item. Guard squad gift package description. Contains 20 sets of leather armor 3-piece sets, 20 spears, 20 identity tokens. Purchase price. 50 gold coins. Sale price. Cannot be sold. Note. One-time purchase. Joe Bai looked at the prices and chose the gift package without hesitation. Buying blueprints and then crafting would cost much more than 50 gold coins, and the gift package was obviously more cost-effective. Guard Squad gift package purchased successfully. Items have been placed in your storage space. Joe Bai opened her storage space and saw 60 items neatly arranged inside. She took out one set to examine. The leather armor was brown, made of some unknown beast hide, but felt quite sturdy. The spear was about 1.8 meters long with a sharp iron tip. The identity token was a wooden plaque with Hope Village Guard engraved on it. All 3 items looked quite professional. Satisfied, Joe Bai put the items back and began issuing notifications. Guard Squad recruitment completed. Selected members, please gather at the Lord's Hall to receive equipment and assignments. When this notification was sent out, the entire territory became lively again. Those selected were naturally excited, while those not selected felt disappointed but not discouraged. As Li Xingting had analyzed, there would be more opportunities in the future. Joe Bai's family also headed to the Lord's Hall. When they arrived, 18 people had already gathered, with Zhou Zhengping and Li Xingting being the last 2. Joe Bai looked at these 20 people, all young and strong men, and nodded with satisfaction. Then she began distributing equipment. Everyone line up and come forward one by one to receive your equipment. The 20 people quickly formed a line. Joe Bai took out the equipment from her storage space and handed it to each person. This is your leather armor set, spear, and identity token. The leather armor provides basic protection. The spear is your main weapon, and the identity token proves your guard status. Everyone received their equipment with excitement, immediately putting on the leather armor and holding their spears. Instantly, these 20 people looked much more professional and imposing. Joe Bai nodded with satisfaction, then announced the squad organization. The guard squad will be divided into 2 teams of 10 people each. Zhou Zhengping will be the captain of Team 1, Li Xingting will be the captain of Team 2. The 2 teams will alternate guard duties, with one team on duty while the other can undertake other tasks. Hearing this arrangement, everyone nodded in agreement. Zhou Zhengping and Li Xingting also stepped forward to accept their appointments. Team 1 members, follow Captain Zhou. Team 2 members, follow Captain Li. Captains, organize your teams and begin patrol duties. The 2 captains immediately began organizing their respective teams. Joe Bai watched with satisfaction as the guard squad took shape, feeling that the territory's security had significantly improved. After the guard squad was established and equipped, Joe Bai felt much more at ease about the territory's security. However, she soon discovered that having guards wasn't enough just for defense. They needed practical experience. Looking at the territory map, Joe Bai noticed that while the magical beast numbers around the territory had decreased due to the residents' hunting activities, there were still several red dots in the distance that seemed to be moving toward the territory. More importantly, she spotted something new on the map, a small cluster of green dots about 2 kilometers northeast of the territory. Green dots represented humans. Joe Bai immediately realized these must be survivors who hadn't yet reached the territory. This was perfect. A rescue mission would serve as excellent training for the newly formed guard squad, while also potentially bringing new residents to the territory. She quickly called Zhou Zhengping over. Dad, I've spotted a group of survivors about 2 kilometers northeast. They seem to be in trouble. This would be a good first mission for the guard squad. Zhou Zhengping looked at where Zhou Bai was pointing on the map and nodded seriously. How many survivors? About 7 or 8 people. But there are also red dots nearby, magical beasts. The survivors might be trapped or under attack. Understood. I'll take Team 1 out immediately. Zhou Bai shook her head. Take both teams. This is their first real mission together, and we don't know what kind of magical beasts they'll face. Better to be safe. Zhou Zheping agreed and quickly gathered both guard teams. Listen up, everyone. We have our first official mission. There are survivors in danger about 2 kilometers northeast of here. We're going to rescue them and escort them back to the territory safely. The guards' eyes lit up with excitement and determination. This was what they had signed up for. Li Xingting stepped forward. What's the enemy situation? Unknown magical beasts in the area. We need to be prepared for anything. Check your equipment one more time. The guards quickly inspected their leather armor, spears, and made sure everything was secure. Team 1 will take point. Team 2 will cover the rear and flanks. Stay in formation, watch each other's backs, and follow orders. Let's move out. The 20-man guard squad marched out of the territory in formation, looking professional and determined. Zhou Bai watched them leave with mixed feelings of pride and worry. This was a crucial test for both the guards and her leadership. Ding Qiro came to stand beside her daughter. They'll be fine. Your father and Li Xingting are both capable leaders. I know, but I can't help worrying. This is their first real combat mission as a unit. That's what makes you a good leader. Caring about your people. Zhou Bai smiled at her mother's words, then focused on the territory map to track the guard squad's progress. The guard squad moved swiftly through the forest, maintaining their formation as they approached the location Zhou Bai had indicated. As they got closer, they could hear sounds of combat, human shouts, and the growls of magical beasts. Zhou Zheping raised his hand, signaling the squad to halt. Li Xingting, take 3 men and circle around to the left. I'll take the rest and approach from the right. We'll coordinate our attack. Li Xingting nodded and selected his men. The 2 groups split up, moving carefully through the trees. Soon they could see the situation clearly. 7 survivors, 4 men and 3 women, were trapped in a small clearing, surrounded by 6 large, wolf-like creatures with shadowy black fur and glowing red eyes. Shadow demon dogs, Zhou Zheping muttered, recognizing the creatures from the system's bestiary. Level 3 magical beasts. Dangerous in packs. The survivors were clearly exhausted, wielding makeshift weapons and barely holding the creatures at bay. One man was already injured, blood seeping through his torn shirt. Zhou Zheping made quick hand signals to Li Xingting's team, then raised his spear. On my signal. Now! The guard squad burst from the trees with a coordinated battle cry. The shadow demon dogs, caught off guard by the sudden appearance of 20 armed warriors, hesitated for a crucial moment. That hesitation cost them dearly. Zhou Zheping's spear found the throat of the nearest demon dog, while Li Xingting's team struck from the opposite side. The guards had trained together for only a short time, but their coordination was impressive. They moved in pairs, one guard distracting a demon dog while his partner struck from the side. The battle was fierce but brief. The shadow demon dogs were formidable opponents, but they were outnumbered and outmaneuvered. Within minutes, all 6 creatures lay dead. Is everyone all right? Zhou Zheping called out, checking his men first. 2 guards had minor scratches, but nothing serious. The leather armor had done its job well. Li Xingting was already tending to the survivors. Thank you. Thank you so much, gasped one of the rescued men. We've been running from those things for hours. We thought we were done for. You're safe now, Li Xingting assured them. We're from Hope Village. We'll escort you back to safety. The injured survivor was helped to his feet by 2 guards. Hope Village? We heard rumors about a safe territory, but we weren't sure if it was real. It's real and it's growing, Zhou Zheping said. You'll have food, shelter, and protection there. As they prepared to return, the guards efficiently collected the demon dog corpses. The materials would be valuable back at the territory. The march back was triumphant. The guards had proven themselves in their first real battle, the survivors were safe, and the territory would soon have new residents. When they arrived at Hope Village, a crowd had gathered to welcome them back. Zhou Bai felt a surge of pride as she watched her father lead the successful guard squad home. The rescued survivors looked around in amazement at the organized territory with its various buildings and bustling activity. "This is incredible," one of them whispered. "It's like a real town." Jobai stepped forward to welcome the newcomers personally, though she was careful not to reveal her role as the territory's lord. "Welcome to Hope Village. You'll find everything you need here: food, shelter, work, and safety." As the survivors were led away to be processed and housed, Jobai gathered the guard squad. "Excellent work, everyone. You've proven that Hope Village's guards are a force to be reckoned with. Rest up. I have a feeling this won't be your last mission." The guards dispersed, chattering excitedly about their successful first mission. Zhou Zhengping approached his daughter with a satisfied smile. "The men performed well. They're ready for whatever comes next." Zhou Bai nodded, looking out at the territory that was growing stronger by the day. "Good, because I think we're going to need them." The territory map still showed red dots in the distance, and Zhou Bai had a feeling that the shadow demon dogs were just the beginning of the challenges they would face. But for now, Hope Village was secure, growing, and protected by its own dedicated guard force. The future looked bright indeed. At this time in Hope Village, the sky was gradually darkening, and the teams that had gone out to gather and hunt today were returning one by one, their faces beaming with joy. Seeing the light emanating from the territory in the distance, they couldn't help but smile slightly. This place, though simple, had unknowingly become their home, giving them a new sense of belonging. "You're back. How was the harvest?" Feng Laji, a guard team member stationed at the gate, asked the returning teams with a cheerful smile. "Today's harvest was decent. We got quite a lot of things," replied Zhang Yongnian, the team leader, with a smile, though he didn't go into specifics. Feng Laji had no intention of prying into personal matters and continued, "Congratulations then. But most importantly, you all returned safely." "Yes, safety is the most important thing. But it's also thanks to the territory. The weapons sold by the territory have quite high damage values, making them very convenient for us to use," Zhang Yongnian said, his expression clearly showing satisfaction with the territory. "Things will get better and better," Feng Laji said firmly. As guards of the territory, they could only patrol around the territory and its surroundings. He and Quan Ziqiang had taken a simple walk around the area earlier and found nothing. The surroundings had been cleared out by people, showing that everyone was working hard to build their new home. Yes, though it's difficult outside, having a safe harbor gives people the courage to face challenges. "What's most frightening is having no hope at all," Zhang Yongnian sighed. The two chatted for a few more sentences, exchanged smiles, and then led the team into the territory. As soon as they entered, some of their family members came forward to greet them with light, quick steps. As more and more people returned to the territory, the entire place suddenly became lively. Fires had been lit in advance, and everyone gathered around them to cook food. The aroma of various dishes spread throughout the territory. Sometimes cooking wasn't just about filling their stomachs. It was more about creating a sense of ritual. Like now, many people gathered together to chat and pass the time. "This chicken soup smells so rich. Who got chicken meat?" "Lucky today, encountered a magic chicken and got 3 portions of chicken meat. That magic chicken was really hard to fight, 2 or 3 times bigger than pre-apocalypse chickens. Pecks hurt badly, high damage, and it could fly too. Anyway, this chicken meat is really precious." Chicken meat. I suddenly really want fried chicken. Me too. It's only the second day of the apocalypse game, but I feel like it's been ages. Who doesn't want fried chicken? But let's not get ahead of ourselves. We just ended our primitive lifestyle and want to make a triple jump. Oil, starch, where would we find those? Never mind oil and starch, let's solve the seasoning problem first. Like salt. At least give us some flavor. Yesterday when you were hungry, you said having anything to eat would be good enough. Haha, different periods have different pursuits. True, we need to have some aspirations, otherwise how can we get through the days? So are you selling those other 2 portions of chicken meat? Yes. What do you have that you can trade with me? While there are many people here now, we can all trade with each other. Whatever we really can't use, we can sell to the territory. As they talked, everyone began trading with each other. Jobai and her mother Ding Chiro were also in the crowd. Originally just observing while waiting for Zhou Zhenping to return, but watching and watching, Ding Chiro couldn't help but join in. You actually have fruit. What do you want to trade for? Mushrooms for rice? Yes, yes, I'll trade. Wild vegetables, I want them. For a while, Ding Chiro's voice kept ringing out. Zhou Bai watched and couldn't help but smile. Rare things were precious. Killing magic beasts dropped various meats, so everyone wasn't lacking meat. Instead, wild vegetables, mushrooms, and wild fruits commanded higher prices. But compared to the materials dropped by killing magic beasts, this slightly higher price was negligible. That's why they were relatively rare in the territory. No wonder her mother was acting so undignified. But it was only the second day. Zhou Bai had reason to believe that as more and more people came to the territory and it became stronger, the variety of materials in the territory would become increasingly abundant. Someone's coming back. At the gate, Feng Leji saw figures moving in the distance near the territory and immediately called out, alerting those in the territory who were waiting for family members. Zhou Bai's attention was immediately drawn over. She glanced at the Lord map and felt confident. It should be my dad and the others, she said, quickly rushing to the territory's main gate. Hearing this, Ding Chiro stopped trading and followed closely behind Zhou Bai, along with others whose family members hadn't returned yet. Before long, they heard Zhou Bai shout, "Everyone come help! There are wounded." People nearby heard this and quickly came over to help. Were the guard team members injured? The guard team had good weapons and equipment, higher levels than most people, and large numbers. If they were injured, did it mean more powerful magic beasts had appeared outside? Many people's thoughts wandered, with a hint of panic in their hearts. When they got closer, they discovered that it wasn't just the guard team returning, there were actually dozens of survivors of all ages. This group of survivors looked much more miserable than they had before. Almost all of them were injured, some wounds still bleeding, the simple bandages made of animal hide soaked through with blood. Their faces were pale, clearly having encountered a major disaster. Many people sighed deeply in their hearts, then actively spoke up. Come into the territory first. We just cooked some things, you can eat something first. Is anyone here a doctor? Or has anyone learned first aid? Please help with bandaging later. The group had been traveling, worried and afraid, physically and mentally exhausted. Seeing the territory, they were all very happy, thinking they could finally rest properly. But encountering such a heartwarming scene at the territory's entrance, their hearts that had been pretending to be strong suddenly broke down. Their eyes instantly reddened, their voices became choked with emotion. Thank you, thank you. Then everyone helped each other, bringing them into the territory. When entering the territory, faced with the territory's inquiry, everyone unhesitatingly paid to become residents. Zhou Bai estimated the crowd and put many steamed buns on sale in the restaurant, while also constructing many new residential buildings. The newcomers looked at the suddenly appearing buildings and couldn't help but take a few more glances. Those should be new residential buildings that the territory detected new residents and built accordingly. You can purchase residential buildings for 6 gold coins each, or rent them for 100 copper coins per day. Living in houses gives a stronger sense of security, and you won't be disturbed. The territory also has a lord's mansion, restaurant, blacksmith shop, and tailor shop. You need to go to the lord's mansion to get identity tokens before officially becoming Hope Village residents. Then you can shop at the stores with your ID. The restaurant serves food, though currently only steamed buns. The blacksmith shop sells weapons, the tailor shop sells clothes. Though it's simpler than before the apocalypse, it's much better than the wilderness. As more people come, it should be able to upgrade. Sorry, I'm talking too much. You should eat something first. You can learn about the territory properly later. The newcomers were then settled by the previous residents around the fires. Someone went to buy steamed buns and distributed them one by one. Eating steamed buns, drinking the prepared soup, and feeling the warmth from the fires, the new survivors all had a feeling of being in another world. But it was really wonderful. Who among you needs bandaging? Those who are injured, speak up. Your leg is already fractured. You can't move for the next 2 days. You can ask someone to take care of you for 2 days. There are people in the territory who don't go out for various reasons, so you can find someone. Your injury isn't serious, just be careful. Your injury is somewhat serious, but basically no healing medicine drops outside, so you can only rely on self-recovery. After eating something, the new survivors had recovered somewhat, and many were receiving treatment. Looking at the group of people who had been helping them, they couldn't help but start thanking them again. This wouldn't have been anything special before the apocalypse, but in the apocalypse, it seemed precious and rare. It's nothing, just a small matter. This is all we can help with. Damn this apocalypse game. What kind of magic beast did you encounter? Many wounds are down to the bone. Shadow demon dogs, a pack surrounding us. Most were higher level than us. If we hadn't met people from your territory, we probably would have been wiped out. Yesterday was fine. Though we encountered magic beasts, we could handle them. But today the magic beasts increased in number, and their levels seem much higher too. Speaking of the situation at that time, many people's faces turned grim. After the apocalypse game event occurred, they had been hovering between life and death constantly, already prepared for death. But what they had just experienced still left them with lingering fear, being bitten to death alive, being devoured. You were lucky. They're the guard team selected by the territory, so their levels are relatively higher. How does the territory select guards? Is someone controlling it? Who? Being able to build such a territory is really amazing. They just posted a recruitment notice. We signed up through the control panel, then the territory sent us notifications. As for the territory, many people guess it's built into the apocalypse game, for us to temporarily regroup. Regardless, having such a territory gives us more capital to survive. It was also because the guard team was established that we learned the magic beasts outside had become stronger, so we brought more people when going out. That's why even though people were injured, no one died. Hearing about your experiences, no wonder so many survivors came yesterday, but today it suddenly feels like there are fewer. I wonder if they didn't have the chance to make it here. We wandered for a day and didn't see any other territories nearby. We were basically walking randomly. If we could have been like you and reached the territory early, then my father wouldn't have died protecting me. Speaking of this, the person couldn't help but cry. Those listening also felt uncomfortable, thinking of themselves. We don't know where our family members are either. Yes, I'm so worried about my parents and sister. I wonder how they're doing now. All we can do is live well. Maybe someday we'll have a chance to meet them. We also need to work hard to level up. Later, when we have the ability to travel outside, we can look for people. Live well, don't let down your father's intentions. You all should heal your wounds well too. These injuries might not heal easily before the apocalypse, but in the apocalypse, they can recover over time, and the higher your level, the faster the recovery. Everyone spoke one after another, their hands not stopping their work. There were too many injured people. They were somewhat overwhelmed. Just then, Li Xingting came over with his guard team. Seeing Zhou Jumping's family of 3 also helping at the scene, he explained, I saw there weren't enough hands, so I sent someone to teach them. They just want to learn basic treatment and should be able to help. Zhou Jumping looked at Li Xingting, who had considered everything thoroughly, and smiled, perfect, we're running behind on bandaging here. I'll temporarily assign my people to you to coordinate with your people. This person was really capable. Zhou Jumping looked at him with appreciation. After all, the more such useful people there were, the better it would be for his daughter's territory to grow and strengthen. Li Xingting saw the approval in Zhou Jumping's eyes, his expression becoming somewhat subtle. He just wanted to show off his thoroughness in front of Zhou Jumping, to display his capabilities. But Zhou Jumping's reaction wasn't right. He even gave him his people. Too strange. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Zhou Jumping noticed Li Xingting's expression after coming back to his senses and asked. Nothing, Li Xingting replied dryly, then directly began arranging people, while also working hard at the scene, clearly trying to win people's hearts. With someone doing the work, Zhou Jumping handed the main stage over to Li Xingting and came directly to Zhou Bai and her mother, saying, It feels really good to have someone help with the work. You appreciate him a lot? Ding Chiro understood Zhou Zhenping well. As soon as he spoke, she immediately saw his meaning. Yesterday you said he was scheming, deliberately testing us, and today you've changed your mind? He is indeed scheming, but as long as he's on the right path, I don't think there's any problem, Zhou Zhenping chuckled. Having more people like this would be better for the territory. Zhou Bai heard Zhou Zhenping's words and immediately understood his meaning. She also felt that having more such people would be better. With people helping with work, she as the Lord would be much more relaxed too. Tool people. Who doesn't love them? That's true, but there aren't many like him. Others are mostly just thinking about surviving, Ding Chiro said. Though many in the territory are willing to go out, there are also people who have money and don't want to go out, staying in the territory all the time. No one can force them, and everyone has their own way of living. Thinking about it, she added, if you want people to work, you have to give them some benefits. Just like when you purchase those materials at higher prices, those people are willing to give you their idle materials. If there really were people who could be like Li Xingting, you'd have to think of something to motivate them, see what they need, and give them what they need. Zhou Zhenping listened and praised. Wife is right. Then he looked at Zhou Bai. What about you? After hearing your mother's words, do you have any thoughts? I have some thoughts. What Mom said can actually be solved by building the territory well. If the territory has better weapons and equipment, many people who want to become stronger will want to purchase them. I can even set requirements so that people who contribute to the territory can buy and sell. They'll definitely work hard to do territory tasks for this. If the territory has enough variety of goods, those wealthy people will also be unable to resist spending money. If they have enough money, their spending also counts as contributing to the territory. If they don't have enough, they'll also think of ways to earn money. So the core is still building the territory well. When the territory is strong, they'll have more and more sense of belonging to the territory, Zhou Bai said helplessly. But let's take it step by step. Everything about the territory isn't currently something I can control as I wish. Zhou Zhenping nodded after listening. That's right, step by step. The territory's foundation is the basis. When the territory is good, others will only want to stay more. As long as people are here, are we afraid they won't work? Ding Chiro looked at this father and daughter singing in harmony and smiled. Since we're taking it slowly, don't think too much. I just traded for a lot of good things. Should I make you something delicious? Her greatest wish was to take good care of her husband and daughter. As long as they were well, she was happy. Then you go back first. We'll stay here and watch a bit more, Zhou Zhenping quickly said. After all, so many new people had come, all wounded, so it was better to pay more attention. Ding Chiro nodded and headed toward home. At the scene, through everyone's efforts, after a while, all the wounded had received preliminary treatment. Except for those who really couldn't move, the rest began heading to the Lord's mansion to receive identity tokens. After receiving them, they directly bought or rented residential buildings to prepare for rest. As for those who couldn't move, they also spent some money to hire people to help. Since yesterday, they hadn't been able to rest properly. Tonight they could finally feel at ease. Zhou Bai's newly built residential buildings were quickly occupied again. Other goods were also sold in large quantities. This allowed Zhou Bai, who had been spending money constantly during this period, to make a good profit again. Every time a new batch of people came, she could get rich once. Looking at her account, Zhou Bai's lips curved upward. Indeed, the feeling of collecting money was the best. Seeing his daughter's silly joy, Zhou Zhenping couldn't bear to look. Zhou Bai noticed Zhou Zhenping's helpless gaze, restrained her expression, and quickly changed the subject, asking about Zhou Zhenping's rescue process today. Seeing those people's miserable state, she felt it wasn't simple. Earlier, to avoid touching on painful topics, no one dared ask for specifics. She could only learn about it from her father. Zhou Zhenping told her about what they encountered, especially about magic beasts being able to level up after eating people. After hearing this, Zhou Bai frowned. After you went out, I kept monitoring the map, and there was no sign of this group of magic beasts on it at all. They followed this group of people here. Since they can hunt a group of people, and our territory is here, the magic beasts will probably come here too. Maybe today's increase in magic beasts within the territory is partly due to this reason. Zhou Zhangping's brow also furrowed tightly upon hearing this. At this time, Li Xingting, having finished handling everything, came with his people to find Zhou Zhangping. All personnel have been arranged. As he spoke, Li Xingting's face showed some pleasure. The feeling of commanding people and receiving gratitude from others was really nice. You're very capable. Everything was handled clearly. Knowing Li Xingting's personality, Zhou Zhangping sincerely praised him. Everything was considered. He had to admit Li Xingting's abilities. He definitely couldn't match Li Xingting in this regard. Not at all. Everyone helped, and we're the territory's guard team. It's nothing to do more for the territory, Li Xingting replied with a smile, also developing some good feelings toward Zhou Zhangping. This cooperative teammate seemed pretty good. Working with someone like you, I'll be much more relaxed in the future. I also think I'll be relaxed. Anyway, regarding territory matters, we'll discuss and handle them together. We all hope the territory gets better and better. Zhou Zhangping nodded, then looked at the pitch-black night outside and said directly, then tonight let's have our two teams take turns keeping watch. The group of magic beasts we encountered today was a bit unusual. Good. Li Xingting thought of the scene at that time and unconsciously nodded. The scene they saw today was really too tragic, so his impression was also very deep. Moreover, the territory recruiting them as a guard team must have anticipated something. Anyway, being careful couldn't be wrong. Zhou Bai watched as Zhou Zhangping decided on the night watch in just a few words, understanding his meaning. In a situation where they didn't know what might happen, guarding the territory well was the hard truth. But for some reason, Zhou Bai felt an ominous premonition rising in her heart. At night, the guard team began taking turns watching the territory gate. In places they couldn't see, dark shadows gathered, slowly approaching the territory. Due to concerns about magic beasts possibly attacking the territory, Zhou Bai didn't sleep well at night, getting up from time to time to check the Lord map, as this could most directly show the situation outside. After dozing for a while, Zhou Bai opened her eyes and drowsily looked at the map. This time, she was completely startled awake. Magic beasts were actually taking advantage of the night to attack the territory. Getting up and seeing the increasingly dense red dots outside Hope Village, Zhou Bai immediately issued a task to the guard team and also sent a notification to the territory's residents. Task: Magic Beast Attack. Defend the territory. Nature: Temporary task reward. Gains belong to individual's target. Guard team, all residents. As soon as the task was issued, Zhou Zhangping and the guard team members he led saw it immediately, as they happened to be on night watch. Go wake up team leader Li. Zhou Zhangping instructed Feng Laji and Quan Ziqiang beside him. These two were subordinates he planned to cultivate after reviewing their information. Yes. The two responded and quickly went to wake Li Xingting's group who were sleeping by the campfire. They had been on watch in the first half of the night and were tired. Suddenly awakened, Li Xingting and others were somewhat confused. Li Xingting, who had been on watch in the first half of the night, was suddenly awakened, his head still a bit dizzy. He asked, "What's wrong?" "Magic beasts are attacking." Hearing this, Li Xingting instantly became alert, quickly bringing his people to the gate. Of course, he also saw the task issued by the territory. His heart couldn't help but jump. How many magic beasts are there? If the territory was breached, what would they do? The territory definitely wouldn't be broken through so easily. Not clear, but there shouldn't be few. Zhou Zhangping said seriously, already wondering when Xiao Bai would come over. What about the others? Li Xingting asked. He saw that the territory had also notified ordinary residents. Involving everyone's safety in the territory, they definitely wouldn't retreat. Zhou Zhangping. The territory sent notifications, they should be here soon. As soon as he finished speaking, they saw many people rushing out from the residential area, each holding weapons, their faces showing panic. The magic beasts are here? Where are they? We must make sure they never return. With the territory here, with the protective shield, as long as we work hard, we can definitely hold them off. Exactly, didn't the territory warn us during the day? The territory is still very reliable. Arriving at the scene, everyone spoke one after another. They were using words to vent their emotions while boosting their confidence. Indeed, everyone's expressions gradually became determined. The newly arrived survivors today heard these words and felt much more settled. Speaking of which, they were really miserable. Killed and scattered by magic beasts, finally reaching the territory and having a place to rest, only to encounter magic beast attacks in the middle of the night. If something really happened to the territory again, they didn't dare imagine the consequences. Seeming to see the worry on the new survivors' faces, people around them quickly comforted them and gave guidance. Currently, the types of magic beasts should be just those few. Magic rabbits hop around, we attack when they're jumping, and their weak points are the belly and ears. Kill one accurately every time. Magic chickens can do sonic attacks. When you notice they're about to attack, it's best to cover your ears. If you have rice, you can scatter some, they can't resist the temptation, and you can attack them while they're distracted. Magic rats love sneak attacks. They can dig holes and suddenly emerge from the ground, but you can watch the ground movement and sense them in advance. As for weapons, our territory's blacksmith shop currently sells iron axes and spears. See what you're good with. Iron axes for close combat, spears for short-range attacks. If you're still worried, go to the tailor shop to buy the 3-piece leather armor set, which can increase defense. Don't think weapons and leather armor are expensive and not buy them. After buying them and killing magic beasts, you can earn the money back in no time. It's not that exaggerated, at least it takes some time. I'm just saying it's very worthwhile. When Jobai arrived, she saw everyone chattering and giving advice. The corners of her mouth curved up slightly. In difficult situations, the brilliance of human nature always felt warming. Why are the tailor shop and blacksmith shop closed? At this time, some of the newly arrived survivors quickly asked. They had gone to rest first, thinking they could buy weapons tomorrow, but suddenly magic beasts attacked in the middle of the night, and now not having weapons was really awkward. They have business hours and close at night, so if you want anything you have to buy it during the day, someone explained. Just use whatever weapons you have. All we have are some wooden sticks that dropped when collecting wood materials. Low durability, low damage too, one person said with a bitter smile. After coming to the territory, they realized how outdated their equipment was. Not to mention weapons, even their levels were generally low. Because on their way here, most of the time they had been avoiding magic beasts. Looking at the people who came before, they had already summarized experience from fighting magic beasts. In just one day, the gap between them had widened. If they used ordinary weapons tonight, they really didn't know if they could be of any help. But they had to help. This was their only safe haven. If even this was lost, they really had nowhere to go. Don't worry, we have enough people. Even if your weapons aren't good, as long as we work together, we can definitely drive them away. Right, we're all in this together. The territory's protective barrier is still very strong. As long as we defend well, there shouldn't be any problems. Everyone encouraged each other, and the atmosphere gradually became more determined. Jobai looked at everyone's state and felt quite satisfied. At least in terms of morale, there were no problems. But looking at the Lord map again, her expression became serious. The number of magic beasts outside was more than she had imagined, and among them, there was actually a level 5 magic beast. This was the highest level magic beast she had encountered so far. Everyone be careful, there are many magic beasts outside, and there's a level 5 one among them. Jobai said loudly. Hearing level 5, everyone's expressions became tense. Currently, most people in the territory were only level 2 or 3, with very few reaching level 4. A level 5 magic beast was definitely a formidable enemy for them. What type is the level 5 magic beast? Zhou Zheping asked with concern. Jobai looked at the map carefully. It should be a dark magic wolf. I can see it's much larger than the other red dots. Dark magic wolf. Zhou Zhangping's expression became even more serious. Wolves are pack animals and very cunning. This will be a tough battle. But we have the territory's protective barrier. As long as we defend well, we should be able to hold out, Li Xingting said, though his voice lacked confidence. Zhou Bai looked at the approaching red dots on the map. They're almost here. Everyone get ready. As her words fell, howling sounds came from outside the territory, chilling and terrifying in the night. Awah, the howls of wolves echoed one after another, making everyone's hearts tighten. Soon, pairs of green eyes appeared in the darkness outside the territory, like ghostly flames, extremely frightening. So many, someone exclaimed. Through the territory's protective barrier, they could see dark shadows moving outside, at least dozens of them. Don't panic. The protective barrier is still there. They can't get in easily. Zhou Zhangping shouted, trying to stabilize everyone's emotions. But as soon as he finished speaking, the largest dark magic wolf in the pack began to attack the protective barrier. Bang! A huge impact sound rang out, and the protective barrier flickered. The barrier is being attacked. Zhou Bai's heart sank. She could see from the system interface that the barrier's durability was decreasing. Territory protective barrier durability, 850/1000. Each attack from the level 5 dark magic wolf reduced the barrier's durability by about 50 points. Everyone prepare for battle. The barrier won't last long, Zhou Bai shouted. The crowd immediately became tense, gripping their weapons tightly. Bang! 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 The level 5 dark magic wolf continued its relentless assault on the barrier, and other magic wolves joined in the attack. The barrier's durability dropped rapidly. Durability, 650/1000 durability, 450/1000 durability, 250/1000, it's almost broken. Zhou Bai's voice was urgent. Everyone held their breath, watching the flickering barrier. Bang! With a final impact, the protective barrier shattered like glass, disappearing completely. The barrier is broken. Prepare for battle, Zhou Zhangping roared. Immediately, the pack of dark magic wolves rushed into the territory, their green eyes gleaming with bloodthirsty light. The battle for Hope Village's survival had begun. The moment the protective barrier shattered, the dark magic wolves poured into Hope Village like a black tide. Kill! Zhou Zhangping was the first to charge forward, his iron axe gleaming coldly in the firelight. For our home! Li Xingting also led his team into battle. The entire territory erupted into chaos. Residents who had been living peacefully just moments ago were now fighting desperately for their lives. Zhou Bai quickly opened the territory management interface and activated all available defensive measures. Emergency defense mode activated. All territory buildings gain temporary defensive capabilities. Resident combat effectiveness increased by 20%. But even with these bonuses, the situation was still dire. The dark magic wolves were not only numerous, but also much higher level than most residents. A scream pierced the night. A level 3 dark magic wolf had pounced on a resident, its fangs sinking deep into his shoulder. Help him! Several people rushed over, driving the wolf away with their weapons, but the man was already severely injured. Zhou Bai's heart ached seeing her people getting hurt, but she forced herself to stay calm. As the Lord, she needed to coordinate the defense. Form groups of 3. Don't fight alone, she shouted over the chaos. Protect the wounded. Get them to the residential buildings. Focus fire on the smaller wolves first. The residents, despite their fear, followed her commands. They had learned to trust their young lord. Zhou Zhangping and his guard team were engaged in fierce combat with several level 4 dark magic wolves. His axe work was precise and deadly, each strike finding its mark. These wolves are smarter than the other magic beasts, he called out to Li Xingting. They're coordinating their attacks. Indeed, the dark magic wolves showed tactical intelligence, with some wolves herding residents into ambushes while others attacked from behind. But the most terrifying threat was still the level 5 pack leader. This massive wolf, nearly the size of a small horse, prowled the battlefield, its dark fur seeming to absorb light itself. "Where's the big one?" Li Xingting asked, parrying a wolf's attack. "There." Zhou Bai pointed toward the residential area. The level 5 dark magic wolf had bypassed the main battle and was heading toward the civilians who had taken shelter. No. Zhou Bai's blood ran cold. If that monster reached the non-combatants. Without hesitation, she grabbed a spear from the weapon rack and ran toward the residential area. "Zhou Bai, wait." Zhou Zhenping saw his daughter charging toward the most dangerous enemy and tried to follow, but 3 wolves blocked his path. The level 5 dark magic wolf had already reached the first residential building. With a casual swipe of its massive paw, it tore through the wooden wall like paper. Inside, terrified screams echoed as the wounded and non-combatants cowered. "Get away from them." Zhou Bai arrived just as the wolf was about to enter the building. The massive creature turned toward her, its eyes glowing with malevolent intelligence. It was easily twice her size, its muscles rippling under its dark fur. Dark Magic Wolf, Level 5, HP, 800/800 Attack, 120 Defense, 80. Special Abilities, Shadow Step, Pack Leader Aura, Darkness Manipulation. Zhou Bai's heart sank seeing the stats. Her own Level 4 status gave her only 60 attack power with her spear. This was going to be nearly impossible. But she couldn't back down. Behind her were people depending on her protection. The wolf seemed to sense her determination and let out a low, rumbling growl. Then it moved. The creature was incredibly fast, using its shadow step ability to seemingly teleport behind Zhou Bai. She barely managed to roll aside as massive claws raked the ground where she had been standing. "Too fast," she gasped, scrambling to her feet. The wolf's pack leader aura was also affecting the other wolves in the territory, making them stronger and more coordinated. She could hear the increased intensity of battles throughout the village. She needed to end this quickly, but how? The wolf attacked again, this time with a direct charge. Zhou Bai planted her spear and managed to score a hit on its shoulder, but the weapon barely penetrated its thick hide. Damage dealt, 15 Dark Magic Wolf HP, 785/815 damage? That's going to take forever. Zhou Bai realized with growing despair. The wolf's counterattack sent her flying backward, her back slamming against a building wall. Pain shot through her body as she struggled to stand. Zhou Bai HP, 85/120. Just then, she heard footsteps behind her. Zhou Zhenping had finally broken through the other wolves and reached her. "Dad, I'm here." Zhou Zhenping stood beside his daughter, his axe ready. "We'll fight it together. The stats are too high. Our weapons can barely hurt it." "Then we'll have to be smart about it," Zhou Zhenping said grimly. "Look for weak points. Every creature has them." The level 5 dark magic wolf circled them, seeming to enjoy their desperation. Its darkness manipulation ability began to take effect, shadows gathering around it and making it harder to see clearly. The eyes, Zhou Bai suddenly realized. Wolves' eyes are always vulnerable, no matter how tough their hide is. Good thinking. You distract it, I'll go for the eyes. Father and daughter coordinated their attack. Zhou Bai feinted with her spear, drawing the wolf's attention, while Zhou Zhenping circled around. But the wolf was too intelligent. It saw through their strategy and used Shadow Step to appear between them, separating the pair. A massive paw struck Zhou Zhenping, sending him crashing into a pile of wooden crates. "Dad!" Zhou Bai screamed. Zhou Zhenping groaned, but managed to get up, blood trickling from his mouth. I'm okay. Keep fighting." The battle was going poorly throughout the territory. Zhou Bai could see that several residents had fallen, and the remaining defenders were being pushed back. If they couldn't defeat the pack leader soon, Hope Village would be lost. Desperation gave her an idea. She opened her territory interface and looked at her available resources. Gold, 847 territory points, 156. She had been saving up to upgrade buildings, but now she needed to spend everything on immediate survival. Emergency weapon enhancement, she called out, spending 500 gold to temporarily boost all weapons in the territory. All weapons gain plus 30 attack power for 10 minutes immediately. She felt her spear become lighter and sharper. Around the territory, she could hear the tide of battle beginning to turn as residents found their weapons suddenly much more effective. Now we have a chance, Zhou Zhengping said, feeling his axe's increased power. The level 5 dark magic wolf seemed to sense the change and became more aggressive. It unleashed its full power, shadows swirling around it like a dark tornado. But Zhou Bai and Zhou Zhengping were ready. With their enhanced weapons, they could finally deal meaningful damage. Zhou Bai's spear thrust found its mark in the wolf's flank. Damage dealt: 45 dark magic wolf HP, 740/800. Zhou Zhengping's axe bit deep into the creature's hind leg. Damage dealt: 55 dark magic wolf HP, 685/800. The wolf howled in pain and fury, its attacks becoming more desperate and wild. It's working. Keep it up, Zhou Bai shouted. But the enhanced weapons wouldn't last forever, and the wolf was still incredibly dangerous. They needed to end this quickly. The battle raged on, father and daughter working in perfect coordination against the massive predator. Each successful hit brought them closer to victory, but also closer to exhaustion. Around them, Hope Village burned and bled, its fate hanging in the balance of this desperate fight. The battle against the level 5 dark magic wolf had been raging for what felt like hours, though it had probably been only minutes. Zhou Bai and Zhou Zhengping were both wounded and exhausted, but they refused to give up. The enhanced weapons had made a significant difference, but the wolf was still incredibly resilient. Dark magic wolf HP for 20/800, we're halfway there. Zhou Bai panted, dodging another swipe from the massive creature. Around the territory, the tide of battle was slowly turning. With their enhanced weapons, the residents were finally able to effectively fight back against the smaller wolves. Li Xingting's team had managed to clear out several of the level 3 and 4 wolves, and were now moving to support other areas. But the pack leader's aura was still affecting the remaining wolves, keeping them coordinated and fierce. We need to finish this, Zhou Zhengping said, his breathing labored. The weapon enhancement won't last much longer. Zhou Bai checked her interface. Only 3 minutes left on the enhancement. The level 5 wolf seemed to sense their urgency and became even more aggressive. It used its shadow step ability repeatedly, appearing and disappearing around them, making it nearly impossible to predict its attacks. I have an idea, Zhou Bai said suddenly. But it's risky. What is it? I'm going to use the last of our territory points to activate the emergency barrier around just this area. It'll trap us in with the wolf, but it'll also prevent it from escaping or using its full mobility. Zhou Zhengping looked at his daughter with pride and concern. That's actually brilliant. But if we can't kill it before the barrier fails, then we die together, Zhou Bai said grimly. But at least the others will have a chance to regroup. She activated the emergency localized barrier, spending her remaining 156 territory points. Emergency containment barrier activated duration: 5 minutes, area 10-meter radius. A shimmering dome of energy surrounded Zhou Bai, Zhou Zhengping, and the level 5 dark magic wolf. The creature immediately tested the barrier with its claws, but found it impenetrable. Now it was truly trapped with them. No escape for any of us, Zhou Bai said, raising her spear. The wolf's eyes blazed with fury as it realized what had happened. It let out a deafening howl and charged directly at Zhou Bai. But in the confined space, its size worked against it. Zhou Bai was able to dodge more easily, and Zhou Zhengping could attack from the side without worrying about the wolf escaping. Their coordinated attacks became more effective. Zhou Bai would draw the wolf's attention with feints and quick strikes, while Zhou Zhengping delivered powerful blows with his enhanced axe. Damage dealt: 48 dark magic wolf HP, 372/800. Damage dealt: 52 dark magic wolf HP, 320/800. The wolf was becoming desperate. Its attacks grew wilder but less accurate. In its fury, it left itself open to more counterattacks. 2 minutes left on the weapons, Zhou Zhengping called out. And 3 minutes on the barrier, Jobai replied. They had a narrow window to finish this. The wolf seemed to understand its predicament. It stopped its wild attacks and began to gather shadows around itself, preparing for one final, devastating assault. It's charging up something big, Jobai warned. The creature's darkness manipulation ability reached its peak. Shadows coalesced around its claws and fangs, making them appear to extend far beyond their physical reach. Whatever it's planning, we can't let it complete the attack, Zhou Zhiping said. Both father and daughter charged simultaneously. Zhou Bai aimed her spear at the wolf's throat while Zhou Zhiping brought his axe down toward its skull. The wolf's shadow-enhanced claws swept toward them both, but they were committed to their attack. Zhou Bai's spear found its mark first, piercing deep into the creature's throat. Critical hit. Damage dealt, 78 dark magic wolf HP, 242 out of 800. Zhou Zhangping's axe followed a split second later, biting deep into the wolf's skull. Critical hit. Damage dealt, 85 dark magic wolf HP, 157/800. Oh, but the wolf's attack also connected. Its shadow-enhanced claws raked across both of them. Zhou Bai felt searing pain as the claws tore through her leather armor and into her side. Zhou Bai HP, 25/120. Zhou Zhiping took an even worse hit, the claws catching him across the chest. Zhou Zhiping HP, 15/95. Both were critically wounded, but the wolf was also on its last legs. It staggered, dark blood pouring from its throat and head wounds. One more hit. Zhou Bai gasped, struggling to stay upright. But the weapon enhancement chose that moment to expire. Their weapons returned to normal power. The wolf, despite its wounds, managed one final attack. It lunged at Zhou Bai with its remaining strength. Zhou Zhiping, seeing his daughter in mortal danger, threw himself between them. The wolf's fangs sank deep into his shoulder, but he managed to drive his axe into its heart. Damage dealt, 35 dark magic wolf HP, 122/800, still not enough. Zhou Bai, seeing her father's sacrifice, found strength she didn't know she had. With a cry of rage and desperation, she drove her spear with all her remaining power into the wolf's eye, penetrating deep into its brain. Critical hit. Damage dealt, 122 dark magic wolf HP, 0 out of 800. The massive creature shuddered once and then collapsed, its body dissolving into particles of light. Level 5 dark magic wolf defeated. Experience gained, 500. Zhou Bai level up. Level 4 level 5 items dropped. Dark wolf pelt, epic, shadow fang, rare, wolf leader's claw, rare. The containment barrier flickered and disappeared. Around the territory, the remaining wolves, no longer coordinated by their pack leader's aura, began to flee into the night. Zhou Bai collapsed beside her father, who was breathing heavily but alive. "Dad, are you okay?" I'll live," Zhou Zhiping managed to say. "You did it, Xiao Bai. You saved everyone." Li Xingting and several other residents came running over, having finished dealing with the remaining wolves. "The pack leader is dead," Li Xingting announced. "The remaining wolves are retreating." Cheers erupted throughout the territory, but they were subdued by the sight of the wounded and the knowledge of what they had lost. Zhou Bai looked around at her territory. Several buildings were damaged, and they had lost 3 residents in the battle. Many others were wounded. But they had survived. Hope Village had endured its first major crisis. As dawn broke over the territory, Zhou Bai stood among her people, bloodied but unbowed. The apocalypse had tested them, and they had proven their strength. "We'll rebuild," she said quietly, her voice carrying to everyone present. "We'll make Hope Village stronger than ever. This is our home, and we'll defend it no matter what comes." The residents, despite their exhaustion and grief, nodded with determination. They had found something worth fighting for in this harsh new world. Hope Village would endure. Congratulations, host. Your territory is the 1274th to undergo the primary upgrade trial. Current regional ranking, 192. Obtained special building *1. Congratulations, host. You have passed the territory's first upgrade trial. Obtained buildings *2. Upgrading Lord panel. Congratulations host. Killed LV5 Dark Magic Wolf. Obtained Beast Meat Gift Pack 10. Anti-Dark Gift Pack 10. Wolf Hide 10. Experience 100. Copper Coins 100. Dropped General Store Blueprint 1. Only at this moment did Jobai finally understand that this sudden magical beast invasion was an inevitable consequence of territory upgrade, a deadly trap hidden beneath the surface of prosperity. Just when she thought that working hard to upgrade would make the territory stronger and give residents a better life, reality dealt her a crushing blow. It was so close, really so close. If she hadn't established the guard unit, if she hadn't rescued the refugees, if she had welcomed the magical beasts in a state of relaxed comfort, the territory's fate would have been far more tragic than it was now. Those over 1,000 territories that had already vanished under the first upgrade trial were a stark lesson. Jobai couldn't help but feel somewhat guilty. If she hadn't been so hasty, could she have allowed the territory to have more people, let everyone adapt more before facing this trial, so that not so many survivors would have died? Jobai, how are you? At this moment, Ding Chiro had already rushed over to check on Jobai's condition. The moment she saw her daughter, she sensed something was off about her daughter's emotions, her expression showing some panic. Mom, I'm a little scared. Jobai directly threw herself into Ding Chiro's embrace, speaking in a muffled voice. She was afraid she couldn't bear the heavy responsibility of a territory. Too many people had died tragically this time, and she was directly facing such cruelty. Recalling the scenes of everyone's harmonious joy before the magical beast invasion alternating with the tragic deaths of those vivid faces in her mind, however warm she had felt then, that's how much her heart ached now. She was truly afraid. Afraid that the territory's future path would be even more brutal, afraid that she might make more mistakes that would implicate others. Don't be afraid, Xiaobai, don't be afraid. Holding Jobai, Ding Chiro comforted her. At this time, Zhou Zhiping also came over. Seeing Jobai showing her vulnerability, he directly said, Xiaobai, Dad is proud of you. Jobai listened, her ears twitching. You really did very well. Zhou Zhiping continued praising without hesitation. His daughter had suffered a blow from the game this time, so she needed more encouragement. He had actually guessed some of it, but he didn't think Xiaobai had done anything wrong. On the contrary, it was because of her keen perception that their territory had survived this crisis. At this time, Li Xingting also came over. He didn't know the inside story and thought Jobai was just frightened, so he continued along with Zhou Zhangping's words, That's right. Xiaobai, thanks to you, if you hadn't made decisive decisions, even more people would have died. In the future, we'll all work hard to become stronger. If magical beasts dare to come, we'll make sure they never return. The more difficult the world becomes, the stronger we must be. This incident was also a blow to them, but it was human nature. The more setbacks they faced, the more resilient they became. Never give up. Because there were others present, and with her emotions calming down, Jobai had already let go of Ding Chiro. It had to be said that in just this short while, she felt her emotions had somewhat stabilized. Yes, what she had done wasn't actually wrong, it was the choice any normal person would make. She just hadn't expected the game to be so treacherous. Taking a light breath, Jobai cast that bit of self-blame to the back of her mind, her eyes becoming determined. Although this time had come at a heavy cost, it also brought new growth. No one would ignore the hidden deadly traps of this world anymore, and no one would dare to be careless again, right? Thank you. Jobai thanked Li Xingting. You're welcome. Li Xingting accepted it. At this time, the other survivors on the scene who had been greatly shocked also came to their senses one by one. This world is so damn screwed up. I won't just submit like this. I want to live, to keep living. I don't want to die. Me too. Then let's work hard to become stronger. We become stronger, the territory becomes stronger, so magical beasts can never bully us again. The events that had occurred today made them acutely aware of the unpredictable cruelty of this world. At this moment, Many people's mindsets had already changed. They clearly understood that if they continued to indulge in their pre-apocalypse mentality, only death would await them. Just thinking this way, many people's expressions still showed traces of confusion. Jobai noticed this and, thinking of the rewards for killing magical beasts mentioned in the notifications just now, directly reminded them. The rewards for killing magical beasts tonight seemed to have doubled. As Jobai's words fell, many people hurriedly checked their personal panels. Congratulations, host, killed LV3 Dark Magic Wolf. Obtained Beast Meat Gift Pack 6, Wolf Hide 3, Experience 60, Copper Coin 60, dropped Anti-Dark Backpack Blueprint. Congratulations, host, killed LV2 Dark Magic Wolf. Obtained Beast Meat Gift Pack 4, Wolf Hide 4, Experience 40, Copper Coins 40, dropped Anti-Dark Hat Blueprint. Congratulations, host, dropped Night Vision Goggles Blueprint. Holy shit. Tonight's rewards are really abundant. All gains are double drops, plus special blueprints. I have them too. I actually got Night Vision Goggles Blueprints. Does this mean we can go out and kill magical beasts at night in the future? I finally understand one principle. Danger and opportunity coexist. Exactly, today's entire day of going out didn't yield as much as what we got now. With so many rewards, it's at least some consolation. The game isn't completely inhuman after all. Right, if encountering powerful magical beasts is necessary, then higher rewards are also necessary. Stimulated by the dropped items, those who had been somewhat confused before now had much more determined looks in their eyes. At least the future days still held hope. They not only wanted to become stronger, but also to live better. By the way, with so many blueprints, it's hard for us to collect materials ourselves. Let's sell them to the territory. I believe the territory can manufacture them quickly, and then more people will be able to buy them. Yes! If it weren't for the territory this time, we would really be finished. When the territory is good, everyone is good. I see the territory's fence has been constantly repaired today, probably consuming quite a lot of materials. When everyone goes out later, let's also help the territory collect more materials. With materials, the territory can build infrastructure. Good, we all agree. The territory is my home, and caring for it depends on everyone. On the scene, after one person started, others also chimed in one after another. By the last sentence, the word home entered everyone's hearts. Their past homes were gone. They only had one home left, the territory. Jobai listened to these words, her expression also somewhat moved. Disaster was most likely to bring everyone's hearts tightly together. Everyone is tired tonight. Rest well. Our guard unit will continue to watch over the territory. Tomorrow everyone can organize their gains. Li Xingting stepped forward at this time. With Li Xingting saying this, many people noticed that the sky outside was already getting light. It turned out that unknowingly, they had been fighting for so long, and many people's fatigue suddenly swept over them. And then we'll go rest. Thank you for your trouble. Many people, after speaking, went in groups toward the residential area. You should also go back and rest. I'll arrange for a few people to keep watch. After a night of battle, there probably won't be any more magical beast attacks today. Li Xingting proactively said to Zhou Zhengping and others. And Zhou Zhengping didn't refuse and subsequently took Zhou Bai and the others back. Once back home, Zhou Zhengping asked about Zhou Bai's specific situation. Zhou Bai directly told him the information she had obtained. After listening, Zhou Zhengping rubbed Zhou Bai's head. Over 1,000 territories, with less than 200 succeeding, probably because they upgraded too quickly without proper preparation. But you led us through successfully. As for the residents living under those territories, they could only say it was a pity. But this disaster was global. All they could do was take care of themselves. Exactly. Thanks to having you as our territory leader, otherwise everyone would definitely be finished. Ding Chiro also said eagerly. I understand now. Dad, Mom, don't worry. Zhou Bai said seriously. Good that you understand. Zhou Zhengping nodded. Continue building the territory according to your own wishes. As for upgrades, Just be more steady and methodical. Believe in yourself. Zhou nodded. It had to be said that her parents' support gave her considerable courage. Rest well. Subsequently, lying in bed, Zhou's gaze turned to the control panel. Everything was still upgrading. She'd look tomorrow. Tomorrow, she should be able to learn more information about this world from it, then decide how to proceed in the future. This sleep, Zhou felt like she had slept for a long time. In her drowsy state, she smelled the aroma of food and instinctively sniffed, then quickly opened her eyes. Getting up and pushing open the simple door, she saw the table was already full of dishes. Seeing Zhou get up, Ding Chiro hurriedly said, "Awake? Go wash up, and then you can eat. Your dad has prepared hot water for you." "Where's Dad?" Zhou asked. Just as Zhou asked, Zhou Zhenping came in from outside, just in time to hear this question, just finished changing shifts and took the opportunity to understand the situation. Hearing this, Zhou's expression paused. "How is it outside? After last night, today's territory probably wasn't so peaceful, right?" Subconsciously, Zhou looked at her control panel. The Lord panel had finished upgrading, but before she could look carefully, her attention was drawn away by Zhou Zhenping's words. "Most people are resting in the territory. But some people still went out, and after going out, they discovered that the outside had changed." Zhou Zhenping said directly, "The surrounding scenery has changed." Changed? Zhou was surprised. Previously, the surrounding scenery was just the original villa district layout, but after last night, everything is different. We can't find traces of the past, but there are benefits too. The variety of plants around has increased, making it look more like a world rather than a game. From another perspective, the entire game seemed to have upgraded, becoming more realistic. Maybe in the Apocalypse game's view, only territories that can pass the initial trial truly begin the game. Let me first look at the system's updated content. I have a feeling something is about to happen. Zhou said, her expression taking on some urgency. After last night's events, Zhou had gained a preliminary understanding of the Apocalypse game's cruelty. She didn't think the game would give them more resources for nothing. This update must have something happening. Zhou immediately looked at the Lord panel. Territory, Hope Village level, Level 1 village, upgraded, population, 192/1000 area, 1,000 acres tax rate, 10%, adjustable, wealth, 331 gold 39 silver 49 copper buildings, Lord's Mansion, Level 1, fence, primary blacksmith shop, restaurant, primary tailor shop, Level 1 residences, special building 1, optional buildings 2, upgradable buildings, mall, territory exclusive, provides materials only current ranking, 192, regional ranking. Territory war, 0 out of 1, can select territory, time limit, 30 days, note, territory can only be conquered by lords. Newbie protection period, 1 month countdown, 27 days, just a few simple additional lines of data, but looking at several of them, Zhou's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. A ranking was added, but it was regional ranking. What about the larger scope? Did this represent what she had previously thought, the native territories of the game world? Where were they? When would they encounter them? What would they do to them? And territory war, did the data behind it mean they must choose one territory to battle within 30 days? It seemed like they could select territories, but what if others selected first? So to avoid encountering strong ones, should they choose weaker ones early? The territory hadn't even developed yet, but they were already preparing to make territories fight each other. Every piece of information behind these details made Zhou, as the Lord, unable to feel at ease. In these brief moments, Zhou's expression changed repeatedly, making both Zhou Zhenping and Ding Chiro notice. "What's wrong?" Zhou Zhenping hurriedly asked. Looking at Xiaobai's expression, this matter was probably not small. The updated content shows that territories need to experience a territory war within 1 month. The selectable territories are all regional territories. Based on the territory's current ranking situation, they should be territories built by us Blue Star people. The game seems to be forcing us to kill each other, Zhou said with a serious expression. Hearing Zhou words, Zhou Zhangping's expression also changed. Didn't it mention what punishment there would be for failure? Zhou shook her head. We'll probably only know after the battle. This apocalypse game is too ruthless. Ding Qiro couldn't help saying. Zhou Zhangping thought deeper. Maybe this is just the normal state of the apocalypse game? It's just making territories adapt in advance. Zhou also understood, letting out a long sigh. I had some guesses before because of its notes, which is why I established the guard unit. I just didn't expect it to come so quickly. But now that it's here, we can only adapt to its rhythm, because we don't have the initiative. What do you plan to do? Zhou Zhangping asked. We're a territory that's been newly built for 3 days. Other territories aren't much different, and having experienced a great battle, most territories probably won't select so early. Let's use this time to strengthen our power first, Zhou said seriously. As for this matter, the territory's people must also know, so they have time to accept it. If we're unlucky and someone selects us during this period, we'll resist at all costs. Dad, what do you think? Although Zhou had an idea, she also wanted to know if her father had any better suggestions. Do as you say. Zhou Zhangping agreed with Zhou thinking. His daughter had considered things thoroughly enough. As for selecting first, there were pros and cons. He couldn't be sure, so it was better to go with Xiaobai's steady approach. Then let me first look at this time's rewards and see if there are any buildings that can quickly improve our strength. Zhou immediately thought of the several buildings she hadn't had time to unlock yet. According to the game's patterns, when territories face dangers, there were definitely corresponding opportunities to help territories. She had a premonition that the territory's development opportunities lay in these buildings. Looking at the Lord panel again, Zhou directly clicked on the special building above. This was the reward building after the primary trial, with the word special attached. What kind of different building would it be? Soon, the system popped up a building and provided an introduction. Dear host, congratulations, you have drawn special building Spirit Hall building. Spirit Hall level 1 function, can summon spirits. The Lord can decide whether to hire them. After hiring, spirits will serve the territory. Uses 1/daily. Dear host, do you wish to spend 100 gold coins, 10,000 wood, 20,000 stone to build the Spirit Hall? It was actually for summoning people? The money required was also enormous. Should she spend it? Of course. At this moment, Zhou eyes lit up. From this price alone, she could tell the rarity of this building. And summoning spirits. She had a premonition that the summoned people would definitely help with territory development. Zhou chose yes, without hesitation. Then a building appeared on the territory map, and Zhou chose to place it next to the Lord's mansion. Next were the optional buildings. Following her usual habit, Zhou looked at the selectable buildings. Many were familiar to her, and she looked for any new ones. Sure enough, with this sweep, she saw several newly added buildings, 2 of which were exactly what she urgently needed now. Primary military camp can convert residents into soldiers. Construction requires 20 gold coins and various materials. Primary watchtower can observe the territory's surroundings. Construction requires 10 gold coins and various materials. Can be built repeatedly. After selecting them, Zhou checked and purchased the required materials, then directly began unlocking. Do you wish to spend 20 gold coins, 3,000 units of wood, 3,000 units of stone, 3,000 units of iron, or to unlock the primary military camp? Do you wish to spend 10 gold coins, 500 units of wood, 500 units of stone, 500 units of iron, or to unlock the primary watchtower? Yes. Primary military camp completed. Please convert classes promptly. Primary watchtower completed. Can be built repeatedly. Please determine quantity. For the number of primary watchtowers, Zhou directly selected 3, 1 in each direction except for the back mountain area. Placing them again, looking at the new buildings appearing on the territory map, Zhou expression relaxed considerably. Although the apocalypse game was treacherous, it wasn't entirely without hope. It just depended on whether people could seize the opportunities. However, from everything that had happened from last night to today, she was once again certain of one thing. To survive in this game in the future, one must fight continuously. Previously, she had never put the word fight in her life's dictionary, but from today on, it was there. Seeing the change in Zhou Bai's expression, Zhou Zhenping raised an eyebrow. Good news. Zhou Bai nodded. Yes, the several buildings rewarded to the territory yesterday are all for improving territory strength. I built them all. It's just that the money was spent a bit quickly. She had been full of fighting spirit just now, but seeing the gold coins that had suddenly decreased in her account, she felt a bit heartbroken. Also, she had just noticed that the territory's previous buildings could be upgraded. She was preparing to upgrade next, especially the fence. She absolutely had to improve the defense. She didn't want to experience magical beasts invading the territory again. Oh right, there were also the various building blueprints and commodity blueprints she had obtained from killing magical beasts last night. Converting them into buildings and commodities all required money. When had she ever lacked money before? Now it seemed like she was short of money everywhere? It was all because of this territory. Just then, Zhou Bai also received a notification from the system. Dear host, your current wealth is less than 10 gold coins and may reach 0 at any time, making it impossible to purchase supplies. Please ensure your account has sufficient funds. Hearing this, Zhou Bai immediately checked her backpack. With this look, she was completely stunned. Her backpack was already packed full and was about to run out of space. You should know that the backpack's initial slots were 10, but the same type of items placed in the same slot had an upper limit of 999, and as levels increased, gaining one level would add one slot. Previously, even while purchasing supplies, because she was constantly consuming them, her backpack slots were temporarily usable. But now, she was already level 7 with 17 slots, yet they were suddenly packed full. What had happened? She suddenly remembered what the residents had said last night about selling good things to the territory, and it seemed they had really followed through. It appeared that as the territory had more and more people, the purchased supplies would also increase. Next time she could unlock buildings, she absolutely had to unlock a warehouse first. Her backpack could barely hold on. Looking at the backpack, she indeed saw various wood, stone resources, and blueprints inside. Fortunately, blueprints couldn't be repeatedly purchased like wood, otherwise she would have gone bankrupt long ago. Mom, can you give me some more gold coins? With her savings in crisis, Zhou Bai could only seek help from the wealthy woman. How much do you need? Ding Chiro asked directly. Is 1,000 okay? Since Zhou Bai had decided to work hard, she naturally wanted to prepare more thoroughly. Hope Village resident Ding Chiro is gifting you 1,000 gold coins. Do you accept? Zhou Bai directly accepted, then prepared to start converting the blueprints in her backpack into actual buildings and items. But Zhou Zhenping on the side was somewhat surprised. You need this much for upgrading the territory? There are other things to spend on. Zhou Bai explained her situation. I want to upgrade and update the territory. When someone challenges us, we should be able to not be afraid. Before yesterday, she probably wouldn't have been willing to spend so much money. Of course, she couldn't have spent it then either. But after yesterday, when she could spend money to build the territory, she definitely had to spend it. After all, the territory's safety was now linked to human lives, including hers and her family's. As for what she was borrowing from her parents now, she would pay it back when the territory had surplus. Of course, she still believed that developing the territory well would allow her to make money from it in the future. After hearing Zhou Bai's words, a trace of emotion flashed in Zhou Zhenping's eyes. Since the apocalypse game began and she became a lord, Xiao Bai's growth was truly visible to the naked eye. Although he felt some heartache about her transformation, Zhou Zhenping had to admit that the current Xiao Bai could live better in this apocalypse game and could bear the responsibility of a lord. Just ask when you need money. Anything that can be solved with money isn't a problem. Zhou Zhenping said directly. Zhou Bai's eyes warmed and she nodded. If it weren't for her parents' financial power, being a lord wouldn't have been so smooth. Then, looking at the fresh 1,000 gold coins in her account, she continued operating. First, she clicked on the upgradable buildings on the panel. Lord's Mansion, Level 1, Lord's Mansion, Level 2, Fence, Level 1 Wall, Level 2 Wall, Level 3 Wall, Primary City, Wall, Restaurant, Add Products. Level 1 Residences, Level 2 Residences, Spirit Hall, Level 1, Spirit Hall, Level 2. Bai chose to upgrade everything that could be upgraded without hesitation. The Level 2 Lord's Mansion just had a larger area and an additional floor. The restaurant added white porridge as a product. Upgrading Level 1 residences to Level 2 residences meant that newly built residences could be chosen as Level 1 or Level 2, but existing Level 1 residences wouldn't change. But the fence could be upgraded 3 levels at once. When she saw this, Bai had already decided that no matter what, she had to upgrade to the highest level. Do you wish to spend 10 gold coins, 10,000 units of stone to upgrade the fence to Level 1 wall? Do you wish to spend 20 gold coins, 20,000 units of stone to upgrade Level 1 wall to Level 2 wall? Do you wish to spend 40 gold coins, 40,000 units of stone to upgrade Level 2 wall to Level 3 wall? Do you wish to spend 80 gold coins, 80,000 units of stone, 10,000 units of iron, or to upgrade Level 3 wall to Primary City wall? For each inquiry, Bai chose yes, without hesitation. Although money was flowing away like water, thinking that she would gain a city wall full of security, she felt it was worth it. After upgrading to the Primary City wall, the data appeared. Building, Primary City wall description, forms a protective shield to protect the territory from magical beasts. In attack mode, it consumes defense power and needs timely repair. Defense power, 80,000. Looking at the defense power that had increased 80-fold in one leap, Bai was truly satisfied. Next, Bai's gaze continued to turn to various blueprints. The only building blueprint was the general store she had obtained from killing the Level 5 Dark Magic Wolf, which she naturally built without hesitation. Do you wish to spend 10 gold coins, 1,000 units of stone, 1,000 units of wood to unlock the primary general store? Yes. General store completed. Currently no merchants. Opening self-service mode. System will select idle goods from host's backpack and refresh irregularly. Confirm. Yes. Finally, there were the commodity blueprints. The Anti-Dark Backpack Blueprint, Anti-Dark Hat Blueprint, and Night Vision Goggles Blueprint purchased from Territory residents. After manufacturing, the primary tailor shop would have more products. After a series of operations, Bai looked at her account balance and couldn't help but take a sharp breath. She only had 200 gold coins left. But looking at the territory map that had been completely transformed, she felt it was all worth it. Now Hope Village truly looked like a village. Bai, are you done? Zhou Zhengping asked, seeing Bai finally stop operating. Basically done. Now I need to go to the Spirit Hall to see what kind of people can be summoned, then arrange for residents to change classes at the military camp. Bai said as she got up. We'll go with you. Zhou Zhengping and Ding Qiro also stood up. The 3 of them left the house together and immediately saw the completely transformed territory. The most eye-catching was naturally the towering city wall. The previous simple fence had become a magnificent wall over 10 meters high, with a faint light flowing on its surface. That was the protective shield. This city wall looks so impressive, Ding Qiro exclaimed. With such a high wall, magical beasts shouldn't be able to get in, right? Zhou Zhengping was also quite satisfied. The defense power is 80,000 points. Even if magical beasts attack, it should hold for a while. At least it won't be like yesterday when they broke through immediately. Bai was also very satisfied with this city wall. As they walked and talked, they soon arrived at the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall was a circular building with a somewhat mysterious appearance, with strange runes carved on its walls. Bai walked to the front of the Spirit Hall and clicked to enter. Welcome to the Spirit Hall. You can summon 1 spirit per day. Do you wish to summon now? Yes. Summoning in progress. Summoning successful. You have summoned Harrison, undead dwarf blacksmith mage. A figure gradually materialized in the center of the hall, a short, sturdy dwarf with a full beard, but his skin had a grayish pallor typical of the undead. Another human territory. Harrison looked around with obvious disdain in his voice. I am Harrison, a master blacksmith and mage. Human, do you wish to hire me? Jobai was somewhat surprised. This summoned spirit actually had such an attitude? What can you do? Jobai asked. I can forge weapons and armor, and I know some magic. But I must say, human territories are the weakest in this world. Your kind rarely survives long. Harrison said bluntly. Then why would you consider working for us? Jobai asked. Because I need a place to practice my craft, and you need my skills. It's a simple transaction. Harrison shrugged. My hiring fee is 50 gold coins per month, plus materials for forging. Take it or leave it. Jobai thought for a moment. Although this dwarf's attitude was unpleasant, his skills seemed genuine. I'll hire you, Jobai decided. You have hired Harrison, undead dwarf blacksmith mage. Monthly salary, 50 gold coins. He will serve your territory. Wise choice, human. Now, where's my workshop? Harrison asked. You can use the blacksmith shop. I'll have someone show you there. Jobai replied. After arranging for Harrison, Jobai left the spirit hall with her parents. That dwarf seemed quite arrogant, Ding Chiro commented. But he might be useful. Did you notice what he said about human territories being the weakest? That suggests there are other types of territories in this world. Zhou Zhengping analyzed. Jobai nodded thoughtfully. This was valuable information about the broader game world. Next, they headed to the military camp to arrange for resident class changes. At the Lord's mansion, many residents were still lining up to sell their goods to the territory. This wasn't for any other reason, but because someone had proposed last night to sell all unwanted items to the territory. Previously, most sold common resources, while better items were kept. After last night, many had changed their mindset somewhat, leading to this scene. With the crowd gathering, discussions naturally broke out. Too late. I got the night vision goggles blueprint too, but they only accept one. Didn't they say to craft it ourselves? Craft it myself? Don't even know where to find the materials. Rabbit fur's easy, but shiny fruit and mulberry resin? No clue. The anti-black hat also needs those materials. Better hand it over to the territory. The territory's way stronger. Since last night, I feel the outside changed. More grass and bushes, and I vaguely saw many fruit trees. Yeah, if I weren't so tired last night, I'd have gone to check. Last night was unforgettable. Lucky me, I slept soundly inside a house, only waking to hear about the monster invasion. Thanks to our desperate fight. Otherwise, the territory and houses would be lost. We got a good deal. Meng Chengzhou, who had just arrived yesterday with his wife, felt emotional. Seeing the atmosphere, he bought a house to guarantee a place to live no matter what. He had been caring for his wife and didn't know what happened outside until morning when others mentioned the monster invasion and heavy casualties. He knew surviving last night meant big gains in level and loot. He came here to gather information. He expected to stay in this territory for a long time and wanted to adapt and understand what it needed. Clearly, he had gained something. Suddenly, cheers erupted outside, growing louder wave after wave. Someone rushed in excitedly. The territory has many new buildings and upgrades. Especially the fence, it's now a wall. You have to see it, you won't be disappointed. Also, the Lord's mansion has a new floor. Hearing this, the crowd surged outside. They were stunned. What happened while they were inside? It felt like the space had shifted. Was this still Hope Village? The wooden fence outside had become an incredibly sturdy wall, with tall watchtowers for monitoring. After last night, this new setup gave a strong sense of security. Besides, many new buildings appeared inside. People grew more excited. They knew a stronger territory meant safety for them, who depended on it. No one wanted a repeat of last night. The wall looks super tough. Yeah, monsters probably can't get in now. If only it was like this last night. Don't wish too much. The invasion probably triggered this upgrade. The territory just leveled from 0 to 1 yesterday. They say the next invasion will come when leveling from 1 to 2, but that's just speculation. But if it's still a village next level, will it have such tall, thick walls? I played base building games before Apocalypse. This isn't realistic. Who cares if it's realistic? As long as it protects us. Right. The residential area got level 2 houses, 2-story buildings for multiple people. But prices doubled to 12 gold coins. There's a restaurant now. Finally, more than just steamed buns, there's porridge. Why not better food like braised pork? Dream on. Next to the Lord's mansion is a heroic spirit hall. The building looks grand but feels chilly inside, with an altar-like thing in the center. Not sure what it's for. Tried poking around, no quests though. From the name, maybe it's for recruiting talents. NPCs? Apocalypse game NPCs? Finally? Maybe through them we can understand this game world. The blacksmith and tailor shops didn't upgrade, but the tailor shop added 3 new items, one increasing inventory slots with special effects. What's that? An anti-black backpack. The blueprint was just handed over to the territory, and here's the result. But a backpack costs 50 silver coins. Making it yourself is a big profit. Can you make it? Same question. There's a general store with some materials, refreshing daily, but nothing needed yet. What's the new building by the wall gate? A barracks. Usually for job changes. After changing, you can become a soldier. The territory should pick from the guard team. Thanks to them, they fought bravely last night, killing many monsters and saving people. The territory's really improving. Everyone smiled, feeling safe with the improved territory. At this moment, Jobai and her family arrived. Seeing the changes, their faces showed joy. Xiaobai, your money was well spent. Better to build the territory than let gold sit idle, Ding Chiro whispered approvingly. Xiaobai had changed after the apocalypse, for the better. She was proud. Yeah. Xiaobai nodded, looking at the upgraded wall she spent a fortune on, finally at ease. With such walls, they could face any attack confidently. Zhou Zheping also thought it was good and asked, "What's next?" "I want to check the Heroic Spirit Hall. It's a special building that summons talents. Level 1 refreshes 1 person daily. I upgraded it to level 2, so now it refreshes too. I want to see who we can hire and what changes they bring." "Let's go together," Zhou Zheping said, interested. They arrived at the hall, which was empty since others had already seen it. Inside, a chill filled the air. Zhou Bai blinked, feeling something off. The system detected her presence and sent a notification. "Dear host, start summoning." Yes. At her command, thick black mist rose from the altar. The temperature dropped sharply. The mist slowly cleared, revealing a shadow. A message appeared on Zhou Bai's panel. Name: Harrison race, undead, dwarf, level 15 identity, resident of the undead kingdom profession, undead mage, blacksmith HP, 1500/1500 AMP, 1000/1000. Attributes: Constitution, 20/20, Intelligence, 14/20, Agility, 20/20, Defense, 20/20, Talent, Master Blacksmith Price. 1 gold coin/month. Zhou Bai was stunned by the summoned talent. So the heroic spirits were actually undead? Before Zhou Bai, the black shadow gradually took shape, becoming a dwarf about 1.4 meters tall. Though short, his build was very sturdy. He wore a robe and carried a battle axe and war hammer crossed on his back. However, even after forming, his body remained transparent. "Is this the talent you summoned?" Ding Chiro whispered to Zhou Bai, full of uncertainty. Not only was he not human, but he also seemed undead. Could such a talent really be useful? Zhou Zheping also looked at Zhou Bai, feeling it was a bit unreliable. He's an undead dwarf, a level 15 undead mage and blacksmith, surpassing everyone in our territory. Definitely a talent, Zhou Bai quietly replied, recalling the data. Ding Chiro was stunned. Dwarf? Undead? Probably a native character in the Apocalypse game, Zhou Bai said, eyes fixed on the shadow. Maybe through them, We can learn more about this world and prepare for the territory's future. After the summoning finished, the system sent a new notification. Spend 1 gold coin per month to hire undead mage and blacksmith Harrison. Yes. As Jobai spoke, the undead mage Harrison appeared before her. He frowned at Jobai. Human lord. His tone was clearly disdainful. Jobai guessed it was either because of racial prejudice against humans or because humans held a low status in this apocalypse game. Is there a problem with a human lord? If you don't want to, we can cancel the contract, Jobai said directly, glancing at the control panel that allowed contract termination if the summoned spirit was irresponsible. She spent money and wouldn't tolerate trouble. Besides, if his situation was good, he wouldn't have been summoned so easily. Hearing Jobai, Harrison was momentarily speechless. I'll stay for now, we'll see later. Having some freedom and staying here wasn't bad. This human territory was only level 1 village and probably wouldn't last long. What do you want me to do? Harrison asked. Our territory's basic blacksmith shop needs a blacksmith. You'll repair residents' weapons and can craft new weapons. If you sell a new weapon, you get 20% profit, Jobai decided immediately. Harrison's expression softened. Doing his old job was agreeable. He said, fine. Let's do that. He prepared to leave for the blacksmith shop. By the way, I haven't announced the Lord's identity in the territory. Just pretend you don't know, Jobai reminded. Okay. Harrison nodded. After Harrison left, Jobai summoned the second candidate. With the first experience, the second shadow didn't surprise the three. Jobai checked the newcomer's info. Name, Diana race, undead, human level, 13 identity. Resident of the Undead Kingdom profession, Tailor HP, 1300 stamina, 1300 attributes, constitution, 13/20, intelligence, 20/20, agility, 10/20, defense, 15/20, talent, master tailor price, 1 gold coin / month. This time it was a human, raising Jobai's hopes. Spend 1 gold coin per month to hire Tailor Diana. Yes. After appearing, Diana bowed politely. Greetings, Lord. Compared to Harrison, Diana made Jobai and the others feel much more comfortable. Polite people were always more welcome. You're welcome, Jobai replied quickly. Diana's expression softened. Lord, what do you need me to do? We have a tailor shop. Can you work there, repairing clothes for residents? You can also develop new products and keep 20% of the profits. Jobai offered the same terms as Harrison. Diana was pleasantly surprised. Thank you, Lord. The stark difference in attitudes made Jobai think more. Taking the chance, she said, before you, I hired an undead dwarf who seemed disdainful of the human territory. After hearing this, Diana smiled bitterly. Human territories on Stan continent are weak. Many have been conquered, and many humans became slaves to other races. Naturally, they looked down on us. But that was long ago. After death, I stayed in the undead kingdom, isolated from the world. I don't know how long or what happened outside. I guess the human territory status hasn't easily reversed. Diana looked at Jobai in surprise. Lord, you should know this. Otherwise, how did you build a human territory? Jobai's heart raced. Looking at Diana's puzzled eyes, she said, Our territory is special. You'll understand with time. Diana blinked. Having been away so long, she knew little about human territories and decided to stay here for now. She hoped this territory would last. If you need to know anything, ask me, Diana sincerely said. She saw Jobai's low level and guessed this was a new territory. Okay, Jobai nodded. Also, don't call me Lord. I've hidden my identity. All right, Diana obediently agreed. Just as Jobai was about to ask more, noise erupted outside. Jobai said quickly, I'll ask you later. Before she finished, a crowd rushed in. There's another undead here. A human NPC. This heroic spirit hall summons undead. Great. These NPCs must know something. Will they answer our questions? Maybe not. That dwarf was so arrogant. They're like us, so maybe different. The crowd swarmed Diana, bombarding her with questions and eyes fixed on her. Diana, not only is this territory special, but humans here seem special too? It seemed that Diana and Harrison were different, and after discussion, the residents turned to Diana. Hello? Are you an undead? Were you summoned by the Hall of Spirits? Can we ask you some questions? I am an undead summoned by the Hall of Spirits. You can ask me questions. Diana said directly. She recognized these as residents of this territory and also her future customers, so even though her level was much higher than theirs, she remained friendly. Of course, this was also related to her personality. Hearing Diana say this, everyone became excited instantly, and then questions came one after another. What is this world like? How many races are there? What abilities does each race have? Do dwarves know magic? Just now we encountered a dwarf undead. Many people went up to talk to him, but he didn't want to pay any attention. After someone reached out to touch him, he just moved a wooden stick, and the person was knocked flying. What did the territory summon you here to do? Will you give us any tasks? Listening to these questions from the territory residents, Diana was somewhat confused. She wasn't stupid. Listening to these people's simple inquiries, plus the few questions Jobai had asked earlier, she had some guesses in her heart. Perhaps this territory was really different from the human territories she knew. At least they didn't understand this world very well. Most importantly, there was the level issue. She should have thought of it earlier. If a territory's lord had such a low level, how high could the other residents' levels be? She just hadn't expected that these residents' levels were basically level 3 or 4, with not a single one over level 10. How long could such a territory survive in the current harsh environment? A trace of worry appeared on Diana's face. Looking again at the faces looking at her expectantly, she collected her emotions and began to speak. We are on the Stan continent, which has humans, elves, dark elves, dwarves, goblins, beastmen, dragons, undead, and other races. Each race can use magic. After level 10, you can develop your own profession, divided into physical and magical systems. The dwarf you encountered should be from the magical system. The physical system includes archers, assassins, rangers, swordsmen, craftsmen, etc. The magical system includes mages, summoners, beast tamers, etc. There are also those who practice both magic and physical skills, depending on individual talent. As for levels, 1 to 9 are ordinary, 10 to 19 are beginner, 20 to 29 are intermediate, 30 to 39 are advanced, 40 to 49 are saint level, 50 is max level, legendary. Monster levels correspond accordingly. I used to be human, but after death I became undead, summoned from the undead kingdom. The undead kingdom is the most special kingdom on Stan continent, on an isolated land surrounded by sea, making it very difficult to leave. As for my task, I was summoned by this territory and have now taken the job of tailor. I will work in the tailor shop next. Everyone can come to me for clothing repairs. I will also work hard to introduce new items and may collect materials for the tailor shop. If you have any, please support me. Everyone present learned quite a bit of information from Diana's brief introduction, and their worldviews were somewhat impacted. The had originally thought this world only had them and monsters, but didn't expect there were so many races with their own complete systems. Stan continent. A strange world. Perhaps it really wasn't the blue star they knew. Many people on the scene felt somewhat disappointed. Earlier they could still convince themselves they were still on Blue Star, but after today's discussion of environmental changes, many had realized that perhaps from the moment of gamification, the world had already changed, and the familiar early environment was more to give them buffer time. Just then, Ing Zhou in the crowd spoke up, "There's magic. After level 10 we can cultivate and develop our own professions, magic or physical skills." This sentence immediately lifted everyone's spirits. Yes, develop professions with magic. What do those monsters matter? Work hard to level up, gain strength early. At least we can see what elves are like, what beastmen are like. On Blue Star before, we could only see them in novels. Exactly. It's not bad at all. Having experienced shock after shock in this world, everyone had learned to comfort themselves. because they all knew clearly that even if they were unwilling, everything that happened would not change according to their will. In this situation, what they could do was adapt and conquer. At least under all the crises, they still had various opportunities and chances for survival. Diana watched as after she finished speaking, these territory residents' expressions changed from silent unease to excitement, and the sense of incongruity in her heart grew stronger. But she still saw the different quality in them, the expectation for the future and the determination to strive for it. Really too different. So different from the humans in her memory. She saw this territory's difference, so she hadn't directly mentioned the territorial war earlier. Now it seemed, perhaps it would be fine to mention it. Thinking this, Diana's gaze unconsciously turned to Zhou Bai. Did she know? Just as Diana hesitated, Zhou Bai was listening to everyone's reactions in the crowd, knowing clearly in her heart that now was the right time to let everyone know about territorial wars. She inconspicuously operated the Lord panel and sent a task notification to all residents. Zhou Bai had already determined the future management policy of the territory, to involve residents in territory construction through game format. Since so many people thought the territory was controlled by the system, let them continue thinking so. Unless necessary, she would not remove her Lord disguise. Hope Village residents, you have triggered the territory's first main quest through Taylor Diana. Main Quest 1. Territorial War Nature. Time-limited quest description. After passing the trial, the territory is ranked 192 in the region and has opened territorial wars. Within 1 month, the territory needs to challenge other territories or accept challenges from other territories. Reward, unknown target. All residents people on the scene quickly received the notification and were somewhat confused when they saw it. The excitement of just learning the truth about this world hadn't passed, and new excitement came. This quest description is somewhat unclear. What is territorial war? Fighting with other territories. Where are the other territories? Also, are there any penalties for failure? It's not clear. Is it possible that if the territory fails, we'll be eliminated and cease to exist, so the system doesn't tell us? What's the strength of the territories we'll fight against? How do we fight? Will they give us coordinates of the opposing territory for us to attack? Are other territories also Blue Star people? No wonder the territory built so many buildings today and turned the fence into a city wall. They were waiting for this. Actually, it's not bad. The territory at least upgraded so many things. Is our territory's current strength considered strong? Asked the NPC again. One question after another surfaced in everyone's minds. As they talked, their gazes suddenly turned to Diana. As a newly hired member of Hope Village, Diana had temporarily become a member of Hope Village residents. When others received the message, she received it too. Looking at the content, she understood that Zhou Bai, the Lord, knew about territorial wars. She just hadn't expected Zhou Bai to use this notification method. She had never seen a Lord operate this way. She didn't understand why Zhou Bai wanted to hide her identity, since Lord status was quite welcome in this world. But listening to these residents' reactions after hearing the quest, she seemed to understand the benefits of this approach. But listening more, she felt the intense gazes focused on her. NPC? Were they referring to her? They had mentioned this about her before. Thinking about their questions, her expression paused slightly, and she proactively said, "Territorial war is normal on Stan continent, but opposing territories are always of the same level, village against village, town against town, city against city. If you lose the war, the opponent will plunder buildings, supplies, and even population from your territory, all at their choice. Sometimes after being plundered, the territory situation becomes terrible and may not be able to withstand monster invasions. Some territories choose to join the opponent's territory and become their subsidiary territory. Same level means if the opponent is a level 3 village and we're a level 1 village, they can still challenge us?" "Yes," Diana nodded. Being limited to the same level was already relatively fair. "We're doomed. If a level 3 village challenges us and we're only level 1, what can we do? This world is indeed cruel, monster invasions and territorial wars. not giving people a chance to develop quietly. Since there are other territories, can we choose to go to a stronger territory? When this person spoke, everyone on the scene fell silent. They had thought of this too. Jobai knew this and had prepared early. People have selfish motives. If there were strong territories for protection, why choose a backward one? After all, being backward means getting beaten. So what she as Lord could do was develop the territory as quickly as possible to attract more people to stay. Besides, to find another territory now, you'd have to have one available. The time gap in between was the opportunity she needed to seize. Diana wasn't surprised to hear this, but she still reminded them. Large territories also have thresholds for accepting people. They basically don't accept ordinary people. These people were still ordinary people. Weren't they thinking too far ahead? Everyone immediately reacted upon hearing this. A thought instantly surfaced in their minds. They must reach level 10 as quickly as possible. Feeling she had delayed enough time here, Diana continued to the group. I'm going to work at the tailor shop. If you have anything you want to know in the future, ask me again. After speaking, Diana left and walked out. While this territory still existed, she would do her job well, hoping to be summoned again in the future. Others followed closely behind. This NPC Diana had given them a lot of information, and they were thinking if there was anything else they could ask. After leaving the Hall of Spirits, Diana immediately saw the somewhat tall city wall in the distance and was completely stunned. Didn't you say this was a level 1 village? Yes, it's a level 1 village. Our territory was only built 3 days ago. You said how many days? Diana asked incredulously. 3 days. But the territory's big change was this morning. Yesterday our territory's protective barrier was just a fence. Yesterday we were invaded by level 5 monsters. This morning everything changed, and the territory upgraded many buildings. Speaking, this person saw Diana's expression was too shocked and couldn't help asking, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with our territory?" Diana was silent for a moment, then said quietly, "This is the first time I've seen a human territory have city walls that only towns have when it's still a level 1 village. It smells of money." Others listening to Diana's words were all stunned. This kind of city wall is only for towns? Diana nodded. Yes, although some are built in advance, it's rare. Those who can do it have large territories supporting them behind the scenes because it costs quite a lot of gold coins and resources, and developing a territory can't rely solely on walls. Then who controls the territories you know? Naturally the lords. Diana thought for a moment and answered honestly. Then our territory must have a lord too, the questioner couldn't help asking. They had actually defaulted to the territory being controlled by the game system these past few days, but listening to Diana's information about other territories, they were somewhat uncertain again. Did their territory have a lord too? If so, who was it? This seemed quite well hidden? Not necessarily. I stayed in the undead kingdom for so many years, I'm not clear about changes outside. Diana explained. But your territory being built to this extent is really rare, already far exceeding territories of the same level. Only then did she notice that not only the city wall, but many buildings in the territory had actually been upgraded to level 2. If placed in the territory she stayed in before death, this would be normal, but for a newly born territory, even though she didn't know the specific amount, she could tell it really required quite a lot of gold coins. That lord was really wealthy. Thinking this way, perhaps this territory wasn't as bad as she had imagined. At least the potential was sufficient, and there was a wealthy lord. With slow development, it might grow up. Thinking of this, Diana walked toward the tailor shop, her steps much lighter than before. As for the people on the scene, after hearing Diana's words, they put down their concerns. After all, this world had its own complete civilization system before they Blue Star people were pulled in. They could be considered latecomers, so different territory controllers were normal. Anyway, they now just needed to know that their territory was stronger than ordinary territories. Today's events happen one after another. The amount of information is really too much. Yes, a different world. Physical skills. Magic. Really in a Western fantasy game. What is this doomsday game trying to do? Pulling us into another civilization. No matter what it's for, being able to do this is no ordinary ability. We're helpless and can only follow their settings. Understanding this point again, everyone stopped discussing this topic because talking more was useless. Let's go, form teams to go out gathering and hunting, improve our levels. Reach level 10 early and develop professions. Looking at the current speed, reaching level 10 will be quick. According to the NPC, our territory's development is not bad, giving us time to develop safely. We can't hold back. Speaking, a group of people prepared to go out leveling without rest. In the blacksmith shop, many people watched Harrison hammering away inside, ignoring whoever spoke to him. Everyone was helpless. Why was this NPC so stubborn? But the next moment, they suddenly received a territory notification about a quest triggered by another NPC, Diana. Obviously, this later NPC wasn't like this one with a bad temper and had given quite a lot of information. They couldn't stay in the blacksmith shop anymore, and many people went out to understand the situation. Watching these people leave, Harrison inside snorted in his heart. These humans really had no self-awareness. Those who came out quickly learned what Diana had said from others. So the world after level 10 was so exciting. Everyone's enthusiasm was instantly mobilized. Level up. Must level up. As for Zhou-Bai's family, mixed in the crowd, they also learned what they needed to know. Territorial war won't result in elimination, so we can rest assured. The appearance of these NPCs indeed seems to be to provide us information about this world. Zhou Zhiping said. Understanding so much, we have some foundation in our hearts. We were right before. Level 10 is the watershed. Ding Chiro also nodded. I wonder what profession we'll develop after level 10. Magic. If we could control water and fire, that would be convenient. Isn't there also the physical system? It must be magic. Ding Chiro said firmly. Zhou Zhiping smiled and didn't argue further. They'd know after level 10. Speaking of which, whether physical skills or magic or this special world, it indeed brought them some different interest. It's just a pity it wasn't a simple game. It related to their life and death, preventing them from truly being casual. Zhou-Bai was checking the territory's situation on the side. After watching them finish their discussion, she directly continued to Zhou Zhiping. Dad, I'll send a quest later for your guard team to change class to soldiers first. She had operated all the newly upgraded buildings that needed operating, leaving only the barracks, which was what she cared about most. After all, who could have thought that humans had such low status in this world? In this situation, developing the territory's military strength was the top priority. Zhou Zhiping nodded. The information from Diana was indeed urgent enough. Then Zhou-Bai began operating the panel. Soon, Zhou Zhiping received the notification. Quest. Class change quest nature. Time-limited quest description. Go to the barracks to change class and become a soldier target. Guard Team 1, Guard Team 2. The next moment, Zhou Zhiping said directly, then I'll go gather with them. Good. Zhou-Bai nodded. Soon, Zhou Zhiping left. Zhou-Bai looked around and said to Ding Chiro, Mom, I need to operate for a while. I'll go home first. You can look around the territory. And then you go ahead. I'll go find Diana to ask more about the situation. Ding Chiro quickly said. Now that her husband and Zhou-Bai both had their own things to do, she absolutely couldn't fall behind and should do what she could. Zhou-Bai made an okay gesture and hurried home. After Zhou-Bai returned to the wooden house, Zhou Zhiping's guard Team 1 had also assembled and came to the barracks. The moment they entered, Zhou-Bai received information from the system. Guard Team Zhou Zhiping, Phone Laji, Quan Ziqiang, request to enter the barracks. Allow. Yes. Operate barracks. Yes. Then the barracks building diagram opened on Zhou-Bai's panel, and the building information was revealed. Building. Primary barracks description. Change class to soldier and conduct training military strength. 0. Unit types. Melee units. Infantry. Cavalry. Shield soldiers, spearmen. Ranged units. Archers. Mounted archers. Staff officers. Medics. To be unlocked. Seeing the to be unlocked. After unit types, Zhou clicked on it. Spend 1 gold coin to unlock infantry. Spend 1 gold coin to unlock cavalry. Other unit types sent prompts one by one, and Zhou chose yes for all. All unit types unlocked. Please invite residents to conduct soldier class change. Changing to primary soldier will cost 10 silver coins. Confirm. Yes. Soldier class change completed. Soldier gift pack awarded. After operating, seeing this message, Zhou was surprised. There was actually a free gift pack? Had the system finally stopped being stingy? She'd have to see what was in it later. At the same time, Zhou Zhangping and others officially began their class change. Dear Guard team member Zhou Zhangping, choose to change class. Yes. The following unit types are available: infantry, cavalry, shield soldiers, spearmen, archers, mounted archers, staff officers, medics. Please choose. Everyone on the scene began discussing. What unit type should everyone choose? They all look good. Cavalry looks cool. I want to choose mounted archer. Can be both archer and cavalry? Cavalry is good, but are you sure the territory can provide you with a mount in its current situation? Then something more conventional? Brother Zhou, what do you think? Others looked at Zhou Zhangping. Go with your interests. But once you choose, stick with it to the end. Zhou Zhangping said directly. As time went on, more and more unit types would be needed. Whatever they chose was fine. Actually, if there was more variety, they could all become veterans of each unit type and train new soldiers later. So Zhou Zhangping hoped they'd follow their individual interests. With Zhou Zhangping's words, others chose according to their interests. Congratulations, you have completed your class change. Your soldier gift pack has been placed in your backpack. Seeing the gift pack, everyone was very happy. They thought of the guard team gift pack's weapons and clothing, thinking the soldier one should be even better. But after closing the notification and seeing the gift pack items in their backpack, everyone was stunned. After opening the gift pack, Zhou Ping saw 2 items. Item: infantry armor blueprint, green, description, increases damage and defense by 20%, defense, 50, attack, 50. Item: infantry machete blueprint, bronze, upgradable, description, increases damage by 20%, attack, 50. These were blueprints, not actual items. Zhou Zhangping muttered inwardly, is Xiaobai messing with us? But he quickly suppressed the thought. Although Xiaobai loved money, he wasn't stingy about these things. It seemed this was a big gift pack from the system. Thinking of Xiaobai always calling the system stingy, Zhou Zhangping suddenly found the answer. Calming himself, Zhou Zhangping asked the others, what did you get? Team leader Zhou, I chose cavalry. I got cavalry armor blueprints and a mount training guide, Fenglaji said. With Fenglaji speaking up, others followed. I got shield infantry armor and shield blueprints. I got spear infantry armor and spear blueprints. I got archer armor and bow blueprints. I got staff officer armor and training guide. Each person received items corresponding to their chosen profession. Clearly, the gift pack was good, but they had to provide the materials themselves. Why? Why the extra step? While they pondered, the system sent a new notification. Dear soldier, you have received the corresponding equipment blueprints. Please gather the required materials yourself. After collection, an unexpected surprise awaits you. At this, everyone's eyes lit up. So it was a prerequisite quest. A surprise? What kind of surprise? Hearing this, Zhou Zhangping felt relieved. Looking at the notification, he knew it had to be the Apocalypse game system. What was its purpose? Vaguely, Zhou Zhangping had a guess. He noted it mentally and said to everyone, for now, keep using the guard team's clothes and weapons. Let's rotate the second team back. Okay. Everyone nodded. After a moment, they returned to the city gate. Seeing them return, Li Xingting's team eagerly scrutinized them. But except for their guard team titles changing to soldiers, nothing else seemed different, which surprised Li Xingting and others. Any changes after the job change? Like feeling stronger? Level or attribute changes? The first official position in the territory should be different, right? Are you hiding something? They chattered. Li Xingting asked Zhou Zhengping, "What's going on?" Zhou Zhengping explained briefly. Li Xingting was surprised at first, but soon understood. "What are you thinking?" Zhou Zhengping asked, always considering Li Xingting smart. "I think this apocalypse game wants to tell us that although everything looks like a game, don't treat what happens here as a game. No skills or powers appear out of nowhere. To be a real soldier, you must learn real soldier skills," Li Xingting said. "Overall, it should benefit us." Zhou Zhengping nodded. "I think so too. Maybe it's not just soldiers, but also our upgrades." After so much happened since morning, many realized this was a real world. So upgrades and professions would require real effort. They felt level 10 was just the beginning. They exchanged a glance, understanding each other. Others overheard and vaguely grasped the meaning, quickly speaking up. "Just gathering materials? We can do that." "Yeah, we can improve strength while gathering." We became soldiers to get stronger. After knowing level 10 unlocks professions, the residents went crazy. Almost all able-bodied residents went out. As the territory's first line of defense, we can't fall behind. One by one, they spoke with high morale. Seeing this, Zhou Zhengping and Li Xingting smiled. Everyone was so motivated. They acted immediately. After Li Xingting's team finished job changes and returned, first stayed to guard the gate, and the rest went out to collect and fight monsters. Knowing their team was strong, many low-level residents, rejected by other teams, quietly followed them. Zhou Zhengping and Li Xingting didn't refuse the followers. As more joined, the territory, which had lost many people, felt even emptier. While Zhou Zhengping and others went out to improve strength, Zhou Bai unexpectedly saw notes appearing on the small green dots on his territory map. Hope Village, soldier. Seeing this, Zhou Bai was quite happy to at least know their situation. Knowing Zhou Zhengping was away, Zhou Bai didn't ask him about the soldier team's gift pack, but went straight to the tailor shop to find Ding Chiro. Ding Chiro was chatting with Diana, learning about this world. Knowing Ding Chiro was the Lord's mother, Diana answered all questions. Ding Chiro's face grew more despairing as she listened. When Zhou Bai arrived, she saw the scene and wondered what was wrong with her mother. Seeing Zhou Bai, Diana instinctively saluted. Seeing no one else around, Zhou Bai relaxed and quickly said, "Diana, no need to salute me anymore. Treat me like a normal resident. Act however you normally would, even in private." "Okay." Diana saw Zhou Bai's sincerity and agreed, truly remembering it this time. This lord was really different from others. Zhou Bai looked around the tailor shop and immediately noticed something different. The previous 6 items were neatly hung, with plenty of space left for more goods. Besides, a bulletin board appeared, listing materials the tailor shop wanted to buy: wind and rain orchid, rainwood resin, bamboo strips, eucalyptus resin, mint leaves, honeysuckle, cedar resin, camphor resin, windstop herb. These materials were unfamiliar to Zhou Bai, not among those he knew or had collected. "Are these materials urgently needed? If so, I can get them," Zhou Bai asked. "Can you get them?" Diana was surprised. She had checked the Lord's mansion bulletin board, and these materials weren't listed. She thought the territory probably didn't have them yet since it was only 3 days old, so she planned to post the list for residents to collect if they found any. "I can, but the price will be twice the normal purchase price," Zhou Bai replied. The system sold materials, but at double cost. He decided to mainly buy from within the territory to save money and stimulate the local economy. "Then send me 100 units of each first. I'll make some gear, then continue buying later," Diana said directly. She didn't know where Zhou Bai got the materials, but was glad to have them. "Are these materials for making special effect clothing and equipment?" Zhou Bai asked, noticing the prominent names. "Yes, these are urgently needed by the territory," Diana nodded. "Your territory stuff is too crude." "Urgently needed?" Zhou Bai felt this was an important clue. At that moment, Ding Chiro approached Zhou Bai and whispered, "The weather here is probably very different from ours." "How so?" Zhou Bai thought the past few days had been normal. Ding Chiro smiled helplessly. "The climate here is chaotic." Although most days are normal, it can suddenly change. Today might be spring-like, tomorrow a torrential rain. Today strong winds, tomorrow heavy snow. The weather is unpredictable, irregular, and varies in duration. Jobai understood without her saying more. The past few days were the system's trial period. If the weather had followed this world's normal patterns, no territory would have survived. Now the trial period was over. The Hall of Heroes had summoned NPCs and prepared everything. They had to start living by this world's rhythm. No one knew what the weather would be tomorrow. Without proper gear, they might be trapped in their territory. Truly, a frustrating world. Seeing Jobai's devastated expression after whispering with someone, Diana shook her head helplessly. Everyone in this territory, including the Lord, knew too little about the Stan continent, which explained their shock and also revealed some secrets. But Diana didn't mind. Being summoned to this territory meant they were bound to it to some extent. If they wanted a normal life outside, they had to hope this territory thrived. She decided to treat these oddities as ignorance. With that thought, Diana took the initiative. With each weather change, the available resources and magical beasts around will also change. For example, materials like wind and rain orchid and bamboo strips can only be found during heavy rain, but you'll encounter water elemental beasts. Materials like mint leaves and eucalyptus resin appear only during droughts, accompanied by fire elemental beasts. The same applies to other elements. What water and fire beasts are there? Jobai asked eagerly as Diana explained. I don't know much. There are too many beast types and they vary by region, Diana said. Also, I'm a tailor and rarely leave the territory, focusing mostly on materials. What I know comes from others. Since time has passed, I'm afraid to mislead you. Beasts appear according to the territory's strength. Given your situation, it won't be too hard. Don't worry. Thank you, Jobai said, realizing she'd been too anxious. It's okay, Diana paused, noticing something unusual in Jobai's eyes. I'll get the materials for you and send them over soon, Jobai continued. Her keen intuition noticed Diana's surprise when she said she could get the materials. Perhaps the Apocalypse game system's shop for her lord was something other lords didn't have. She had to keep it secret. Diana nodded, then added, by the way, when you build new structures, you can build warehouses. Territory warehouses can connect with other buildings. After authorization, we can freely withdraw from them. Warehouses keep records, making things easier and allowing more storage. If I don't have a warehouse yet and have too many supplies, where can I store them? Jobai asked. Her backpack was almost full, and she hadn't figured out how to solve this yet. All territory buildings can store items, but food outside the backpack spoils easily, Diana said, surprised to see Jobai's nearly 20-slot backpack, each slot holding 999 items, almost full. This lord's pockets were truly deep. Okay. After getting the answer, Jobai left and went straight to the lord's mansion. After confirming the second floor could store supplies, she stored wood, stone, and other materials there. Then she bought materials from the system shop. Item: Wind and Rain Orchid Description. A plant that loves rainy days. Purchase price: 5 copper coins / flower. Selling price: 10 copper coins / flower. Item: Rain tree resin. Description: resin from the rain tree that loves rainy days. Purchase price: 10 copper coins / unit. Selling price: 20 copper coins / unit. Item: bamboo strips. Description: collected from plants that love rainy days. Purchase price: 1 copper coin / unit. Selling price: 2 copper coins / unit. These materials were clearly more expensive, but Jobai didn't care about stocking up. After buying all materials Diana needed and posting a purchase notice on the Lord's Mansion bulletin board, Jobai returned to the tailor shop to hand over the materials. Seeing the materials, Diana was visibly excited, touching this and that, and said, I'm starting to sew now. Since becoming undead, she hadn't seen so many materials in a long time. We won't disturb you then. Saying that, Jobai and Ding Chiro left first. Looking back, they saw Diana already hard at work. More people like her would be great. After leaving the tailor shop, Jobai noticed the blacksmith shop nearby and paused. She suddenly remembered Harrison, the NPC blacksmith. Shall we check out the blacksmith? Jobai suggested. Although Harrison was arrogant, he was a local NPC. Maybe she could get some information from him. Not much, but something. Okay. Dingchiro was curious about dwarves too. They agreed and entered the blacksmith shop. Harrison didn't look up when they entered, continuing to work on iron ore at his bench. Diana hadn't handled materials for a long time in the Undead Kingdom, and Harrison was no different. Though materials were scarce, Harrison wanted to keep practicing and maintain his skills. Do you need any materials? Jobai asked proactively. Hearing her voice, Harrison looked up and said coldly, "Can you get me anything I need?" "Yes," Jobai answered confidently, backed by the system shop. Then added, "But I hope the materials I give are worth it." Hearing this, Harrison's face darkened. "Are you questioning my professional ethics?" "No, it's just that my territory is small, so I want to save money," Jobai explained. You have a level 1 territory with a basic wall and still lack gold?" Harrison sneered. Though he looked down on human territories, after seeing the village layout from the Hall of Heroes, he was somewhat satisfied and thought he might stay a while. "For the upcoming territory wars, I have no choice. If we accidentally meet a dwarf territory, maybe." Jobai trailed off, watching Harrison's reaction. "If you meet a dwarf territory, I advise you to surrender early. With your human's low-level strength and crude weapons, no wall can hold," Harrison said disdainfully. "If it's other races, you might hold out a bit." Hearing this, Jobai felt reassured. Her territory's defense was actually quite good. Then she followed Harrison's lead. "We can slowly improve strength, but weapons depend on you." Harrison was momentarily speechless, but soon realized Jobai's intent. He snorted, "I can make silver-grade weapons now, but without level 10 strength, you can't use them." "Not now, but soon someone will be able to buy them." "Just make them," Jobai said seriously. Harrison was taken aback, but relaxed and snorted, "Don't make too many in advance. The iron axes and spears sold before barely worked. I'll make other types." For level 10+ weapons, the best are custom-made based on profession and attributes. "I won't make mass-produced weapons. Then we'll trouble you later." Jobai's tone became respectful after this brief talk, understanding the blacksmith's principles. "The ones I'm practicing on will be sold casually." "I won't let your materials go to waste," Harrison grumbled, still annoyed by Jobai's earlier words. No problem," Jobai hurriedly said. As long as nothing was wasted, it was her money anyway. "Harrison, who just said don't waste? Two-Face much? Leave me some iron ore and wood, you're dismissed." Harrison abruptly kicked them out. Willingly leaving the materials, Jobai and Dingchiro departed again. After leaving the blacksmith, Jobai felt much better. "Though the Hall of Heroes summoned undead, I feel those summoned will fit the name, heroic spirit. Bringing in more people might help us learn more about this world and increase our survival chances." Seeing Jobai like this, Dingchiro couldn't help but say, "The news today has finally inspired everyone to fight hard, prepare for leveling up, territory wars, and the new world. But this is just the beginning. Many challenges await us." "Xiaobai, are you tired?" These days, her spirit had been constantly tense, no time to relax. As the Lord, Xiaobai's pressure must be even greater. "Tired. But I'm used to it. Compared to before, when I knew nothing and could only react passively, now I have direction and feel at ease," Jobai said optimistically. Hearing this, Dingchiro held Jobai's hand, as if giving her strength. Jobai was comforted. "Mom, I'm really glad you and Dad are by my side, so I can wholeheartedly build the territory and our home," Jobai said seriously. With her parents, she had the courage to face everything. "Should we inform residents about the unpredictable weather?" Dingchiro asked. "No need. They'll figure it out in a couple of days. The territory just needs good logistics support," Jobai shook her head. Knowing in advance would only unsettle people. It was better to support them with actions when things happened, so they'd know the territory had their back and wouldn't give up easily. And then, seeing Jobai's plan, Dingchiro said no more and would keep the secret. At this moment, Jobai noticed the quiet territory and glanced at the map. Various small green and red dots appeared. Unlike before, the green dots were surrounding the red dots, which were slowly decreasing. The residents who went out today were really fierce. With the territory's affairs settled, Jobai also worried about her own matters. Everyone was working hard. She couldn't fall behind. She also wanted to check the surroundings. Thinking this, Jobai said, "Mom, you stay in the territory. I'll go out and take a look." "Okay, go ahead." Dingchiro nodded. She understood that strength was the foundation for survival in this world and wouldn't stop Jobai from growing stronger. After a short while, Jobai put on her gear, grabbed her weapon, and left the territory. Not far outside, she immediately noticed the changed environment. The former villa area was gone, replaced by dense forest. The original gardens and small woods were now covered by tall, thick trees, looking like a primeval forest. The world had changed. At that moment, Jobai's perception was clearer than ever. From a lord's perspective, this was good news. The environment had become more primitive and resources had increased. On the map, various marked resource spots appeared: misty forests, bushes, waterfalls, bamboo groves, hills, rocky forests, caves, lakes, countless. Unsurprisingly, these would be future resource gathering points for the territory's residents. But resources weren't easy to gather. Dangerous magical beasts roamed nearby. Following the Lord's map, Jobai headed to a bushy area with fewer monsters and no other people. Upon arrival, she noticed bright red berries hanging on some plants. She picked one, and the system notified, "Congratulations, host obtained wild berry *1, experience *1. Reading the description, she saw it was edible and took a bite. The sour-sweet taste instantly spread in her mouth. Delicious! Her eyes lit up. Her mother would love this. She quickly picked the rest of the berries. After clearing them, Jobai explored more plants, many unfamiliar, but she still tried picking them. "Congratulations, host obtained useless weed *1, experience *1. Congratulations, host obtained vine *1, experience *1. Congratulations, host obtained herb stonewood *1, experience *1. Congratulations, host obtained useless weed *1. Congratulations, host obtained useless weed *1. Congratulations, host obtained thatch *1, experience *1. Jobai happily gathered useful items and discarded useless ones. After some time, the system notified again, "Congratulations, host unlocked basic identification skill after 100 collections." Now Jobai could clearly identify useful plants around the bushes. Her eyes brightened. The refreshed world brought more dangers, but also more treasures. Fighting wasn't the only option for residents. Good. Just as Jobai planned to continue testing her identification skill, noises came from the bushes, whimpering sounds. She immediately became alert. Soon, a monster burst out, a bloodfang boar. Seeing it, Jobai's eyes gleamed. Pork! Before it reached her, she charged with her iron axe. "Congratulations, host killed LV. 5 bloodfang boar, obtained sweet potato pork *5, boar tusk *5, experience *50, copper coins *50. Pork secured. Too bad the game only gave generic pork cuts, no trotters, belly, intestines, or ribs, the real delicacies. After a brief sigh, Jobai continued clearing the area. Since level 5 monsters here were mini-bosses, this was their territory. After killing a few lower-level bloodfang boars, she met no more monsters. After nearly clearing the bush's resources, Jobai moved on. She realized resource spots seemed limited and might not refresh. Using the Lord's map, she cautiously explored nearby areas, occasionally killing lone monsters. Feeling her experience might be enough, Jobai opened her personal panel. Character: Jobai race. Human level: 9, 961/4500. Identity: Hope Village Lord, Resident HP, 855/900. Attributes: Constitution, August 10th Intelligence, August 10th Agility, August 10th Defense, July 10th. Equipment: Leather set, +1 defense, Iron axe, +1 attack. Shadow boots, +1 agility, anti-black backpack, +2 slots. She froze. After last night's fierce battle and double experience from killing the Dark Wolf, she jumped from level 5 to 8. Killing the Bloodfawn boars just now gave her over 100 experience, putting her close to level 10. But no one expected the level 10 experience requirement to suddenly quadruple from 1,000 to 4,500. Sighing, Jobai cursed the Apocalypse game system's trickery. Reaching level 10 wouldn't be easy. It made sense. They had only been in the game 3 days. Even if the system wanted them to adapt quickly, it couldn't let them job change so soon. Still, some things changed. Before, her many collections never triggered the identification skill, but now after leveling up, it did. Maybe the career path opened gradually by gaining skills? Suddenly, Jobai thought of the excited residents who went out today. They must have noticed too. Putting the thought aside, she continued clearing monsters and gathering resources. Even if she couldn't level up, she'd keep stocking up. Meanwhile, in the misty forest, dozens gathered. Initially, only Zhou Zhengping and Li Xingting led 20 people, but after their outstanding performance last night and seeing residents follow them without being rejected, more teams joined. The group grew larger. A bigger team meant more safety. Monsters were quickly killed upon encounter. More importantly, monsters gathered around them, and everyone split into squads to fight bravely. Even monsters trying to flee were caught. Soon, everyone gained loot, especially new resources that thrilled many. Leaders Zhou Zhengping and Li Xingting's levels rose rapidly. Li Xingting leveled faster, targeting high-level monsters. Everyone wanted to reach level 10 quickly. Only Li Xingting and Zhoubai could compete, but Zhoubai was still in the territory, so Li Xingting expected to level faster. After reaching level 9, Li Xingting killed 2 level 5 monsters. After the second, he checked his panel, waiting to job change at level 10. The crowd eagerly awaited. But Li Xingting's expression froze upon seeing his panel. "What's wrong? Can you job change?" Zhou Zhengping asked, not caring who leveled first, but hoping Li Xingting would. Li Xingting snapped out of it and said helplessly, "I have 1,000 experience, but no level up." "Why?" "Because level 10 requires 4,500 experience, not 1,000. The crowd gasped. Zhou Zhengping frowned, surprised. Why the sudden change? Li Xingting recovered and explained, "Maybe it wasn't sudden. I calculated that level 10's total experience equals the sum of all previous levels' experience. The game wants us to treat this world as real. Everything requires effort, including leveling. When we truly reach level 10, our strength will improve significantly and job change will be appropriate." Not only Zhou Zhengping but all residents heard this, exchanging looks. Treating this world as real? Seeing their confusion, Li Xingting raised his voice. "You all noticed the environment changed this morning. Our territory passed the trial and entered the rankings, meaning we truly merged into this game world. Though it's a game, it's not like the games we know. Death is permanent. We must treat it as real and survive by its rules." The residents fell silent. After a moment, some responded one after another, "We understand." At this moment, everyone's minds cleared. If it were day 1, they might have given up. But after so many disasters, they were used to it and had courage. Just a delayed level 10? No big deal. Seeing their determined faces, Li Xingting felt emotional but remained resolute. Keep clearing monsters and gathering resources. Yes. Since they couldn't job change yet, they'd collect resources and earn copper coins to improve their lives. Everyone focused on killing monsters and gathering materials. Gradually, some noticed something new. "Congratulations, host unlocked basic identification skill after 100 collections. Congratulations, host unlocked chain attack skill after 100 kills. Congratulations, host unlocked displacement skill after 100 dodges. I think I got a skill. Me too. I got sprint, plus 2 agility when used. Must be from my aggro drawing. I got stealth, letting monsters ignore me for 3 seconds. Li team leader was right, job change doesn't unlock all at once. Zhou Zhiping and Li Xingting also gained many skills after enough effort. The harder you worked, the more skills you gained. They were confident now. With skills motivating them, everyone became more active, trying out their new abilities. Until nightfall, backpacks nearly full, the group prepared to return. Monsters were cleared from their path, and the journey back was smooth. They met other returning teams, joking about loot and skills, faces bright with joy. Unconsciously, they had grown accustomed to this world. Night fell over Hope Village. The territory lit bonfires, and torches were lit on watchtowers and the city walls, brightening the whole area. Zhou Bai had just returned and was a bit surprised to see the torches on the walls. As the territory lord, she had no idea where they came from. Compared to other teams moving in groups, Zhou Bai's lone figure stood out. Feng Laji, on duty, immediately recognized her. "You're back." Everyone had witnessed Zhou Bai's bravery, and being the daughter of their captain Zhou Zhanping made her well known. "Where did those torches come from?" Zhou Bai asked first. "A survivor named Meng Qingzhou made them last night. Each torch lasts 4 hours. When he was selling them, I bought some for the territory as lamps," Feng Laji said with a smile. "Thanks. Seeing the territory lit up really lifts my spirits," Zhou Bai said sincerely. "The territory is our home. Taking care of it is everyone's job. Doing something for our home is nothing," Feng Laji replied. Thinking of his daily wage, this was nothing. Also, he hoped the territory would remember his contribution and promote him someday. Zhou Bai smiled, not caring about his motives. What mattered was he did it. After some small talk, Zhou Bai entered the territory. The open space had become a small trading market. Meng Qizhou, the torchmaker, was the undisputed center. Many tried making torches, but theirs were just ordinary sticks that burned fast. His lasted 4 hours. "How did you make them?" "Hee, secret recipe." "Can you make them cheaper?" "Making these torches takes time and effort, so no." "I made 120 today. Only 60 left now. When others come back, they'll sell even faster." "All right, I'll take one." "Me too. Can we borrow these torches to hunt monsters later?" "Haven't you hunted enough today?" "No. There are so many resources outside." Early on, stocking up is key. Everyone knows it'll get more dangerous. True. Zhou Bai was about to squeeze in to buy one but was stopped by her mother. "Don't bother, I already bought some," Ding Chiro said, smiling. Seeing the dark sky, she came to wait in the territory. Zhou Bai gave up and looked around, noticing many goods for sale. Bamboo tubes, fresh and lighter than stone bowls. Honey, top quality, only 5 copper coins per portion. Vine mattresses, tired of hard beds? Sleep well with these. Various herbs, come see, some heal wounds fast. Seeing Zhou Bai's gaze on the sellers, Ding Chiro continued, "I bought what I could." They came back earlier and quickly made these. "They're quite useful." Wasn't today's resource haul especially rich? Yes, many resource points appeared. Collecting enough triggers identification skill, Zhou Bai briefly explained. "I got a skill too," Ding Chiro said excitedly. "I triggered basic cooking while making food. Others making bamboo tubes triggered basic crafting. That Meng Qingzhou triggered basic woodworking." Ding Chiro knew many skills well, clearly having put in effort. "Thanks, Mom." With her mother's info, Zhou Bai saved much trouble. Otherwise, she'd have to manage everything alone and miss chances. "We're a team. You and Dad earn money. I keep pretty and handle logistics." Knowing life in the territory didn't have to rely on fighting, Ding Chiro no longer insisted on strength through combat. She gathered info and saw time flying. She realized a strong territory was like building a city. Every part needed to work together for the whole to thrive. For example, fighters hunted monsters and had no time to make tools. Now, dedicated makers produced goods, and fighters just bought them, a win-win. "Good," Zhou Bai agreed. Just then, more people returned. One shouted excitedly, "Haha, I got seasoning today. Food will finally have flavor." With seasoning out, everyone rushed to surround him. "What seasoning?" "Hee hee, salt blocks." "Damn, sell me some." "Where'd you get it?" "From the rocky forest. Few monsters there." I hung around, killed some magic wolves, got meat, and saw many stones. Figured I might as well collect. Suddenly, salt blocks dropped, but the drop rate's low. Low or not, it's good to have. "How much salt do you have?" "Sell me some." "Just a little." Okay. Jobai and Dingchiro exchanged looks and joined the crowd. As more returned, the territory grew livelier, with more trading. Skills spread widely too. Though level 10 was still hard to reach, no one was too disappointed. They had skills, a foundation to stand on. When Zhou Zhenping and Li Xingting returned, the territory's atmosphere soared again. Most had combat skills, and their boasting made many eyes sparkle. "Tomorrow I'm not guarding the gate. I'm going hunting monsters," Fenglaji said, eyes red with excitement. Remember, after 100 accumulations, you get basic skills, but effects are temporary. Work hard to master intermediate skills. Not sure how many tries that takes. Got it. The lively scene buzzed with skill bragging. Nearby, Diana and Harrison, drawn out by the noise, listened to talk of basic skills with different expressions. Harrison sneered, "I thought something big happened, but it's just basic skills. In my old territory, 6-year-olds had these." "Have humans really fallen this far?" Diana shook her head. "This territory is different." "How so?" "They don't know where they migrated from. This territory was only established 3 days ago. They didn't even know about the Beast Wave trial after the first upgrade. They recklessly leveled up with just over 100 people, got invaded by level 5 monsters, but still won and passed the trial. Today is their territory's official first day," Diana explained. "To achieve this on day 1 is already strong." "How?" "Judging by their age, they shouldn't be such ignorance, especially the Lord, who should be noble-born. So their origins are a mystery, unlike native Stan Continent residents," Diana said sharply. "But now they're here, part of Stan Continent, and we rely on this territory." "Harrison, I know your dwarf territories are strong, but you're no longer on dwarf land. You're undead now," Diana emphasized. Harrison caught the warning in her tone, grumbled, "I know." Seeing Harrison's attitude, Diana softened and smiled at Jobai's family in the distance. "I just feel these unique humans might lead this territory down a different path. They might change humanity's awkward status on Stan Continent. Now, who knows how many human territories still hold on? If they fall, humans will become other races' vassals. As a former human, I don't want to see that." Harrison snorted coldly, wondering what made these humans give Diana hope. Joe Baiki didn't know that Diana and Harrison were discussing their strangeness. She was talking to Zhou Zhenping about the changing weather. The sudden news made Zhou Zhenping, a man accustomed to storms, feel somewhat unsettled. If they treated all this as a game, what they were facing now was hell-level difficulty. One careless step, and you'd fall straight into hell. Every time life seemed to offer a glimmer of hope or a turning point, new troubles would arise. He felt a bit sorry for his daughter. As the Lord, the pressure she faced was obviously much greater. Look on the bright side. At least we got the news in advance and can prepare. Also, special weather means special materials, which can be used to craft special equipment, Jobai said, looking at her father's expression and trying to comfort him. So far, everything that's happened gives me the feeling that every disaster, if handled well, can bring some benefits. Since disasters are unavoidable, we might as well try to gain as much as possible from them. You're quite optimistic. Zhou Zhenping glanced sideways at Jobai, then sighed inwardly and asked directly, "What's your plan?" "I've bought quite a few materials from the system store. I'll make a batch first, then have the tailor shop sell them to those willing to go out. As for the soldier squad, I'll provide equipment for free, but any special materials they gather must be handed over," Jobai explained. If other residents don't want to go out, they can still rely on the soldier squad. That was exactly why she recruited soldiers. Sounds good. Zhou Zhiping nodded. After all these events, Lord Bai was doing better and better. What's in the soldier's big gift pack? Zhou Bai finally asked about something she had been curious about. Getting a big gift pack from the system was rare. Each troop type has corresponding clothing blueprints, weapon blueprints, and other related guides. They say there are surprises if we gather the materials ourselves, Zhou Zhiping said simply. Hearing this, Zhou Bai's expression paused for a moment. Truly worthy of being a system. How's the material gathering going? The soldier uniforms need iron ore, beast leather, and linen cloth. The main material for weapons is also iron ore. Beast leather and linen are easy to find, but iron ore is hard, Zhou Zhiping said simply. Two troop types are a bit troublesome. The strategists and medics. Their training and healing guides require personnel to teach. After hearing this, Zhou Bai pondered for a while, then said, Dad, iron ore usually comes from iron mines. Is the system hinting that there might be iron ore nearby? Also, since teaching is needed, don't forget we have the Hall of Heroes. Maybe we can summon the corresponding professionals. Zhou Zhiping. Looks like the soldier squad is the system's tool given to the territory, Zhou Bai said confidently. At least it wasn't just exploiting the Lord alone. Then we have to work harder, Zhou Zhiping replied helplessly. He was willing to be the territory's tool because helping the territory meant helping his daughter. Troublesome, Zhou Bai teased. Not troublesome, Zhou Zhiping smiled back. Ding Qiro watched the father and daughter's banter and didn't know what to say. Oh well, let them be happy. Meanwhile, the nearby bustle gradually quieted down as many people started heading toward the Lord's manor. They had finished their trading rounds, clearing out their backpack slots and contributing to the territory by delivering what was needed. Seeing their figures, Zhou Bai immediately glanced at her own backpack. Not good, it was almost full again. Dad, Mom, I'm going to the Lord's manor. You two go home and eat first, Zhou Bai said, then headed toward the manor. What's she going to do? Clear her backpack. She ran out of slots. After learning from Diana that items can be stored in territory buildings, she put some on the manor's second floor. Everyone's harvest was good today, so it's probably full again, Ding Qiro said with a smile. If she wants to, let her. Saving on price differences makes her happy. The two smiled at each other and then walked home hand in hand. This scene was seen by many, who felt a bit envious. After the apocalypse game arrived, the happiest people were probably those with their families around. Where were their families? Would they still have a chance to see them? Lord's Manor. Many only noticed from the bulletin board that the territory had added several new materials to purchase. Wind and rain orchid? Bamboo strips? Eucalyptus resin, raintree resin? What are these? I've never heard of them. The purchase prices are high, several over 10 copper coins. But the territory suddenly wants to buy these, they must be useful, right? Let's pay attention tomorrow. Silently noting these materials, they continued selling their gathered materials to the territory. While they sold, Zhou Bai felt what it meant to have a sweet burden. She had to pretend to be selling items while stuffing large amounts of wood and stone onto the manor's second floor. After several rounds of this, Zhou Bai silently vowed that the next building she unlocked must be a warehouse. Day 4 since the apocalypse game began. Because new skills were triggered, many got up early to gather their teams for hunting, but when they opened the door, they saw heavy rain pouring outside, loud and relentless, blocking many people's steps. Opening the wooden door, everyone started chatting loudly. So, the game world has rain too? Such heavy rain, no one can go out today. Perfect, let's just take a day off. 4 days into the apocalypse game, and we haven't had a proper rest in the first 3 days. Rest is fine, but have you forgotten the territory war that must happen within a month? If we're not strong and the territory is broken again, people will die. Once the topic of territory war was raised, some brave people stepped into the rain to test if they could move freely. But as soon as they stepped out, they kept receiving system notifications. HP-1, HP-1, HP-1. Those who ran out quickly returned inside. No good, moving in the rain reduces HP rapidly. We probably can't last long. A day or two is fine. We can survive on our savings from the past few days. But if it lasts longer, it just feels wrong. Do you think the apocalypse game is gaslighting us? The canteen might be closed too. Let's just stay home and chat. Maybe it'll stop soon. Everyone chatted back and forth, enjoying this rare leisure time. Jobai blended in, watching everyone relax in this weather, feeling a bit sorry inside. The future is unpredictable. Better to adapt early. The next moment, she unapologetically opened the mission system and started adding missions. Mission 1. Gather special materials type. Rainy day limited mission reward. 20% wage bonus target. Soldier squad. Mandatory. Note: rain travel gear will be provided free by the territory. Please collect it at the tailor shop. Special materials belong to the territory. Mission 2. Gather special materials type. Rainy day limited mission reward. Harvest belongs to the individual target. All residents voluntary. Note: rain travel gear can be purchased at the tailor shop. Limited equipment. First come first served. After adding the missions, Jobai immediately notified everyone. The next moment, everyone's control panels received the message. Many were stunned upon seeing it. After a second of silence, a burst of discussion erupted. The territory is heartless. They actually issued missions. But it's a rainy day limited mission and voluntary too. But because it's voluntary, it makes it feel very important. Special materials? What special materials? I suddenly have some memories. What? Last night at the manor, I saw the Lord's new purchase missions mentioning wind and rain orchid, rain tree resin, bamboo strips. These materials seem related to rain? But besides rain-related materials, there are also mint leaves, honeysuckle flowers, wind-stopping grass. Damn, could there be high heat, heavy snow, and strong wind weather too? This might really be possible. So the game world's weather is so variable? This life is too hard, right? As they talked, many keenly sensed something was off from the territory's purchase materials. I'm a bit scared. Me too. If the weather is abnormal every day, how can we live? Don't panic. The territory has already stocked up materials and sells rainproof gear. They must be prepared. Should we do the mission then? While everyone was pondering, Jobai, having issued the missions, was already running fast through the heavy rain from home toward the tailor shop. Seeing her swift figure, many reacted. They realized one thing: the tailor shop's equipment was limited. Looking at Jobai running at the front, everyone's mind had only one thought left. This person is so competitive. They can't lose. Tailor shop. After realizing it was raining, Diana had already hung up the rainproof gear she made yesterday. Unexpectedly, just as she finished, the first customer arrived, Jobai. When Jobai saw Diana, he smiled and said, "I'm here to buy rainproof gear." No sooner had he spoken than several residents hurriedly followed behind him. At that moment, Diana understood. This lord really is quite capable. She immediately handed over the 4-piece rainproof set to Jobai. There are 4 pieces of rainproof gear today. Using them together works best. All right, I'll take them all. That'll be 30 silver coins in total. Seeing Jobai buy so straightforwardly, the residents' eyes all focused on the 4 new items in the tailor's shop. Item: rainproof cloak, white description, waterproof, increases defense by 10%, durability, 100 out of 100, repair at tailor shop if below 20%, price. 10 silver coins. Item: rainproof boots, white description, waterproof, increases speed by 10%, durability, 100, repair at tailor shop if below 20%, price. 5 silver coins. Item: rainproof bamboo hat, white description, waterproof, increases defense by 10%, durability, 100, repair at tailor shop if below 20%, price. 5 silver coins. Item: rainproof backpack, white description, waterproof, adds 1 inventory slot, durability, 100 out of 100, repair at tailor shop if below 20%, price. 10 silver coins. Note: collect all 4 rainproof pieces to move freely in the rain. Duration: 2 hours. Cooldown: 2 hours. After reading the item details and prices, the residents' eyes lit up. The price was surprisingly cheap. I want to buy. Me too, I want the whole set. Boss, can I buy 2 sets? Is there a purchase limit? Diana looked at the enthusiastic residents and paused, then said, no purchase limit, but quantities are limited. Sold while stocks last. Soon, one by one, the residents took out money and bought the 4-piece rainproof sets. Many put on the gear immediately after buying, then looked at the heavy rain outside and boldly stepped right into it without hesitation. What they saw was the rainwater that should have fallen on them was blocked by the bamboo hat and cloak, forming a vacuum zone around them. This gear is really awesome. In the next moment, the group jumped and played in the heavy rain like fools. But to others, it looked like they were completely dry in the storm, which was great advertising. Some people even felt envious. If they had this gear, they could definitely go out to gather and hunt in the territory. Someone immediately asked, how much is this set? It must be expensive, right? Can you make back the money by gathering materials outside after buying it? Hee, the 4-piece rainproof set is only 30 silver coins total, very cheap. As long as the materials are easy to gather, you should make your money back quickly, a buyer kindly reminded. If you want to buy, hurry up. It seems there aren't many left. The soldier squad took 20 sets. Once this was said, more and more people were drawn to the gear. Some teams who originally thought the gear was too expensive and not worth it started to reconsider. Zhang Yongnian's team was one of them. After discovering in the morning that rain would reduce health, the whole team had given up on going out. Even though they received notice from the territory that equipment was for sale, experienced people knew the prices weren't cheap. Although their team wasn't purely for making money, they still had to consider investment and cost, especially as the team grew larger. But now, at only 30 silver coins, the price was just like a normal piece of equipment. After some quick calculations, everyone thought it was worth it. Immediately, Zhang Yongnian led the team to the tailor's shop. By then, the tailor's shop was crowded with many people who had heard the news, packed tightly, each wanting a set. Zhang Yongnian quickly pushed to the front and said, I want 15 sets. Diana looked at her stock and smiled, just 15 left. I'll sell them all to you. Hope you can go out soon to gather special materials. Once I have materials, I can make more. No problem. Zhang Yongnian agreed without hesitation. Gathering materials was meant to be sold to the territory anyway. Then, after receiving the gear, he distributed it and led the team out of the territory in a grand manner. The gear only lasts 2 hours, so they had to hurry. After Zhang Yongnian, several other teams who bought gear also went out, including a temporary team formed by individuals. As for those who didn't get gear, they weren't worried. Since they could still buy it later and some teams were already out exploring with the gear, they had more time to prepare. Of course, they didn't just wait idly. Some chatted with their usual teammates to strengthen bonds, some rested indoors to recover energy, others stayed home crafting items others needed, earning copper coins and improving skills. What could have been a panic caused by unpredictable weather was thus quietly resolved by the well-prepared rainproof gear. Seeing this, Zhou Bai, who guided all this, breathed a slight sigh of relief. At that moment, Diana, who had been watching everything, casually asked Zhou Bai, are you going out today? Yeah, I'll gather some materials too. The heavy rain won't last just one day, and more people will come to the territory later. It's better to stock up, Zhou Bai said frankly. Always buying materials from the system instead of gathering more themselves would cost more money as the population grew. Also, they'd be limited by the system shop. If one day the system shop ran out and the territory lacked enough supplies, chaos would ensue. It was safer to stockpile early on. Diana listened and showed a look of admiration. Given the territory's situation, Zhou Bai's choice was undoubtedly correct. It was impressive that someone so young could think so thoroughly. Maybe, just maybe, she could really carve out a different path as she hoped. Leave the equipment making to me. As long as you have materials, I'll prepare everything perfectly, Diana promised seriously. Why? Zhou Bai was a bit surprised. She just arrived yesterday and already showed such goodwill today? Maybe because I used to be human, Diana replied. Every human territory that survives is one more strength for us. Joe-Bai was silent for a moment. The decline of humans was too far removed from their current territory's concerns. Seeing Joe-Bai deep in thought, Diana smiled. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. You're just a small territory. Just focus on developing well. After speaking, Diana took out a piece of equipment and handed it to Joe-Bai. This is a backpack slot expansion, 10 slots total, stackable. You need it now. Consider it a gift for saving me from the undead world. Yesterday, after seeing Joe-Bai's backpack was full, she quickly made this as a small token. Joe-Bai looked at Diana, saw the determination in her eyes, and accepted the gear directly. Thank you. You're welcome, Diana smiled. I'll give you some more materials so you can keep making gear. I'll send the materials back as soon as possible, Joe-Bai said, handing over several high-value materials, estimating Diana's skill level. Diana took the materials and raised her eyebrows slightly. She was surprised when Joe-Bai gave materials yesterday and now again. It seemed Joe-Bai had some mysterious supply channels as a lord. But Diana didn't ask. Her task was to make equipment. All right, go ahead and get busy. Don't delay, she said, returning to the counter to continue making gear. Joe-Bai didn't say more and turned to leave. At the door, he bumped into Harrison, soaked from the heavy rain. His expression paused, so NPCs were also affected by the world's weather. Harrison looked at Joe-Bai, fully equipped, slightly raised his chin in greeting, then went straight into the tailor's shop. Joe-Bai was used to his personality and headed toward the Hall of Heroes after leaving the tailor's shop. She planned to use up her summoning chances before leaving the territory. Diana's role in the territory showed her how useful local NPCs were. Meanwhile, Harrison entered the tailor's shop and said directly to Diana, I want to buy rainproof gear. Diana listened and apologized with a smile. Sorry, you're late. It's all sold out. But the Lord just gave me new materials, so I'll make more. If you're not in a hurry, please wait here. Harrison, aren't they afraid of this heavy rain? You said they're not native to the Stan continent? After facing so many incidents, they still act like nothing happened and go out to gather and hunt as usual. He expressed his confusion. Or maybe these humans have especially strong mental resilience. Probably because the territory prepared well, letting them buy gear to overcome the heavy rain. If they can handle this weather, they can handle others. What's there to fear? Of course, most importantly, they have a good lord. Diana thought of Joe-Bai's actions and couldn't help but smile. She was the first lord Diana had seen personally lead and motivate the territory's residents. It must have taken a lot of effort. Really special. Harrison was silent after hearing this. Thinking of how this lord summoned Diana immediately and solved the special material problem before abnormal weather appeared, she really had some strength and luck on her side. Inside the heroic spirit hall, Joe-Bai operated skillfully, quickly summoning the first undead. Name: Bayer race, undead, human, level 17 identity, resident of the undead kingdom profession, swordsman, mercenary HP, 1700/1700 as stamina, 1700/1700. Attributes: Constitution, 20/20, Intelligence, 20/20. Agility, 20/20, Defense, 20/20, Talent, Command price, 1 gold coin/month. Seeing this, Joe-Bai was pleasantly surprised. Mercenaries in this world must be very powerful. Spend 1 gold coin per month to hire swordsman mercenary Bayer. Yes. As the shadow materialized into a tall, sturdy figure clad in armor, wielding a great sword, a chilling aura radiated from him. Kneeling on one knee, Bayer respectfully greeted, "Greetings, Lord." A knight's courtesy, as he was once a knight. Seeing his attitude, Joe-Bai relaxed a bit. Thankfully, no more disdainful types like Harrison appeared. From now on, no need to bow, she said quickly. Understood. Bayer looked surprised, but said no more, standing straight beside Joe-Bai, awaiting orders. Joe-Bai hadn't yet decided his role and proceeded to summon the next. Soon, a new figure appeared. Name: Dennis race, undead, human, level 11 identity, resident of the Undead Kingdom profession, Dr. HP, 1100. Stamina, 1100/1100 attributes, Constitution, 10/20, Intelligence, 15/20, Agility, 10/20, Defense, 10/20, Talent, Healing price, 1 gold coin/month. A doctor. At this moment, Jobai confirmed what she joked with her father yesterday. The special building, the Heroic Spirit Hall, was indeed for supplying talents to the territory and boosting its strength. It was exactly what the territory needed. She had to make good use of it. Dr. Dennis appeared, initially confused, but soon showing a hint of joy. A doctor had little use in the Undead Kingdom, but was perfect for a human territory. "Are you the lord of this territory? Do you have a clinic?" Dennis asked eagerly. Jobai blinked. "Not yet, but there will be one." Dennis was a bit disappointed, but realized this was only a level 1 village. Such a low-level territory wouldn't have a clinic. Still, having such a special building to summon them might mean something unique. "I'll follow your orders," Dennis said sincerely. "Our territory just built a barracks. Bayer, you'll serve there and manage the troops. Dennis, you'll join the barracks too, accompany soldiers outside to collect herbs and provide healing when needed," Jobai quickly decided. "Understood." Both replied in unison. Being under her roof, they had no choice but to obey. Fortunately, Jobai's arrangements were reasonable. Today's heavy rain makes going out inconvenient. Wait for others to return with materials, then pick them up at the tailor shop. Also, treat me as a normal resident. "I'm leaving now," Jobai said, quickly leaving the hall. Luckily, few people were in the territory today, mostly in the residential area. Otherwise, she wouldn't dare come to the Heroic Spirit Hall so openly. When Bayer and Dennis appeared later, no one would have guessed what was on her head. Perfect. Thinking this, Jobai's steps lightened. Watching her leave, Bayer and Dennis exchanged glances. This territory's lord seemed a bit strange. They said nothing more and stood at the hall's entrance, eyes gleaming with joy. After all, escaping the Undead Kingdom was lucky. Outside, Jobai reached the territory gate. Only 2 guards stood there, nodding slightly at her. Jobai immediately recognized them as Xia Mingjie and Su Qingyi, the 2 her father mentioned as the chosen doctor and strategist. Seeing them, Jobai couldn't help but think of Bayer and Dennis. With them, the territory would only get better. She smiled warmly and walked out the gate. The 2 guards looked at the heavy rain outside and said, "Captain Joe's daughter looks happy. Going out hunting monsters?" "Probably." They exchanged a look full of respect. She was truly the territory's famous hard worker. Jobai might not realize it, but after single-handedly fighting 5 dark wolves that night and freely moving inside and outside the territory, everyone regarded her as a big shot, a very hardworking one. Those who become big shots have a mindset beyond ordinary people. Unaware of the misunderstanding her happiness caused, Jobai headed straight for the bamboo forest. She had learned from Diana that wind and rain orchid grew freely in rain, and bamboo forests must have them. On her way, various monsters charged at her. The heavy rain made monsters inside the territory more active than usual. Grateful for the free experience, Jobai dispatched them with a single axe blow. Higher level meant higher damage, plus equipment bonuses, so facing lower-level monsters was no problem. Many felt the benefits of leveling and thus eagerly hunted monsters. Jobai smoothly reached the bamboo forest. True to its name, a vast grove of bamboo stood tall, leaves overlapping like small boats linked together, blocking the sky. Only winding paths remained below. Without hesitation, Jobai entered. Inside, the rain sound changed, muffled by the bamboo leaves. She walked deeper and began gathering. Her axe struck bamboo, and soon the system notified, "Congratulations, host obtained bamboo stock *5, bamboo shoot *1, experience *1. Bamboo harvested in rain was different from sunny days. Others had come yesterday, getting whole bamboo and bamboo rice, many making bamboo tubes. If bamboo forests changed with weather, What about other places? Thinking this, Zhou kept chopping. After some time, she found a patch of purple flowers swaying as raindrops fell through gaps. Wind and rain orchid. Confirming it was the needed material, she prepared to pick it. Suddenly, a group of magic bamboo rats jumped out, squeaking and baring sharp teeth. Zhou dispatched them without mercy and harvested all the orchids. No more monster interference followed, and her backpack filled steadily. Unconsciously, she collected hundreds of units of both materials. She planned to move on to gather raintree resin next. Though she knew others would collect special materials too, she wanted to finish her own collection first. Just as she prepared to leave the bamboo forest, loud howls and human voices erupted nearby. Surround it. Don't rush, don't run. We have so many people, no fear. We'll grind it down. Listening, Zhou checked the map. The once quiet bamboo forest now had a dozen people, surrounding a small red dot. A monster? Probably high level. She decided to help. Arriving, she saw a huge magic bear wreaking havoc. Its roar sent a shockwave, knocking the group flying. Everyone's HP dropped significantly, low-level members lost over half. Brother Zhang, this bear's level is way higher than expected. Let's retreat, someone urged their leader Zhang Yongnian. Their trip had been smooth, killing newly spawned misty forest monsters with the soldier team. Afterward, they collected raintree resin and thought they had time to gather bamboo stalks. But unexpectedly, a magic bear spawned here. Though many, they couldn't take it down. The bear's level was far above theirs. Zhang Yongnian saw the bear's health barely dropped and gritted his teeth retreat. Just as they prepared to flee, Zhou appeared. Seeing her, the group's eyes lit up. The big shot's here. Zhou, her? A big shot? How come she didn't know? Boss, shall we take down this demon bear together? Zhang Yongnian quickly asked Zhou opinion. He knew very well that the highest level of the beasts outside was only level 9, and Zhou was level 9 too. With their assistance, they could definitely take down the demon bear. Okay. Zhou nodded, then looked at the demon bear, which was already preparing to attack the person it had knocked down, and hurried to confront it. At this moment, the demon bear sensed Zhou threat, or rather, Zhou flesh and blood attracted it even more. Upon seeing her, its attention immediately focused on her. The two quickly clashed. The huge bear paw raised, revealing sharp claws, aiming straight at Zhou most vulnerable head and neck. Zhou directly used her iron axe to defend and counterattack against the bear paw. The axe's defense absorbed much of the force, but Zhou still lost 150 HP. Keep in mind, she still had equipment attribute bonuses. The damage was really high. Zhou muttered to herself, and the next moment, the other bear paw also swiped down. She could only spin quickly to respond. Then came pushes, grabs, scratches, and clawing. The demon bear pressed closely, determined to knock her down, its movements growing faster. At this moment, Zhou finally understood why the group couldn't handle this demon bear. One strength overpowers 10 skills. The demon bear's strength was just too great. Every time Zhou clashed with it, she felt her hands going numb from the shock. She had to start using a cautious, low-profile tactic, repeatedly chopping at the bear's nose and eye sockets. She remembered these were the bear's weak points, and figured it was the same for the demon beast. Sure enough, facing this threat, the demon bear's attacks weakened slightly. Taking advantage of its retreat, Zhou chopped off a significant portion of its health. Much more efficient than the whole team before. Nice, awesome. Keep hitting its eyes. Health bar dropping. The group, previously bullied by the demon bear, couldn't help but cheer and applaud from the sidelines. Hearing this, Zhou stumbled slightly, then glanced back at Zhang Yongnian. Together. Didn't we agree to take it down together? Zhang Yongnian realized this, cleared his throat, and quickly shouted, "Those with HP below 300, step aside to rest and recover. Those with HP above 300, keep an eye on your health throughout." As he finished, the cheering group hurriedly drew their weapons and charged in. The boss is so strong, they almost forgot. Bai attacked head-on while they assisted from all sides. Any hit would at least chip away some of the demon bear's health. The demon bear, annoyed by their harassment and sensing danger, let out a low roar, preparing to unleash an area attack skill. Having witnessed its sound attack before, Bai wouldn't give it the chance. She switched her iron axe for a spear and thrust heavily into the demon bear's eye. A piercing scream echoed on the scene. Though their eardrums hurt and their HP dropped significantly, the group saw an opportunity. While the demon bear howled in pain, they chopped and stabbed as much as they could. The demon bear's health bar rapidly dropped under their efforts. Watching the health bar, Bai estimated the moment and delivered a final heavy blow. Before the demon bear could counterattack, its health hit 0, and its massive body collapsed. Congratulations, host. Defeated LV9 Demon Bear, obtained Honey 9, Bear Paw 4, Bear Meat 9, Bear Hide 9, Experience 90, Copper Coins 90, randomly gained permanent Stamina Attribute Points +2. Stamina +2? Bai was a bit surprised. This was her first time getting attribute points from a drop, and it was stamina. Her eyes involuntarily brightened. So attribute points could also be gained by killing monsters? Is this chance only for high-level beasts? She made a mental note to verify this when she had time. At this moment, with the system notification, the demon bear's body disappeared on the spot. Seeing this, everyone breathed a long sigh of relief. Victory! Boss, thank you. Without you, we would have had to give up this resource point for now, Zhang Yongnian said sincerely. Who would have thought there was such a high-level mini-boss hidden near the bamboo forest? They'd have to be more careful in the future, scouting first. Otherwise, if surrounded by beasts, the whole team would be in trouble. The game changed day by day, and monster levels kept rising. Most they met yesterday were level 6 or 7. Today suddenly. Level 8 or 9. If you hadn't encountered it, I might have run into it later. Bai shook her head, then added, "Don't call me boss, just call me Bai." "How long have you been here?" Zhang Yongnian asked curiously, noticing she came out of the bamboo forest. "A while. I just gathered a lot of bamboo strips and wind and rain orchids," Bai replied, revealing some information. Sure enough, Zhang Yongnian was surprised when he heard wind and rain orchid. "There's wind and rain orchid in the bamboo forest too." "Yes, quite a lot. When you gather later, be careful. There are demon bamboo rats guarding it. Watch out for sudden attacks. Some will suddenly burrow out of the ground," Bai warned. "Thanks," Zhang Yongnian quickly responded. They didn't even know there was wind and rain orchid inside. Its value was much higher than bamboo strips. Even if Bai was hiding it, no one would mind, but she still told them. "No need to thank me. I can't gather it all alone anyway. The resources are there. If everyone gathers more, the territory can make more equipment," Bai said casually, then glanced at the recent loot and continued. "The demon bear dropped a lot, including 2 stamina attribute points. I'll keep 1 set, you guys split the rest." Hearing Bai's first sentence, Zhang Yongnian silently gave her a thumbs up in his heart. Such a broad vision. But when he heard about the attribute points drop, he was a bit surprised, but still declined her offer. No, you basically did all the fighting. They didn't have the face to take it. Without Bai, they might have had to give up this resource point. Now they could continue gathering bamboo strips and wind and rain orchids. You helped too, keep it. The attribute points are already a big benefit for me, Bai insisted. How about this? We take 20% of the harvest, Zhang Yongnian said. Seeing her attitude, he could only accept, but only agreed to 20%. 50%. Fine. When did taking stuff ever feel like too much? They reached an agreement. So what's your plan now? Zhang Yongnian asked. I'm going to check out the misty forest and look for rain tree resin, Bai replied. We just came back from there. That place has the most people. In the rain, all the trees turn into rain trees. Cutting them yields wood and randomly drops rain tree resin. The drop rate isn't low, but there are many small demon beasts, so be careful. Zhang Yongnian shared information about the misty forest. Got it. Bai nodded, then thought about their return from there and guessed they must have rain tree resin. She continued, "How much rain tree resin do you have? Sell it to me at the territory's purchase price. I won't go there for now, I'll just bring the materials back." After sending the materials back, Diana could make more equipment so other residents could go out too. Though dangerous outside in the rain, the harvest was great, a good chance to improve. They couldn't just laze at home. Okay, Zhang Yongnian agreed again. They wouldn't lose out anyway. But his gaze toward Zhou had changed somewhat. Maybe they should learn from her. The higher the levels of people in the territory, the better for the territory. They needed to think long-term. After the trade, both sides parted ways. Watching Zhou leave, others quickly gathered around Zhang Yongnian. The boss is really nice. Such a broad vision. When will I be as strong as her? No, isn't the boss rich? So much rain tree resin, and she can just take it all. Normal. She's high level, kills high level beasts, gets more copper coins, so she's rich. And she mostly kills monsters alone. Jealous. Leveling up early in the game instantly puts you ahead. Let's all work hard to kill more monsters and level up. There's still room to catch up. As everyone chatted happily, Zhang Yongnian withdrew his gaze and said, "Enough chatting. Let's hurry into the bamboo forest to gather bamboo strips and wind and rain orchids. The equipment's duration is less than an hour. We have to return to the territory before it ends and gather more materials." Hearing this, others remembered what Zhou said and quickly agreed. Makes sense. As long as they were willing, they could do quite a lot for the territory. Then, the group quickly entered the bamboo forest, racing against time. At this moment, they didn't realize that sometimes the formation of a territory's atmosphere happens subtly and imperceptibly. After getting rain tree resin from Zhang Yongnian and his group, Zhou didn't go to the misty forest, but planned to return directly to the territory. However, at that moment, a system notification popped up. Hope Village Lord, refugees have entered the Hope Village territory. Please prepare for their reception as soon as possible. Hearing this suddenly, Zhou couldn't help but be stunned. Since rescuing that batch of survivors on the second day, followed by the monster attack on the city, unlocking new buildings, receiving NPCs, and today's abnormal weather, one thing after another kept happening. She hadn't had time to think about what was happening outside the territory. Of course, she hadn't received any news about refugees entering before. So this news surprised her so much. The next moment, Zhou quickly checked and indeed saw many small green dots within the territory boundary on the map, and these dots kept increasing. This meant a group of survivors was continuously heading toward Hope Village. No matter where they came from, people arriving was a good thing. Although she wasn't thinking about upgrading immediately, not wanting to upgrade was different from being unable to. Then, looking at the raindrops falling wildly overhead, a trace of worry appeared in Zhou eyes. She didn't know how the survivors' health was holding up or if they could withstand the health loss caused by the heavy rain. Instinctively, Zhou glanced at the soldiers' positions on the territory map. They were clearly split into 3 small squads operating outside, and the closest squad wasn't far from these people. Zhou decisively issued a mission. Mission: rescue refugees. Type: time-limited mission. Description: after 4 days of development, more refugees have arrived at Hope Village, currently trapped in heavy rain. Reward: all loot belongs to the individual, participants, soldiers, all residents, voluntary. After issuing the mission, Zhou quickly headed toward the territory to first deliver materials with so many people. On the other side, the soldiers and residents who received the news showed mixed expressions. Inside Hope Village, many residents had also received the news, but they had no gear and couldn't help rescue. More survivors have arrived. I wonder how they're doing. It's heavy rain now, health is dropping. I just hope their health is high enough to reach the territory safely, or else, only a few dozen people can go out today, not enough manpower. If I could go, I'd go rescue immediately. You're so kind. Think about it. We residents are originally from City C or nearby. Who knows if the new survivors include our family? That's true. The tailor's shop sent news. A batch of gear is out. Those with higher levels can buy gear and lead rescue teams. Okay, I can go. I'm level 6 now. I'm low level, better not cause trouble. If I go, I might end up needing rescue instead. As people chatted, Ding Chiro quickly reminded, even if we can't go out, we can prepare. Everyone, boil more hot water at home. It'll just cost some wood. Hearing this, everyone immediately realized they could do something within their means. Okay, I'll boil some now. Boiling hot water is a small thing we can do. Maybe make some hot soup too, mushroom chicken soup. Misty Forest. Captain Joe, the rescue refugees mission came. Should we go rescue now or finish off this boss first? A soldier asked. Since they came out today, they had encountered many level 9 monsters. After killing the first one, they realized high-level monsters had a much higher chance to drop equipment and attribute points. That morning, they killed 2 level 9 monsters and got a green defense gear and 2 agility points, so they called level 9 monsters bosses. Fighting high-level monsters was more beneficial for them. At this moment, they had surrounded a level 9 monster and were about to attack. Finding a level 9 monster wasn't easy. It cost them much time and effort. Letting it go would be a pity. Besides, other teams were going to rescue. They could finish the boss and still make it in time. Forgot what we saw last time? Zhou Zhiping retorted. Hearing this, everyone recalled the tragic scene from the last rescue mission, still vivid in their minds. Captain Zhou, I was wrong. Let's go. The sooner, the more people we might save, Zhou Zhiping said firmly. Bamboo Forest. After receiving the news, Zheng Yongnian's eyes were full of thought, and his movements slowed. Unable to hold back, he asked, "Do you think we need to go rescue? For residents, this mission seems voluntary. We still have plenty of wind and rain orchids and bamboo strips here, worth a lot. Anyway, there are other teams. The soldiers will definitely go." Exactly, soldiers get territory wages. It's their duty to help. Whether we go or not doesn't matter. Rescuing people only pays 1 copper coin, but gathering 1 wind and rain orchid is 5 copper coins. Not really worth it. Several people talked back and forth, clearly reluctant to leave this resource-gathering spot. They just wanted to earn more copper coins to improve their lives, not thinking far ahead. But soon, some opposed. We're all compatriots. Helping is nothing. We're lucky to have a territory that provides shelter, food, and gear so we can live safely. Those outside without a territory probably suffer. Right? And the territory needs people. I don't know if there are better territories outside, but as long as Hope Village shelters us, I'll never leave. I want the territory to grow stronger, which needs more people to build it. Helping others helps the territory. I want to go rescue. I agree. I'm a survivor saved by the territory soldiers before. Without them, I'd be dead. Now I'm able and I want to help rescue. After speaking, both sides looked at Zheng Yongnian. Zheng Yongnian looked at them, pursed his lips, but memories of Zhou Bai's words and deeds surfaced in his mind. His gaze gradually grew firm. The resource point is here and won't run away. We can rescue and come back, he said, looking around. If you don't agree, you can stay and keep gathering. We'll follow you, those who originally disagreed quickly said after hearing Zheng Yongnian. What a pity. The leader went, so did the others. Could they not follow? Going with the flow. Then let's go. Zheng Yongnian decided. Similar things were happening everywhere, countless people rushing toward the mission-marked locations on the map. Outside Hope Village, the group trudged through the relentless rain. There's a territory ahead. If we reach it, we'll be safe, Chao Jingshan, the leader, said loudly, though his eyes lacked brightness, carrying the weariness of many hardships. Many survivors around him shared the same exhausted look. After his words, murmurs rose among the group. But entering a territory costs money. The last one charged 1 gold coin for permanent residency and 1 silver coin daily. This one will probably be even more expensive. Who can afford that? Maybe death is a relief. This damn game offers no peace, no enough food, no warm clothes. Even when we find a place to rest, monsters break in and kill many. Now with this sudden rain that drains our health, I don't know how long I can last. Better to die than suffer. I'm so tired. My health is almost gone. I probably won't make it to the territory. I lost a hand. I'm useless now, no reason to live. If monsters appear, we can't fight in this state. We're still far from the territory. Everyone knows monsters get stronger and more numerous near territories. We have too few high-level people. Wish they hadn't left. They probably left to avoid dragging us down, heading another way. Hope there's a territory there. No territory? With their levels and skills, they'll survive easily, unlike us. The endless rain stirred restless emotions, fueling despair. Those speaking vented their struggles, as if fighting death itself. Many others were too weak even to speak. Let's get to the territory first. Think of our families. Better to live badly than die. Chao Jingshan gritted his teeth and urged, "We're just a step away. Are you willing to give up now?" Hearing this, many felt their vision blur. Not from willingness, but helplessness. Still, Chao's words sparked a flicker of hope. Seeing the group calm somewhat, Chao shouted, "Move quickly. Those in the middle hold the wooden boards steady overhead. Be careful not to drop them. Those on the outside, keep your weapons close." Monsters increase near the territory. Gripping their belongings tighter, the group pressed on. The sudden rain and health drain caught them off guard, but many had weapons and gathered wood to make makeshift shelters. These wooden boards slowed their health loss. Without them, survival would be impossible. However, these shelters had low durability and needed frequent replacement. The group continued moving. Soon, someone noticed something odd. The monsters near this territory seemed cleared out, a sharp-eyed survivor said. He had been to Tsanglei village and knew the usual monster distribution. Normally, monsters increased closer to a territory. But they hadn't seen many for a while. Really? Some eyes brightened. Cleared monsters meant someone was here. That's good news. But with this weather, how could the territory people come out to clear monsters? The rain drains health. They wouldn't risk their lives just for money, right? Someone doubted, unwilling to believe. No matter what, let's check the territory, Chao Jingshan insisted. With any hope, he wouldn't give up. His wife and daughter were behind him. This brief exchange gave most a little hope. But among the following groups, one team's eyes darted suspiciously, exchanging glances and signals, clearly scheming. After walking further, they encountered a group of monsters. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. A pack of magic frogs hopped toward them, spraying corrosive venom that ate through clothes and drained health. Most were around level 5, so the group relaxed slightly, confident their numbers would win. Chao Jingshan, as temporary leader, drew his weapon first. Those with enough health follow me. Quick and decisive. People armed themselves and attacked the frogs. Congratulations, host killed LV5 magic frog, obtained venom *5, experience *50, copper coins *50, dropped anti-poison armor *1. Congratulations, host killed LV4 magic frog, obtained venom *4, experience *40, copper coins *40. Congratulations, host killed LV4 magic frog, obtained venom *4, experience *40, copper coins *40, dropped anti-poison armor *1. After killing several frogs and noticing the unusually high drop rate, Chao's eyes flickered strangely. They had killed level 4 to 5 monsters before, sometimes getting drops, but never this frequently. Others noticed too, but didn't think much, focusing on fighting harder. Anti-poison armor was valuable and could sell well in the territory. Food was scarce for most since yesterday, and weapon durability was low, needing replacement soon. In Tsanglei village, they spent most money on equipment. Prices between territories were probably similar. Saving money was key. After they finished clearing the frogs, screams came from behind. Every update, seeing your votes makes me happy. I'll work hard to update more. Moi hearing the voices, Chao Jingshan and the others couldn't help but tense up. When they turned around, they saw Yu Ziming leading nearly half of his team, weapons aimed at the wooden planks protecting the old, weak, sick, and disabled group. Hand over all your money and supplies. If you don't, we'll drag you down with us, Yu Ziming said arrogantly, his gaze fixed on Chao Jingshan. He dared to do this because he had observed the situation carefully. His level was the highest in this group, level 6, about the same as Chao Jingshan. Before, when the group was large and strong, he didn't dare act. But now, with the fighting power of the team, especially Chao Jingshan, all gone to fight monsters, it was the perfect time for them to strike. If they could steal enough money, once they entered the territory, they could live well. Back in his home village, Aurora Village, robberies were common. Don't think he didn't know, the people behind the robbers were the lord of that territory, so no punishment ever came. To survive, he joined the robbery team. He robbed monsters, money, and supplies, quickly accumulating capital and building his own team. Unfortunately, Aurora Village couldn't withstand a sudden monster invasion. In a moment, monsters broke into the territory, rampaging and killing. People scattered, and he had to flee with his team. On the way, they came to Songlei Village and stayed there. That night, Songlei Village also suffered a similar monster invasion. He guessed that whenever a territory upgraded, monsters would invade. But that wasn't the main point. After 2 rounds of monster invasions, their whole team had almost exhausted their equipment and money to survive. They could have recovered by killing monsters, but the heavy rain made their situation even worse. This Hope Village, he still didn't understand well, but based on the previous 2 territories' experience, equipment here must be expensive. Plus, their lord had absolute power over the territory and could expel residents. They couldn't openly rob inside the territory when they first arrived, so they had to rob this fleeing group before entering Hope Village to accumulate resources. With their team's level, if the territory still needed people to fight monsters, the Lord of Hope Village would likely recruit them. Huang Jingshan's team had some good residents, but they were also a burden. Some were injured, some disabled, and even a few women with weak constitutions. He thought few territories would give up a strong fighting team for so many burdens. Yu Ziming had thought it all through, which led to this scene. But it must be said, Yu Ziming's actions hit a nerve with Chao Jingshan and the others. Because their wives and children were among the old, weak, sick, and disabled. Their strong team was willing to carry these burdens because they were family. Originally, the whole team moved in order, with them leading. Yu Ziming's team was the rear guard, cooperating orderly to find a territory. Just as they were about to settle temporarily, they didn't expect Yu Ziming, who escaped from Songlei Village with them, to harbor ill intentions. Because of Yu Ziming's threatening actions, Chao Jingshan and the fighters were momentarily distracted. If those wooden planks were destroyed, the old and weak with low HP could easily die. HP-10, HP-10. Hearing the HP loss notifications, Chao Jingshan snapped back and said to a few, "You fight first, I'll talk." The others, seeing the aggressive monster frogs and Yu Ziming taking advantage, hated them deeply but could only grit their teeth and fight the monsters first. Once the situation stabilized again, Chao Jingshan approached Yu Ziming. "You came out of Songlei Village with us. You should know we don't have much supplies or equipment. If we give it all to you, we might not even get into the new territory. This is a matter of life and death for our whole team. Push us too far, and it'll be a fight to the death." Chao Jingshan's tone grew heavier. Though he knew people's hearts changed easily after the apocalypse game, he didn't expect it to happen so fast, with someone adding fuel to their hardship. Without money and supplies, what's the difference from asking for their lives? Has the apocalypse wiped out humanity? Yu Ziming smirked at Chao Jingshan's words. "I don't expect you to give everything, but it must total over 20 gold coins. Decide quickly, I have no patience." As he spoke, Yu Ziming deliberately tapped his weapon on the wooden plank, full of menace. "Fine, I'll pay." Seeing Yu Ziming aiming at his wife, Chao Jingshan agreed immediately. Money can be earned again, but family is gone forever. Chao Jingshan immediately started gathering funds. The fighters each contributed 1 gold coin for their families. The others under the team's protection, knowing their lives depended on it, obediently handed over copper or silver coins. After collecting, they only had 19 gold coins. This is our limit. We still need some to enter the territory, Chao Jingshan said coldly. Yu Ziming took the gold coins and glanced at Chao Jingshan's weapon, but said nothing. Their weapons were no match for his, so no use taking them. He then gave a signal to his companions. Instantly, a squad of over 20 people took up weapons and left the team. They headed toward Hope Village. After they left, cries broke out one after another. Heartless bastards. My money. How will we survive in the next territory? Food and weapons are so expensive now. If this territory can't hold off monsters, we won't have anywhere else to run. Chao Jingshan rushed to his wife Su Xinman and daughter Chao Zhu's side. Are you okay? We're fine. You should hurry. It's better to get to the territory quickly. I'm worried about our daughter's health, Su Xinman urged. Chao Jingshan noticed his daughter's pale face. She was young, low-level, and her HP was far lower than theirs. He regretted protecting her too much, never letting her kill monsters, so she hadn't leveled up and had less HP. Clenching his fists, Chao Jingshan returned to the front, fighting alongside others to finish off the remaining monster frogs. Then he told the team, let's move on. Follow behind them to the territory. Yu Ziming's group was definitely heading to Hope Village. Following them would save effort. Hearing Chao Jingshan, most, no matter how angry, depressed, or sad, could only gather themselves and move forward. Just moments ago, facing death, they realized they were afraid to die. Since they feared death, they had to fight to live. As the team prepared to move, sudden hurried footsteps came from not far ahead. Everyone stopped and soon saw a group approaching, wearing uniform leather armor and holding spears that gleamed faintly, unlike their roughly carved wooden spears. More importantly, they wore conical hats and cloaks that kept rain from touching them, as if protected by an invisible shield. That must be equipment allowing free movement in the rain. How much would that cost? Clearly, this was a powerful team. Realizing this, Chao Jingshan and the others had only one thought: this is the end. Wolves in front, tigers behind. Just as Chao Jingshan considered whether to fight to the death, the leader of the group spoke. Are you okay? We are the soldier squad of Hope Village, here to rescue you. Li Xingting arrived first. Seeing the group's anxious faces, he asked worriedly, then added after seeing their tension. The effect was obvious. Hearing they were rescuers, fear faded somewhat, replaced by disbelief. Li Xingting didn't give them time to think and said, follow us. We'll take you to Hope Village. The next moment, the soldiers behind Li Xingting looked at the old, weak, sick, and disabled in the group, and one spotted Chao Zhu. She was the first child they had seen since the apocalypse. One soldier took off his cloak and covered Chao Zhu's head. Use this for now. Others also took off their cloaks and lent them to some injured in the group. Afterward, they began escorting them forward. Many could only follow blindly. After walking some distance, they gradually realized they really were saved. The command of the entire team was handed over to Li Xingting and others, while Chao Jingshan went to his wife and daughter. Seeing the cloak added above his daughter's head, for some reason, even this big man felt a bit envious. Su Xinman noticed the emotion in Chao Jingshan's eyes, held his hand, and smiled through tears. No matter what, they had made it. Their persistence was worth it. Not only this family, but others also truly breathed a sigh of relief after realizing the kindness of the other side. Arriving at the territory, they could finally rest properly. Having a place to recuperate meant at least some recovery. Their eyes looked at Chao Jingshan with gratitude. If he hadn't persistently encouraged them, they might not have held on this long. They wondered what kind of territory Hope Village really was, how it compared to Zhanglei Village, and whether this territory also suffered monster invasions. If it was breached again, where would they go? Thinking of this, many fell back into a melancholy mood. As their thoughts drifted, footsteps came from all directions. The crowd grew anxious. Could it be monsters? As the sounds drew closer, they saw familiar outfits and, for some reason, instinctively relaxed. You're here. Li Xingting warmly greeted Zhou Zhangping, who had just arrived. Zhou Zhangping nodded, then looked at the dozens of people in the group and asked, "Is everything okay? Did you encounter monsters?" "My team just cleared this area." They probably didn't meet high-level monsters. For low-level ones, they had gear, and some had decent levels. They should have handled them smoothly. When we arrived, they were fine, just more affected by the weather. "We plan to bring them back to the territory and settle them first," Li Xingting explained. "Gear?" "So, they came from other territories." Zhou Zhangping keenly noticed the difference between these survivors and the previous ones. Compared to the earlier survivors who had nothing, these seemed to have some background and experience surviving in the apocalypse game world. Li Xingting nodded. "I think so too. But seeing their poor mental state, I didn't dare ask. Once they settle in the territory, they'll tell us eventually. No rush to ask now." Zhou Zhangping glanced at the group. Most were indeed in poor condition. The few better off were the higher-level fighters Li Xingting mentioned. He silently joined the group, and his soldiers took off their cloaks to give to those in urgent need. After walking a while, Zhang Yongnian arrived with his people, greeted Li Xingting's group, and joined the escort. More and more people came along the way, mostly joining the escort team, chatting casually. "You're here too." "Territory mission." "We were nearby, so we came." "After all, we're compatriots." "Also, the tower gear duration is almost up. We need to return to the territory to cool down." "What's with these people? They look unwell." "Most are injured, with very low health." "How could they be well?" "This is really tough. So hurrying back to the territory is the best choice." Voices from the group kept reaching Chao Jingshan's ears. Looking at these clearly Hope Village people, he gradually realized these people came to rescue, and from different places. Were they following orders from someone? The Lord of Hope Village? A lord who could command people to come rescue must be strong and supportive of newcomers. Would Hope Village be a good place to settle? While Chao Jingshan pondered, some former fighters gathered around him, whispering. "Brother Chao, Hope Village looks pretty good. Should we ask them about the details? Don't know if living there costs a lot of gold coins?" What Chao Jingshan saw, they saw too. They were quite hopeful about Hope Village. Having suffered the hardships of wandering outside, they especially wanted a stable territory. From the clues so far, Hope Village was clearly stronger than their previous Songlei Village. At least Songlei Village had no soldier squads and none of the equipment the soldiers carried. Not to mention leather armor or green gear, which was much better than ordinary clothes. Previously, Songlei Village only sold white gear with no special effects. As for weapons, the spears here were iron or even bronze grade, while some in their group had ordinary spears with lower damage and durability. From this perspective, Hope Village's equipment was obviously better. This was good news, proving Hope Village was strong. Maybe settling there meant no more wandering. But there was also bad news. If Hope Village was much stronger than Songlei Village, establishing themselves there might cost more gold coins. Most of them were short on money. They were unsure and could only ask Chao Jingshan. His thoughts were interrupted by their talk. Looking at the protective escort around them, he said, "Let's ask when we get there. If it really costs more gold, we'll rest well and work hard to earn it. Not just for us, but for our families too. In this apocalypse game, protecting them too much can harm them." This was a painful lesson. Okay, everyone agreed. They just hoped the territory could survive monster invasions so they could level up with their families. Because the soldier squad had cleared many places today, they knew which routes monsters were less likely to appear. So on the way back, the whole group basically didn't encounter monsters and smoothly returned to the territory. "Up ahead is our territory," Li Xingting said. Chao Jingshan and others looked at the thick city walls, their eyes wide. Why was Hope Village so excellent compared to other territories? Chao Jingshan couldn't help but ask, "Has your territory upgraded?" Compared to these walls, their territory's fences were like trash. "We're currently a level 1 village." The walls appeared after upgrading, Li Xingting said simply. "Looks very secure, right?" "Yeah." Chao Jingshan nodded stiffly. Oh no, upgrading means higher fees. As they got closer, Chao Jingshan hesitated but asked, "How much gold does it cost to become a resident?" In Sanglei village, it was 2 gold coins per person, 6 for a family of 3. Later, buying a house cost 20 gold coins, plus gear expenses, which drained their savings. If they could live peacefully, that would be fine. But when the territory was breached, all that money was wasted. Thinking about it now made him sad. He was prepared not to buy a house or even become a resident in the new territory, just a visitor to spend less. He really didn't want to waste money again. If the territory disappeared, it would be a big loss. But not buying a house might mean paying more gold to enter and spend inside the territory. Now at Hope Village, seeing its obvious strength, he worried even more about money. Zhou Zhangping's eyes flickered as he asked, "How much did your previous territory charge? Since when did becoming a resident cost gold coins?" Chao Jingshan didn't notice anything unusual and said, "In Sanglei village, it was 2 gold coins. I heard another territory charges 3 gold coins." Zhou Zhangping, if Xiaobai knew, would she think it was a ripoff? So hi. Zhou Zhangping was silent. Others listening were shocked. Only then did Chao Jingshan realize something was off. "Is it lower here than our previous territory? Our territory only charges 10 silver coins to become a permanent resident. Visitors pay 10 copper coins per day," Li Xingting explained. This shocked Chao Jingshan's group. So low. This was truly a conscientious territory. The next moment, Zhou Zhangping led the way into the territory. Sha Mingjie and Su Qingyi, guarding the gate, warmly greeted them. "Captain Zhou, Captain Li, take the people directly to the dining hall. Some food and hot water are already prepared there," Sha Mingjie said. "Who told you?" Zhou Zhangping asked. "Your wife." Zhou Zhangping smiled slightly and led Chao Jingshan's group toward the dining hall. At this moment, hearing the system prompt, everyone entering Hope Village didn't hesitate to become residents. 10 silver coins, after experiencing high costs in other territories, was a mere trifle. After entering, looking around inside Hope Village, their eyes nearly couldn't take it all in. Though the territories were the same size, Hope Village was so different, with many buildings, some familiar, most completely new. This territory was far stronger than their previous one. Shortly after, Zhou Zhangping and his group led the survivors into the dining hall. Inside, several people were waiting. Upon seeing them, they quickly came forward. Leading them was Ding Qiro. Her eyes first searched for Zhou Zhangping. Seeing him unharmed, she relaxed slightly. Then she addressed Chao Jingshan's group. "We've prepared some hot soup and water. If you need, help yourselves. Bring your own bowls. If not, we have bamboo tubes for sale at 2 copper coins each." Offering bamboo tubes for free wasn't a burden, but Ding Qiro didn't want to set a precedent. After all, more survivors would come in the future. Who could afford to keep giving away things for free? So although she immediately asked the territory's bamboo tube makers to supply the newcomers, they were to sell at normal prices. Hearing the price, the maker willingly brought out his stock and even made some on the spot. Chao Jingshan's group, having experienced high prices in the previous territory, didn't find 2 copper coins expensive at all. Many quickly bought bamboo tubes and went to get hot soup. They were soaked and needed something warm. 2 copper coins was nothing. Seeing how casually they paid, Ding Qiro reminded, "At the dining window, we also have steamed buns and white porridge. Each steamed bun is 2 copper coins. A bowl of porridge is also 2 copper coins." Hearing this, people dispersed in the dining hall, many crowding the window to buy buns and porridge. Some sat at tables, others on the floor, eating and drinking, their faces glowing with a new light. That light was called hope. Though they didn't fully understand the territory yet, the glimpse they saw told them this was a good place, worth settling. While the newcomers ate, some residents saw business opportunities and quickly set up stalls inside the dining hall. "I have shirts and shorts. Anyone interested? Only 99 copper coins a set, 1 copper cheaper than the territory price. Home shoes, only 30 copper coins. I also have homemade torches and umbrellas." The umbrellas aren't as rainproof as the territory's cloaks, but good enough inside. Hearing the calls, some who had eaten hurried to buy. The prices were ridiculously low for them. And these were things they needed, must buy. Some residents who had finished their rainproof gear's duration and were resting here also sold unused items. Seeing the newcomers' levels, some of their unused items might be useful. In a short time, the dining hall became a small market, even with bargaining. Can you lower the price? I'll pay 25 copper coins. Too low, 28. 25 then. You won't use it anyway. All right, deal. Chao Jingshan watched the lively scene, feeling a bit dazed. An hour ago, could they have imagined this? No way. Compared to their previous Songlei village, this was heaven and earth. I'll buy some clothes to change, Chao Jingshan said, snapping out of his thoughts as he looked at his daughter eating. Go ahead. You're soaking wet, Su Shinmon nodded, her mood much lighter. Clearly, their remaining savings could support them here for a while. Thinking back, they regretted spending so much in Songlei village. But it had sheltered them early on. Without it, they might have died outside. That was true wealth with nowhere to spend. Okay. Also, check the price of houses here. If not expensive, maybe we should buy one, Su Shinmon hesitated but spoke up. Though they planned to be vagrants in the next territory, not paying high prices or buying houses, entering this territory made them reconsider. This was the irresistible, true fragrance effect. Yeah, I'll ask when I return the cloak, Chao Jingshan agreed. After buying 3 sets of clothes, he approached Zhou Zhengping and Li Xingting. He could tell they were official mission holders, likely close to the Lord. Thanks for the cloaks, Chao Jingshan said as he returned them. Li Xingting accepted and passed the cloaks to a soldier behind. Chao Jingshan thanked him again. After greetings, Chao hesitated, then asked, I want to know about Hope Village. Zhou Zhengping and Li Xingting exchanged glances and nodded. Ask away. We also want to know about the outside. Who is the lord of the territory? Li Xingting raised an eyebrow. You have a lord? Yes, but our lord charges high fees. Many gather around him. Unfortunately, even after paying enough, we couldn't protect the territory, Chao Jingshan said regretfully. We don't seem to have a lord. Everything comes from the Apocalypse game panel. Territory upgrades seem spontaneous. So far, no one has claimed to be lord, Li Xingting replied directly. Chao Jingshan was skeptical. No lord? How is that possible? Zhou Zheping and Li Xingting said nothing. Chao understood there was no answer and could only observe himself. What about houses? How much? 6 gold coins for level 1 houses, 12 gold for 2-story level 2 houses, Zhou Zhengping said. Besides buying, you can rent 100 copper coins/day for level 1, 200 for level 2. Chao Jingshan was shocked again by Hope Village's prices. In Songlei Village, houses cost 20 gold and can't be rented. Some bought to rent, but rent was expensive. Where do those who can't buy live? On empty land inside the territory, Chao Jingshan said. So the territory is quite chaotic. What buildings? We started as a level 0 village with only a carpenter's workshop and farmland. Both just appeared yesterday. We were happy to buy weapons from the carpenter, thinking we could fight monsters, but that night the territory was breached, and many survivors died. Chao's face darkened, recalling the nightmare. No one wanted to relive that. It was probably due to the upgrade. Now we're a level 1 village. On the upgrade night, we faced a monster invasion. After surviving, the territory became like this, Zhou Zhengping explained. Sounds good, Chao Jingshan sighed. Our territory now has 6 building types besides the Lord's mansion and walls: dining hall, blacksmith, tailor, houses, heroic spirit hall, and general store. Most functions are obvious. The heroic spirit hall summons NPCs. So far, we have 2 local NPCs, a blacksmith and a tailor. Our rainproof gear was made by the tailor, Li Xingting added. Seeing Chao's confused look again, Li patted his shoulder. Choosing to settle in Hope Village won't disappoint you. Since you're here, you're one of us now. Stay. Okay. Chao nodded blankly. You'll learn more the longer you stay. Okay. Chao's eyes brightened. He then thought of Yu Ziming's gang who robbed them. They were also heading to Hope Village. Had they arrived? He hurriedly asked Zhou Zhengping and Li Xingting, "Do you deal with robbers? Before you found us, a group threatened and robbed us. They got here earlier." At this, Zhou Zhengping's eyes flashed cold. Just as they prepared to ask for details, Su Qingyi, who had been guarding the gate, entered the dining hall with a group. Seeing them, Chao Jingshan pointed without hesitation. "It's them." Not only Chao Jingshan, but many survivors who had just come to their senses also glared angrily at Yu Ziming and his group who had just arrived. It was hard for them not to resent those who kicked them when they were down. Yu Ziming and his group were stunned when they saw Chao Jingshan's party. They really didn't expect that although they left earlier than Chao Jingshan, he had arrived at Hope Village first. And unharmed. Had the people of Hope Village saved them? That complicated things. Seemingly reading their thoughts, Chao Jingshan snorted coldly. "After you robbed us, the Hope Village soldier squad came looking for us and safely brought us here." What? Disappointed? Hearing Chao Jingshan's accusation, Yu Ziming quickly retorted, glancing at Zhou Zhengping and others who were scrutinizing them. "Rob you? You agreed to pay us for escorting you to a safe place, but you reneged once there. We had to use special means to get what's rightfully ours." Chao Jingshan was shocked that Yu Ziming still dared to speak so arrogantly at this moment. He then looked at Zhou Zhengping and Li Xingting. "I'm telling the truth, believe me." Others quickly spoke up as well. "Yes, he's talking nonsense. He's from another territory. When Sanglei village was invaded by monsters, they saw our large group and joined us, claiming they could help clear monsters. But they had evil intentions and threatened us when we encountered monsters. Don't believe their words. They're heartless scoundrels. They're habitual robbers and would be a disaster if left in Hope Village." Seeing their accusations, Yu Ziming's face darkened repeatedly. Then, recognizing Zhou Zhengping and Li Xingting as people closely connected to the Hope Village Lord, and seeing their calm expressions unlike the others' anger, he steadied himself and said, "Our whole team is level 5 or above, with strong attributes. We can do more for the territory and are willing to fully clear monsters within the territory." As Yu Ziming finished, Chao Jingshan immediately understood the implication and showed some anger on his face, but inwardly felt uneasy. Indeed, compared to these dozens of strong young men, their team was old, disabled, and included some physically weak women. In terms of value, Yu Ziming's team could indeed contribute more to the territory. At this moment, Li Xingting smiled. Seeing Li Xingting smile, Yu Ziming relaxed and continued, "The territory's walls are very sturdy. I'm willing to lead more people out to bring back others. They would surely want to contribute to the territory as well. So they could grow strong by robbing others, just like in Wuji Village." Speaking of which, the reason Hope Village was so strong was probably because of such dealings. Chao Jingshan and the others clenched their fists watching this. Were the people of Hope Village really going to collude with Yu Ziming's gang? Could they still stay in such a territory? Su Xinman couldn't help but grab Chao Jingshan's hand. At that moment, Li Xingting spoke, "Our territory does need people, but not scum." The first sentence made Yu Ziming feel hopeful, thinking he had convinced them. But the second sentence froze his expression. Before he could react, the soldiers who had been calmly standing around quickly advanced toward them, clearly prepared for this. Not only the soldiers, Zheng Yongyan's team also didn't hesitate to help. At the same time, Su Qingyi beside Yu Ziming acted swiftly, aiming his spear at Yu Ziming's neck. "Don't move." He had felt something was off when he saw this group at the gate and, knowing Zhou's team was at the canteen, had brought soldiers along. Now he knew he had done the right thing. Seeing the imposing troops, Yu Ziming's group instinctively raised their hands in surrender. They had no intention to resist, fully aware that in terms of level and equipment, they were destined to lose. Moreover, they were under someone else's roof. Resisting meant certain death. They were surrounded in the middle, unable to move. At this moment, Zhou Zhengping looked at Chao Jingshan. "How many gold coins did they take from you?" 19. Chao Jingshan reacted and quickly gave the number. Hand over those 19 gold coins and pay double as compensation, Zhou Zhenping ordered directly. Yu Ziming, seeing the spear at his neck, obediently complied. After paying, Yu Ziming couldn't help but say, "My earlier words were just a joke. We know we were wrong. Please don't expel us from the territory." Before arriving here, they had wandered nearby and noticed this territory was different from their previous ones. This territory must have been tested, with various resource points and even high-level monsters they couldn't defeat. Now that their gold was gone, if they were kicked out, plus the heavy rain, their chances of survival outside were slim. No matter what, they didn't want to die. Yu Ziming now regretted it. Had he known Hope Village was like this, they would have obediently followed Chao Jingshan. With their levels, they would have lived better than Chao Jingshan's group, instead of becoming prisoners. Ignoring his words, Li Xingting looked at Zhou Zhenping. "What do you think we should do with them?" Zhou Zhenping thought for a moment and said, "Let's watch them for now and wait for the territory's instructions. Our territory has prepared well for many incidents before. Maybe this is the same." Their arrival reminds us not all survivors will follow rules. More survivors will come, and the territory needs order. Territory rules must be put on the agenda. He would discuss it with Xiao Bai. Li Xingting nodded. Good. Then the soldiers escorted Yu Ziming's group to a corner of the canteen for custody. Thank you. Chao Jingshan once again expressed gratitude to Zhou Zhenping and Li Xingting. Others felt even more so. Seeing Yu Ziming's group locked up, they felt immense satisfaction. Truly karma. No need to thank us. If we let them ruin the territory's atmosphere, it wouldn't be good for anyone, Li Xingting said directly. Don't worry. We won't let them off easily. Even if the territory agreed, they wouldn't. Hearing this, Chao Jingshan was completely relieved. Hope Village was really great. Good place, good people. He was already fond of it. Meanwhile, at the tailor shop, Zhou Bai received a system notification. Dear host, your soldier squad has captured residents committing robbery within Hope Village territory. Please establish rules for your territory, punish criminals, and stabilize order. Zhou Bai was surprised when she received the news. But she quickly understood this kind of thing was bound to happen sooner or later. Maybe it was even a good thing that it was triggered early. At that moment, Diana noticed Zhou Bai's distraction and asked directly, "What's wrong?" A new batch of survivors arrived. Some of them robbed others. They're all inside the territory now. The robbers were caught by the soldier squad. I'm thinking about how to regulate order in the territory, Zhou Bai said. Although she wasn't on site, she had been closely watching the green dots on the territory map, combined with what she had seen before and the system's recent message, so it wasn't hard to guess what had happened. Do you have any ideas? Diana asked. Do you have any suggestions? Zhou Bai countered. She had some ideas in mind, mostly borrowed from real-world laws, but she couldn't copy them all. What she needed most were rules suitable for the territory's current situation. The territory I was in before had some regulations, but they were basically meaningless for the strong. I guess those aren't what you want, Diana shook her head. Even though she had only been in this territory for a day, she had learned some background from the residents' words and understood why this territory and Zhou Bai were so special. She looked forward to the territory Zhou Bai would build. Zhou Bai understood Diana's meaning. The world's rules were probably still survival of the fittest. As long as you weren't caught, it wasn't really against the rules. If caught, as long as you were strong enough, nothing would happen. In their real history, nobles were the same old tricks. Thinking about this incident, Zhou Bai decided to first establish one rule. Maybe it would trigger a system reward, since it was a system requirement. Territory rule plus Rule 1. Territory residents are prohibited from harming others or damaging others' interests. Punishment, severity-based. Serious offenders will lose resident status and be expelled from the territory. After confirming, Zhou Bai immediately issued the rule. Right after issuing it, Zhou Bai received a reward from the system. Dear host, you have established Territory Rule 1. Please choose a suitable place to detain criminals. Would you like to purchase a prison? Item: Prison Blueprint. Description: a place to detain criminals. Prisoners are monitored and cannot leave the territory. Buy price, 3 gold coins. Sell price, 6 gold coins. Zhou didn't hesitate and chose to buy. Spend 5 gold coins, 1,000 units of wood, 1,000 units of stone, 1,000 units of iron ore, and the prison blueprint to build the prison. Yes. Prison construction completed. Please place it. Zhou placed the prison directly behind the military camp. After finishing this, Zhou issued another mission. Mission: collect territory rules. Type: long-term collection mission. Reward: 1 silver coin. Participants: all residents. After finishing, Zhou looked at Diana and said directly, I've established one rule first. Others depend on whether residents have better suggestions. Diana looked at the notification on her panel and nodded approvingly. Sounds good. I just built the prison, so the robbers have a place to be settled. But besides detention, I have another idea. I plan to build a road outside the territory, with the soldier squad patrolling and cleaning regularly. If survivors arrive at the territory boundary, they can safely reach the territory without wasting manpower on rescue. I thought the project was too big before, but now with so much free labor, it's feasible. What do you think? Zhou asked, eyes shining. She had been thinking about how to let more people outside know about Hope Village. System notifications were convenient, but limited in range. If there was a road with signs, survivors outside could learn about Hope Village earlier and residents could explore outside too. To get rich, build roads first. This saying applied to territory building as well. Previously, because there were too few residents, she hadn't put it on the agenda. But now it was possible. Diana paused, then smiled. That's great. Let's do it your way. Once the soldier squad brings people to the prison for registration and marks them, I'll issue the next rule. Zhou said happily. Free labor really saved a lot of money. Diana saw Zhou happy expression and couldn't help but smile. Then she finished making another set of rainproof gear and handed all 60 sets to Zhou. Here are 60 sets of gear. Take them for now. Thanks for your hard work. I'll treat you to a meal tonight. After saying this, Zhou took the gear and left. Before going to the dining hall, Zhou stopped by the Hall of Heroes. When she arrived, the summoned Bear and Dennis were practicing swordsmanship and reading medical scrolls respectively. Seeing Zhou, both stopped what they were doing and looked at her eagerly. Without further ado, Zhou handed 2 sets of gear to them. Put these on and come with me. They obediently complied. The 3 then headed toward the dining hall. Inside the dining hall, Chao Jingshan and the rescued group, after eating, drinking, and changing into new clothes, looked much better. The injured received simple treatment, and their health was slowly recovering. Compared to them, Yu Ziming and others trapped in a corner were worse off. Their wet clothes clung to their bodies, sending waves of chill. Their stomachs growled loudly. Although they had ingredients, they couldn't just eat them raw. Especially the smell of steamed buns, porridge, and other food wafting to their noses, it was torture. Yu Ziming, I shouldn't have listened to you. If we hadn't robbed others and followed Chao Jingshan, we wouldn't be in this mess. I don't know how they'll deal with us. If they kick us out, can we survive? Yu Ziming ignored their complaints. He knew whatever he said now would be wrong, so better to say nothing. When things were good, everyone called him Brother Yu. Now, While this group was in a daze, they received system messages about new territory rules and missions. The moment they heard, they knew it was aimed at them. Several panicked instantly. On the other side, Zhou Zhengping and others also heard. Li Xingting looked at Zhou Zhengping and said, You are right. The territory's reaction is really fast. As for Zhou Zhengping, after looking at the newly issued rules on the control panel, he smiled. It was his daughter who responded quickly. Thinking of Zhou, she entered the dining hall then, followed by Curious Bear and Dennis. Li Xingting noticed them immediately and waved. But Chao Jingshan and others were completely stunned. What's that? Someone pointed at Bear and Dennis, voice trembling. They're NPCs summoned by the territory, Ding Qiro kindly explained, and summoned 2 more NPCs. Xiao Bai also had some in her hands. NPCs? They thought they were people, but they were ghosts? Everyone exchanged looks. How many surprises did Hope Village have waiting for them? At this moment, Zhou Bai came forward and first gave Zhou Zhangping and Li Xingting a batch of rainproof 4-piece sets. Diana asked me to send these to you. The territory wants you to have replacements. Li Xingting accepted with a smile. The territory is really great. They barely had time to rest. But they were happy. Besides special materials, they gained a lot. They definitely didn't lose out. Zhang Yongmin and others looked on enviously. They could only wait for the cooldown. Luckily, with this new batch of survivors, they sold a lot of things. The more people in the territory, the better. Then Zhou Bai introduced Bear and Dennis behind her. They're newly summoned NPCs. Diana asked me to give them gear. Since they were coming, I brought them along. Zhou Zhaping and Li Xingting's eyes shifted to the two NPCs and noticed they had positions. Military Camp Commander Bear. Dr. Dennis. Their pupils constricted. Was Bear going to be their new boss? Bear already knew Zhou Bai had asked him to take over these two soldier squads. He straightened his expression and said, "Take the soldiers and people, follow me." A sharp aura swept over the group. Instinctively, Zhou Zhangping, Li Xingting, and others replied, yes. Then they quickly led their people to follow Bear. Yu Ziming and others were forcibly taken out, growing anxious. Where are you taking me? I don't want to leave here. I don't want to go out. I'll die. Their desperate cries grew louder, but they were still forcefully removed from the dining hall. This scene stunned Chao Jingshan's group. But what followed was excitement. A territory that punishes crimes made people feel safe. Recalling everything since entering the territory, their hearts fully settled on Hope Village. After they left, Zhou Bai looked at the dining hall full of survivors and said directly, "Dennis is a doctor. If anyone is injured, you can ask him for treatment." After the introduction, Dennis stepped forward and said proactively, "One treatment costs 1 silver coin. I guarantee you'll recover fully." He needed to prove his value to the Lord to be hired long-term. Chao Jingshan was the quickest to react and brought his daughter Chaozhu to Dennis. Dennis glanced at her, then took out a wooden stick, waved it over Chaozhu while chanting a spell. In an instant, Chaozhu's pale face turned rosy, and her health was fully restored. This visible change shocked others. Many with injured family members no longer feared Dennis's unusual appearance and quickly invited him to treat them. After his daughter was treated, Chao Jingshan quickly approached Zhou Bai and Ding Qiro. He already knew they were Zhou Zhangping's wife and daughter, and, seeing Zhou Bai's extraordinary help, wanted to ask for assistance. "Do you still have rainproof gear? I want to buy some and look for a house." After a day and night of hard travel, he just wanted a place to rest. "Yes, 1 set costs 30 silver coins. Single pieces can be sold too." "I want 3 sets, thanks," Chao Jingshan said immediately. Seeing their transaction, others came over. "I just want the bamboo hat. I want the cloak." In a very short time, Zhou Bai's rainproof gear was sold out. After buying gear, the original residents nearby saw business opportunities and started trading. "Are you planning to buy a house? The houses are empty. Do you need beds? I have them, with matching mats and quilts made of beast skin. I have rooms for rent. 50 copper coins per day per person, 4 people per room, each with a bed, a cabinet, and a small table. It's a good temporary deal. I also have rooms for rent, fully furnished, 2-person rooms, 200 copper coins per day or 50 silver coins monthly. Need hot water for washing? 1 bucket is 10 copper coins. Just call me and I'll deliver. Want to go see what you need to buy?" Sure. With the help of Hope Village's residents, the new survivors were gradually led away from the dining hall to new homes, achieving a win-win. Watching this, Zhou Bai couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The rental business, territory residents were even better at it than her. Meanwhile, the group that had left followed Bayer to the newly built prison. The moment they saw the place, everyone was stunned in unison. A prison? When did this suddenly appear? When they realized it had happened in such a short time just now, Li Xingting spoke with some surprise. "The territory is so efficient. They had thought that if they were really locked up, someone would have to guard them, wasting manpower. With a prison, things would be much easier. They wondered what it was like inside. Having it brought considerable benefits to the stability of the territory. Today was another day to praise the territory. Its functions were becoming more and more complete. Compared to Li Xingting and the others' surprise, Yu Ziming and his group felt relieved. They had thought they would be kicked out of the territory. Being expelled would have been truly disastrous. If they were locked up, so be it. They didn't believe they could be locked up forever. Their previously fearful expressions relaxed. Bear noticed their expressions and sneered inwardly. Then, Zhou Zhangping, Li Xingting, and their group followed Bear and Yu Ziming's group into the prison. Upon entering, they saw a two-story building with a small courtyard in the middle, surrounded by one cell after another. Only one side was barred, making full use of the space. Standing inside, a sense of confinement overwhelmed them. Looking at the small, dim cells, Yu Ziming and the others relaxed again. This place was much better than the wild outdoors. Soon they could rest properly inside. Put everyone into one cell. After looking around, Bear gave the order directly. One cell. Li Xingting was a bit surprised, but the next moment, seeing the dangerous look in Bear's eyes, he quickly ordered his men to comply. One by one, people were stuffed into the same cell. Aren't there many cells? Why not put them one per cell? It's too cramped. We have no room to move. I can barely breathe. Listening to their complaints, Bear said expressionlessly, offenders who break the territory's rules have no right to negotiate. In a small space, dozens of people were quickly crammed in, the cell packed tightly as if there was no gap left. When the door slammed shut, those inside felt even more suffocated. What was more frustrating was that under these conditions, their experience points kept dropping. Experience -1, experience -1. Why is our experience dropping? Yu Ziming couldn't help but ask. Their life points were their lifeline and experience points were even more crucial. If experience dropped, their levels would drop too. If their levels dropped, how could they survive in this world? Besides, the crowded crowd made it hard to breathe. At this moment, Yu Ziming and the others realized how severe the prison's punishment was for them. Looking at the cold expression of Bear, Yu Ziming placed his hope on Li Xingting and Zhou Zhangping. We really know we were wrong. We won't rob anymore in the future. We are compatriots. Please give us a chance. We really dare not do it again. Yes, we won't dare anymore. Please give us one more chance. After all, we committed the crimes before the rules were set. If our experience drops to 0, we won't survive either. One plea after another. Li Xingting and Zhou Zhangping exchanged glances. At this moment, they suddenly understood why Yu Ziming and the others had looked indifferent when seeing the prison earlier. Obviously, if they were locked up one per cell, for people who had wandered in the wild, it wouldn't be much of a punishment. Now, crammed together and losing experience points, this truly touched their sensitive nerves. Smirking at their misfortune, they tacitly pretended not to hear. If they were like this, the others even more so. Seeing that begging Zhou Zhangping and the others was useless, Yu Ziming and the others turned their gaze to Bear and continued to wail for mercy. Seeing that they seemed genuinely scared, Bear finally spoke slowly. I can let you out, but you must obey me. If you behave well, I'll consider shortening your time in the cell and assign you to other rooms. We will definitely behave well, Yu Ziming's group quickly promised. Bear opened the door. The group hurried out, gasping for air and looking at their unchanged experience points. They breathed a long sigh of relief. The prison was terrifying. It even had a bug that caused level drops. Then Bear took Yu Ziming's group to the tailor's shop. What are we doing here? Yu Ziming couldn't help but ask. Change clothes, buy rain gear. Yu Ziming and the others, they could only obediently comply, spending a lot of their savings to buy equipment at the tailor's. After buying the gear and returning outside, Bear waved his hand, and countless stones were placed on the ground. You will cut these stones and help pave roads for the territory. The first road is from the Lord's Manor to the city gate. When it's done, you'll get food. Don't think about slacking off. slackers go back to the cell. Yu Ziming and the others, if you wanted to build roads, you should have said so earlier. Why take such a detour? But they also realized that without that experience, they probably wouldn't have obeyed so easily. The next moment, a group wearing rain gear braved the pouring rain, divided tasks, and started working hard on the road, afraid that falling behind would send them back to the cell. Their minds had only 2 words left: work. After arranging Yu Ziming's group, Bear's gaze turned to the soldier squad. Zhou Zhengping, Li Xingting, and their group tensed under his gaze. This NPC was really intimidating to them. Seeing their obedient demeanor, Bear said directly, "You have a mission too. Take the team out to explore the territory's terrain. Choose the most suitable route as the territory's connection to the outside world." "Can you do that?" "No problem." Everyone nodded quickly. Seeing their respectful attitude, Bear was somewhat surprised. He could tell they weren't obeying because of his level, but willingly. He involuntarily recalled the Lord's words when he was told to lead the soldier squad, "They will obey." He thought that after becoming undead, he could no longer be a knight in the human territory or gain the respect of human warriors. Unexpectedly, since he had room to play, he wouldn't slack off. "Then go on your mission. I'll watch here alone." Bear calmly gave the order. Zhou Zheping and the others quickly obeyed and left. In the vast territory, only Yu Ziming's group was left working hard. Zhou Bai and Ding Qiro came out of the canteen and saw the scene. Ding Qiro quickly looked at Zhou Bai. Zhou Bai looked at Bear's figure from afar and said softly, "I ordered it. The ground is hard to walk on in the rain. Once the road is built, it will be better. Also, I want this road to extend beyond the territory so other survivors can find the territory more safely. It's free labor anyway. Might as well use it. You sure know how to calculate." Ding Qiro smiled. Punishing wrongdoers and helping the territory at the same time was really good. Zhou Bai smiled silently. Then she looked at Bear with more satisfaction. More tools meant the territory could do more. Especially NPCs. One was worth 10. Tomorrow, she could recruit 2 more heroic spirits, hopefully combat types. Also, the soldier squad needed to grow. After all, territory wars could come anytime. The better prepared, the better. As her thoughts drifted, more people noticed the scene and gathered at the door. What are they doing? Looks like they're building a road? Haha, once the road is done, it'll be easier for us to move. These people deserve it for doing bad things. Among them were newly settled residents who looked at their miserable state with schadenfreude. But soon, their attention turned to some old residents wearing rain gear, like Zhang Yongnian's group. "I see your team goes out hunting and gathering, right? Can we come along when you go out?" Zhang Yongnian, watching the scene, was a bit surprised by the sudden question. "You just entered the territory. You should rest well. Besides, with this weather, you can go out tomorrow. We just got treated by the doctor. Our life points are full. We're fine now. We want to go out to gather and hunt now. We don't have much money left. Besides money, we want to improve ourselves. Compared to you, our levels are too low. Having suffered outside, now with a good environment, how could they enjoy comfort?" Zhang Yongnian listened and said, "We'll call you when we set off, but only those above level 5 can come. Those below level 5 should stay in today. The monsters outside are high level and there are many water attribute monsters that are tough. You can go out to level up on sunny days." Hearing this, many below level 5 looked disappointed. "But what if it keeps raining? My money won't last long, I'm anxious." Having food in hand keeps the heart calm. Zhou Bai listened nearby, her mind moving. She still had a lot of money. Although she spent a lot buying supplies, the tailor and weapon shops were increasing income. Excluding building expenses, income was still greater than expenditure. In this situation, she could use her gold to revive the territory's economy. Hire these low-level or unsuitable people for outside work. Once they get money, they will spend it in the territory. When the territory develops, residents have money, and so does she. They also needed to recruit soldiers, so why not do it all at once? With this idea, Zhou Bai started acting immediately. Recruit 20 soldiers, 100 copper coins/day. Recruit cooks, Cooking skill preferred, 50 copper coins/day, meals included. Recruit canteen helpers, 25 copper coins/day, meals included. Recruit road workers, no experience required, 50 copper coins/day, meals included. Territory provides gear in special weather. Purchasing supplies. Besides recruitment, Jobai also posted the supply purchase information again. Once announced, every resident on site received it. After a moment of shock, the place quickly became lively. Recruiting soldiers again. Also cooks? Finally cooks. Can we develop new dishes? Road workers, just like you Zimming's group working in the territory and get paid? Plus meals? I'm in. So the territory buys all kinds of supplies. I do have some unused stuff. I'll sell it at the Lord's Manor to get some money to get through the hard times. The next moment, Jobai kept receiving applications from residents. Most applied to be soldiers. Looking at the road workers' applications, Jobai saw most were below level 5 and mostly new residents today. She waved her hand and accepted almost all, then issued a notice for them to find Bear. A while later, this group began building another branch road under Bear's command. The road workers looked at Zimming's group nearby and maliciously said, "Hurry up and work. When you finish, you'll get 50 copper coins. And free meals at the canteen. Wish we had it so good." Yeah, but those bad apples don't get this treatment. Zimming's group was being bullied miserably. Hearing this, their eyelids twitched. TCH. Small people getting arrogant. For some reason, their hearts felt a little sour. With their levels, their lives shouldn't be worse than these people, but they had encountered such an illogical territory. As night fell and the last rays of dusk faded, Zhou Zhenping and Li Xingting led their team back. Using the system-provided map, they had traversed the entire territory, roughly identifying the nature of each area. They couldn't help but feel more familiar with the surroundings after the journey. They also began to understand why Bear had asked them to walk through the territory. Upon entering, they immediately noticed something different about the territory today. At the gate and on the walls stood a squad of about 10 soldiers, clearly on guard duty. Zhou Zhenping and Li Xingting instantly realized these were the 20 newly recruited soldiers, already put to use right after enlistment. The swift and decisive action made both think of Bear. Among them, Zhou Zhenping and Li Xingting recognized many familiar faces, those who had actively gone out hunting in recent days. It was no surprise they became new soldiers. However, a few newcomers were clearly just arriving today, including Chao Jingshan. Noticing their attention on him, Chao Jingshan said, "I saw the recruitment and signed up. Didn't expect to get in. That's your own skill. Work hard and let's make our territory better together," Li Xingting encouraged. "Yeah, this place is great," Chao Jingshan said earnestly. Not just because Hope Village's people had rescued them and punished wrongdoers, but because Hope Village gave them hope. After the territory posted the recruitment ad this afternoon, many low-level people went to repair roads. One guy lost an arm but joined just to try. Because of his strength, he was selected, and his spirit changed completely. Several women who lost their families were assigned to the canteen. Those with cooking skills became chefs, those without managed kitchen hygiene. They all received wages, at least they could survive on their own here. And you early residents are willing to lead us out hunting and gathering. Everyone says after the rain ends, they'll form teams to go out. Those closer to the territory and lower level can gather too. Weapons and equipment are here and prices are low. Chao Jingshan recounted everything he saw in Hope Village that afternoon. These might seem normal to you, but in our previous territory, life was hard. You're really lucky to find such a territory from the start. He no longer cared if the territory had a lord. He only knew this territory was worth fighting for. So, he stood here. Most newcomers today shared his thoughts. Having suffered hardship, they knew how to cherish. Listening, everyone felt a strange emotion. Their journey to Hope Village had been tough, but now they realized others had it worse. Suddenly, they felt lucky. Seeing the changing expressions, Chao Jingshan quickly apologized, "Sorry for rambling." Seeing you reminded me of today's experience. I never thought this place could be a long-term home, but it changed so fast. No worries, Li Xingting's group shook their heads. They were happy to see new survivors integrate quickly and strengthen the territory. We won't disturb you. Go on in. Lord Bear is waiting. Chao Jingshan urged. Okay. Without more words, the group entered the territory. Inside, the once vast lawn now had several prominent stone paths, each leading to a building. Walking on them gave a sense of security. The rain still fell, no longer silent, but accompanied by the soothing sound of raindrops hitting stone. Not far away, the canteen was noticeably lively, with more people continuously arriving. Hurry, or you'll miss the stir-fried pork. If no pork, there's other food. As long as it's somewhat normal, it's fine. Your standards are low. Eating tasteless roast meat and soup every day, what else can you ask for? We really don't lack ingredients, just seasoning. Hee, more people means more food. I heard tomorrow they'll change the menu. Listening, everyone felt a warm, homely happiness. The dozens who joined today made the territory livelier. At this moment, Zhou Zhengping and Li Xingting truly realized the territory had changed. Quietly but for the better. Everyone was gradually letting go of the past and embracing the new life in the apocalypse game world. Soon, they spotted Bayer and others in the bustling crowd. After all, it was mealtime. People put down their tasks, some went home, some to the canteen. Compared to others' leisure, Yu Ziming's group, still laying stone paths, stood out. Especially those few, eyes fixed on the canteen but hands never stopping. They're so obedient? Li Xingting found it hard to believe. Probably because Lord Bayer is so formidable, Zhou Zhengping immediately hit the core. He was right. After tiring work in the afternoon, Yu Ziming had tried to escape when only Bayer was alone, but Bayer single-handedly defeated dozens of them. To them, Bayer was like a big boss and they dared not act rashly. Bayer, monitoring them, noticed Li Xingting's return. When they approached, he asked directly back, "How did it go?" "We took notes and discussed the roads to repair," Li Xingting reported eagerly. From their brief interaction and the territory's changes, they knew Bayer was decisive and wouldn't tolerate delays. Bayer opened the territory map, matching locations as they spoke, then gave advice on their route. "Your planned path is too close to the rocky forest and too flat, which is bad for concealment. Take a detour. That brings us closer to the misty forest, where monsters are more frequent. Only low-level monsters roam the outskirts. For residents, it's a chance to train. Though roads are for convenience, wartime conditions must be considered," Bayer reminded. Hearing this, the two recalled the upcoming territory war and nodded, adjusting their plan. After revisions, a new road was planned. After deciding, Bayer looked at Yu Ziming's group. "You can return to the prison. Yu Ziming, we can still work a bit more. Your roadwork experience is enough to cover what you lose in prison. Rest early, you have tasks tomorrow," Bayer said expressionlessly. At this moment, Yu Ziming's group noticed their experience points had indeed increased significantly. Their expressions changed instantly, they were truly under control. They obediently left. After sending them off, Bayer turned to the two. "The territory recruited 20 new soldiers, personally selected by me. I made them all archers, and I'm managing them for now. As for you, I'll provide targeted training in the barracks. Starting tomorrow, follow my orders. Any questions? No, then rest well today. No night watch for you. Report to me tomorrow morning." "Yes." After speaking, Bayer left. Li Xingting looked at the group behind and said, "Since you can rest tonight, feel free to do as you please." "Okay." The group cheered and headed to the canteen. Only Zhou Zhengping and Li Xingting remained, strolling slowly on the stone path. "The territory changes visibly every day," Li Xingting said, looking around with joy. Watching it grow felt special. "Yeah, I still remember how broken it was on day one." Zhou Zhengping smiled, recalling the shock of seeing the territory built. "Me too. Though only a few days into the apocalypse game, it feels like ages." "That's because we've been through so much," Zhou Zhengping reflected. It was tough, but they survived the hardest early days. But it's over now. We must focus on the future, Li Xingting continued. Facing this unknown world, their path ahead would be hard, and they needed to improve their strength. Zhou Zhiping nodded. The territory is wise, expanding the soldier force and adding a barracks commander. Under his leadership, it will only get better, Li Xingting said, thinking of Bayer. But I suddenly wonder who controls the territory and NPCs. The system or the Lord? Zhou Zhiping's heart skipped. Why do you ask that? From what we know, other territories have lords. Even that NPC Diana said so, Li Xingting replied. I feel this territory should have a lord too. But when our family of 3 arrived, the territory already existed, and no one has stepped forward. You don't think it's one of us, do you? Zhou Zhiping calmly included their family. Li Xingting said, I believe it's not you. I'm just wondering if there is one, who would it be? Zhou Zhiping paused. Now that you know, do you have any ideas? Li Xingting shook his head. No, I had ideas before, but after these days, if there really is a lord controlling things, I can't compete with him. At least I can't do as well. I just feel grateful. If so, why guess who the lord is? Zhou Zhiping said directly. Li Xingting smiled and patted Zhou Zhiping's shoulder. Yeah, no more guessing. We just follow the territory's rhythm. I have a feeling our territory will be strong. Strong or not, I just hope we get to develop well. I'm afraid others will covet us. Territory war is inevitable. If they dare come, we'll fight 1 by 1 or 2 by 2, united as one, Li Xingting said confidently. Zhou Zhiping chuckled, right? With the territory's development and all current information, he felt a bit confident. Unbeknownst to the two chatting, a lord was browsing territories to challenge indifferent. To him, those ranked below were weaklings, especially those far behind. Thinking of the resources he could gain from a challenge, he didn't look too far back. Finally, his gaze settled on the word hope. Hope, huh? Let me turn it into despair. On the 5th day since the apocalypse game began, the heavy rain continued. Before dawn, Zhou Bai was already up and heading straight to the Hall of Heroes, summoning 2 NPCs in succession. Name, Eric, race, undead, human, level, 16, identity, resident of the Undead Kingdom, class, archer, HP, 1600/1600, stamina, 1600/1600, attributes, constitution, 1820, intelligence, 17/20, agility, 20/20, defense, 15/20, talent, mounted archery, price, 1 gold coin/month, name, Heidi, race, undead, human, level, 19, identity, resident of the Undead Kingdom. Class, mage, HP, 1900/1900, MP, 1900/1900, attributes, constitution, 15/20, intelligence, 19/20, agility, 15/20, defense, 20/20. Seeing the stats of these 2 new NPCs, Zhou Bai didn't hesitate to hire them. These 2 clearly matched her prayers from yesterday, strong combatants. When they appeared, they greeted Zhou Bai with respectful smiles. Greetings, Lord, Eric and Heidi said politely. Zhou Bai now understood the attitude of these summoned NPCs. They were once human, now undead, and generally uncomfortable in the Undead Kingdom. Being summoned here was a good thing for them, so they didn't resist. As for the dwarf undead, his attitude was due to disdain for humans, but he still carried out his orders thoroughly. From Zhou Bai's perspective, although hiring NPCs was expensive, the cost-performance ratio was very high. Thinking this, Zhou Bai handed them 2 sets of rainproof gear. After dawn, go to the military camp and report to Bayer. Follow his orders. She had decided that from now on, any combat NPC she summoned would be hired and assigned to the military camp to boost the territory's fighting strength. Yes! After giving the usual instructions, Zhou Bai went back to sleep. Chao Jingshan suddenly woke from a nightmare, quickly glanced around, and sighed in relief seeing his wife and daughter beside him. In the dream, the team encountered monsters and his wife and daughter were hurt. Luckily, it was just a dream. He carefully got out of bed, put on the soldier's leather armor, and quietly left the room. Outside, the quiet world instantly became lively. Many people were training in the rain wearing rainproof gear. Many figures looked familiar to Chao Jingshan. They had joined the territory with him yesterday. Their levels were no higher than 5, and to improve their strength, they chose to develop skills in other ways. From the old residents, they learned that various skills could now be developed, combat skills and life skills alike, both gaining experience, though life skills grew a bit slower. Besides those training, some residents gathered with their usual teams preparing to go out. Some were hired by the territory to work in the dining hall or repair roads, and others went to the general store to buy materials for making items like umbrellas, wooden beds, bowls, and other daily necessities. Everyone had found their place in Hope Village, each doing their part. Seeing this, Chao Jingshan's heart inexplicably calmed. With a slight smile, he stepped onto the stone path laid yesterday and headed toward the military camp. Chao Jingshan. Someone patted his shoulder from behind. Turning, he saw Feng Laji, a soldier squad member. Are you heading to the military camp? Want to go together? Feng Laji called warmly. He admired Chao Jingshan for bringing along many weak and sick people safely into the territory. Since they were both in the soldier squad, he wanted to make a new friend. Sure. Chao Jingshan nodded, happy to mingle with old residents and better integrate into the territory. The two walked toward the military camp, meeting more soldier squad members along the way. The team was growing. When passing the prison gate, they ran into Yu Ziming and others. Seeing Chao Jingshan and his leather armor, Yu Ziming's eyes flickered awkwardly, then he pretended not to see and headed toward the unfinished road. After walking away, Yu Ziming looked back, thinking of Chao Jingshan's glory and his own loneliness. A thought surfaced. Would the territory give him a chance to redeem himself? If so, he would seize it. When Chao Jingshan and others arrived at the military camp, all 40 soldiers had gathered. Bear and Dennis were waiting, accompanied by 2 new figures. A man carried a quiver and held a bow. A woman wore a black robe and held a magic staff. Everyone knew the Hall of Heroes summoned 2 NPCs daily. Judging by their appearance, these were today's summons. An archer and a mage. Archer, Eric, mage, Heidi. Realizing this, the crowd was a bit excited. Especially Chao Jingshan and the newly recruited archers from yesterday. With an archer NPC, their training today would be more refined. Others were curious and fascinated by the mage. Yesterday, Dennis had shown healing magic. Just a few chants could heal wounds and restore health to the best state. He was like a walking healer, a must-have for any team. They knew professions developed after level 10 and wondered if they could become mages. Mages were impressive. In the team, Zhou Zhiping looked at the fresh NPCs with some surprise. When he left early this morning, Zhou Bai was still sleeping, but he guessed she must have gotten up early to summon them. Thinking of his discussion with Li Xingting yesterday, he felt Zhou Bai's exposure risk was very low. As thoughts drifted, Bayer spoke up. Everyone knows soldiers can specialize into 8 classes. But in the early territory development, I'll focus on 3: infantry, shield bearers, and archers. For now, your 20 soldiers who have specialized differently are fine. Below level 10, the differences aren't big. So Soldier Squad 1 will train as infantry, Squad 2 as shield bearers, and the 20 new archers from yesterday will train as archers. Yes. After briefing the soldiers, Bayer looked at Dennis, Eric, and Heidi. Dennis and I will lead the infantry and shield squads out for training. The archer squad will be under Eric and Heidi. You two will appoint squad leaders based on performance. Any questions? With Eric and Heidi, Bayer felt more confident about the army's development. He admitted the territory's financial strength exceeded his expectations. Since the Lord gave him full support, he wouldn't let her down. No, Eric and Heidi replied in unison. Though still cold in expression, their eyes showed excitement. Returning to a human territory felt great. With that settled, the soldier squad split into 2 groups, each led by different NPCs, and left the military camp. Instead of leaving the territory immediately, they headed straight to the blacksmith. Inside, Harrison looked at Bayer and the other new NPCs coldly. "Everything's here. Take it quickly." Though his face was sour, he dared not be rough, given their levels. He hadn't expected Jobai to summon so many undead humans, all higher level than him, and in such numbers. Proud as he was of his dwarf identity, he dared not provoke them. Also, he didn't want his contract terminated next month and be sent back to the undead kingdom. So when Jobai disturbed him last night to prepare bows and shields, he obediently stayed up to make them. Now he just wanted to get rid of them and rest. This batch of equipment had cost him a lot of stamina. Bayer and the others ignored Harrison's attitude. They were used to other races' disdain for humans. After taking the weapons, Bayer distributed them and led the troops out for training. Just outside the city gate, Zhou Zhenping looked at the empty territory gate and asked, "Isn't someone supposed to guard the territory? War could come anytime." Territory war challengers rarely attack during special weather because it wastes resources, especially at the village level. So no need to guard constantly. Even if they choose such weather with our walls, the territory can't be breached quickly. "We have time for reinforcements," Bayer explained. "I understand, thanks," Zhou Zhenping said seriously. Local NPCs were extremely important to them. Bayer said no more and led the troops out. Eric and Heidi discussed and went in a completely different direction. For the next 2 days, the heavy rain continued and the territory underwent changes. For new combat NPCs joined the military camp, roads radiating outward from the territory center were completed, increasing the number of arriving survivors. Through training, infantry, shield bearers, and archers gradually took shape and doubled in size. On the 8th day of the Apocalypse game, the rain stopped and the weather cleared. That morning, Jobai woke to a system notification. "Dear host, Tyrant Village has declared war on Hope Village. The attack may come at any time. As the defender, please prepare to defend the city. Note, village-level territory war, duration, 24 hours. The moment Jobai saw the news, she was stunned for a moment, but quickly calmed down and opened the Lord panel to issue the mission notice. Main Quest 1, Territory War, Type, Timed Mission, Description, Overlord Village has launched a challenge against Hope Village. Please defend our territory. The war lasts 24 hours. Reward, unknown. Participants, all residents." After posting the notice, Jobai immediately opened the list of selectable territories after the territory war, which appeared in ranking order before her. Territory Regional Rankings 1. Ningxian Village 2. Tabert Village 3. Wenxia Village 4. Overlord Village. Soon, she saw Overlord Village's name. At the moment she saw the ranking, Jobai couldn't deny that her mood was somewhat affected. Judging by the rankings, it was clear that the order was based on the time each territory officially passed the initial trial. Hope Village faced the trial on the second night and officially passed early on the third day. This timing was already very tight, yet her territory was ranked 192. Overlord Village was 59th, having advanced and passed the trial earlier, clearly a force not to be underestimated. Her territory had begun rapid development after promotion, and the opponent likely had as well. The only unknown was whether they had the financial resources like hers. Fortunately, the main battlefield of the territory war was the defending side's territory, so she still held some advantage. She just needed to do her best to defend. As Bayer said, village-level wars were wars of attrition. Looking at her account balance, Jobai felt somewhat reassured. At that moment, there was a knock on her door. Opening it, she saw Zhou Zhenping and Ding Qiro. It was still early, and they were at home. After receiving the territory notice, they naturally came to ask Jobai about the situation. "Is a territory attacking? When will they arrive?" Ding Qiro asked anxiously. "The 24 hours start from the moment they enter the territory, but when they arrive, when they attack, and how they attack, we have no way of knowing. I, as the Lord, don't even know when they will deploy troops. During wartime, The territory map function is suspended, Jobai explained, looking at the territory war notice. So all we can do is wait? Yes, but as the defending side, we have home advantage. How is the opponent's territory ranked? 59th, much higher than us. They clearly want to plunder our resources. They probably think we're easy to bully based on our ranking. Also, since the war lasts only 24 hours, they won't waste time hiding. Their fighting style will likely be fast, precise, and ruthless. Jobai understood what her father wanted to ask and analyzed accordingly. From Bayer, we know our territory's defenses are strong, so no need to worry too much, Zhou Zhengping said, reassured, then comforted. Besides, we've been preparing these days. It'll be fine. Jobai nodded. Speaking of the city walls, I thought of another possibility. If our wall's defense exceeds their expectations, they might adjust their plan and switch to ambush tactics. At this moment, Jobai felt even more that her earlier spending of over 100 gold coins was worth it. It might buy more time for the territory's development. Let's go together now. Everyone should be heading to the territory gate, Zhou Zhengping said directly. He was also going to report to the barracks. Okay. In Hope Village, more and more people anxiously came out of their houses after seeing the news. The earliest residents didn't hesitate. One by one, they grabbed weapons and headed toward the city gate. Let's kill them. We're not afraid of monsters anymore. Why fear humans? Charge. I'll go too. Though my combat power isn't great, I can contribute logistics. Seeing their enthusiasm, some of the newer residents were stunned, especially those who had just arrived in the last 2 days. They felt uneasy, having just escaped exile to a relatively reliable territory, now suddenly facing a territory war. They really feared their territory would be breached and they'd be forced to flee again. What is a territory war like? Where is Overlord Village that's attacking Hope Village? How will they attack? Can our territory win? They anxiously asked those around them. Some older residents explained patiently. A territory war is a battle every territory must face once a month. You can challenge others or be challenged. After one war, the territory can develop peacefully until the next month. The war is between territories of the same level, village versus village. For the challenger, breaking the opponent's territory means victory, allowing them to seize buildings, resources, and even population. For the defender, holding the territory means victory with the same benefits. Most likely, Overlord Village is a village like ours. Their survivors were once our compatriots, but belong to different territories. Once war starts, we are enemies and must defend our home. If we lose, any of us might belong to the opponent's territory. Don't think you'll survive just by entering their territory. It depends on how that territory treats residents. 2 territories arrived earlier than us. Wujikan, where the Lord leads robberies and residents suffer terribly, and Zanglei Village, where prices are absurdly high. Whether you wandered before or after your territory was destroyed, you should know how stable life in Hope Village is: low prices, many building types. Among territories of the same batch, I believe Hope Village is one of the best. Also, our city walls are so solid, no need to worry. Monsters don't like coming near us. Of course, if you find better places later, you can choose to leave. But before leaving, during battle, I hope everyone will give their all to defend our home. The new residents listened and thought of the more stable life since arriving at Hope Village, quickly expressing their determination. We will definitely give our all. Our previous territory was decent, but the construction lagged and was breached by monsters. Now we're Hope Village people, so we want it to be good here. Let's go fight together. Inside a wooden house in the territory. When the monsters attacked last time, we just happened to miss it inside the house, but the territory still held. You should stay here with me. What if something happens to you? Meng Qingzhou's wife, Yun Yage, urged. In her mind, war was a huge killing machine. In a fight between 2 territories, people would die. If her husband died, what would she do alone? If everyone thought like that, who would defend the territory? I have to go, Meng Qingzhou said firmly. Seeing his wife's worried look, he comforted her. If it weren't for the soldier squad saving us, we'd have died in the monster's jaws. After coming to the territory, I made torches and umbrellas, stabilizing our life. Because the territory is stable, we can do business and support ourselves. I don't know if other territories are like this, but now I just hope the territory stays stable. That stability depends on every resident's effort. Yage, I hope you support me. Yoon Yage looked at Meng Qingzhou's determination, thought of the recent stability, and finally nodded, be sure to stay safe. I will. Don't worry at home, your heart can't take it. I'll come back. Meng Qingzhou was confident in the territory. Then he left home. Many others, like him, said goodbye to their families and set off. When Zhou Bai's family arrived at the city gate, they saw countless residents gathered, all with determined faces. The territory's soldier squad was already lined up in order. Zhou Zhengping saw the soldier squad and went straight to his position. Compared to other residents, the soldier squad was clearly more orderly. After the soldier squad assembled, Bayer immediately gave orders. Archers, take the walls. Defend your positions as practiced and be ready to maneuver against the enemy. Yes. The 40 archers took the walls, split into 2 teams led by Eric and Heidi and Simmons and Fry. Simmons and Fry were 2 NPCs summoned later, an archer and a mage, adding 20 soldiers to the archers under their command. As for the 2 NPCs summoned yesterday, Charlotte and Kirk, both swordsmen and mercenaries like Bayer, he formed them into a team with 20 soldiers as infantry. Unlike Bayer's spear-trained infantry, this team trained for actual combat, focusing on individual fighting, selecting strength-type soldiers. Though they had only trained 1 day without results yet, after some thought, Bayer quickly had an idea. Charlotte, Kirk, you lead soldiers to the walls and prepare to throw stones at the attacking forces. There was no catapult now, so they would throw stones manually. Yes. Charlotte and Kirk puffed out their strong chests and nodded without hesitation. After arranging the counterattack on the walls, Bayer looked at the infantry and shield squads under his and Dennis's command. You guard the city gate. If attackers come, don't hesitate. Yes. Zhou Zhengping and Li Xingting led their troops to the gate. All soldiers were assigned. Seeing this, some residents couldn't help but speak up. Lord Bayer, what can we do? We can work too. I'm level 8. I can guard the gate. Me too, level 9. Bayer looked at the eager crowd and made a quiet gesture. The scene instantly quieted. Then he said, I do have tasks for you. The territory stones need cutting into blocks. Form a team to cut stones to prepare for the stone-throwing squad. Those with medical experience, follow Dennis to form a medical team to ensure timely aid for the wounded. Combatants level 9 and above prepare to replace injured soldiers. Form a logistics team to calculate needed equipment and supplies and collect them promptly from the blacksmith and tailor shops. Orders were given one by one. People grouped according to their skills. Everyone was energetic and obedient. Seeing this, Bayer sighed deeply inside. The humans in this territory were truly lovable. So united. If all human territories were like this, how could they have fallen into such an awkward situation? His gaze passed over the crowd and met Zhou Bai's eyes, who was already standing in the battle formation. He nodded subtly at her. Zhou Bai immediately understood Bayer's meaning and smiled slightly. Having an experienced commander made her, the Lord, very relieved. With this thorough preparation, even if many things went unused, their territory would still gain experience from this war to prepare for the next. On this basis, she let Bayer freely mobilize all available resources. This scene did not escape Diana and Harrison's eyes, who watched from nearby. Seeing over 300 people gathered, almost all residents, they were somewhat surprised. I heard the opponent is also a level 1 village. Is such a scale necessary for a level 1 village battle? Harrison couldn't help but say. He had been forced to work overtime these days, making many low-skill bows, feeling his talents wasted. You don't understand, Diana smiled faintly, unwilling to explain. She believed that if every battle was taken seriously like this, no matter what territory they faced in the future, Hope Village would always have a fighting chance. Harrison. He was a dwarf and indeed didn't understand humans, but so what? Humans still couldn't beat them. While Hope Village was fully prepared, Overlord Village, the challenger, had already gathered a team of over 200 and entered the territory boundary. Dear host, do you want to attack Hope Village now? Yes. Overlord Village's lord, Kagaujia, nodded without hesitation. As he spoke, a dazzling light appeared where they stood. When the light faded, they had already stepped into Hope Village's territory. This teleportation consumed 2 gold coins and 68 silver coins, deducted. Dear host, you have arrived at Hope Village. As the challenger, please begin the siege as soon as possible. Note: village-level territory war, duration, 24 hours, countdown, 23:55. Watching the countdown start, Kagaujia looked at the orc Lucas beside him. After passing the initial trial, Kagaujia received a special building reward. The Beast God Temple. Through the Beast God Temple, he could summon orcs to assist him. By paying a certain amount of gold coins, these orcs would serve him. Kagaujia was proud of this, especially knowing orcs were top tier in combat power in this world. He wasn't sure if other territories had similar special buildings, but as long as it wasn't orcs, who could have a greater advantage than him in a siege. Therefore, in Kagaujia's eyes, Hope Village was destined to be his defeated foe. If the Lord of Hope Village was sensible and surrendered, he wouldn't mind taking him as a subordinate and annexing Hope Village into his territory. If not, don't blame him for mutual slaughter. It was the apocalypse, the strong ruled. He was determined to become a hegemon in the game, making people yearn for his territory and fear his name. In the past few days, he had summoned 4 orcs from the Beast God Temple: the dog-headed Lucas, the bull-headed Fred, the pig-headed Paul, and the tiger-headed O'Neill. Each orc had unique traits. Though they despised humans, they still had to obey his control. Of course, to ensure their loyalty in helping him plunder territories, he had been feeding and treating them well these days. Thinking of this, Kagaujia felt a bit sorry. These orcs had consumed a lot of his resources in just a few days. Next, he focused and said, Lucas, help me locate Hope Village. As a dog-headed orc, Lucas had a keen sense of smell, able to detect any life within a certain range, a walking locator. They were already within Hope Village's territory, so Lucas could easily locate it by scent, saving them much time compared to searching themselves. Lucas glanced at Kagaujia and activated his skill. After a moment, his gaze fixed on a spot and he said, Follow me. Leading the way, he nimbly leapt into a forest. Kagaujia hurriedly followed with the others. The entire 200-person team was quite long. The front ran while the rear hurried to catch up. At the back, some whispered among themselves. I heard Hope Village is also Blue Star people like us. When the battle starts, do we really have to attack? I can accept killing monsters, but killing our own kind, I don't know if I can do it. No choice. The game mode shows we'll be forced to fight each other. It's kill or be killed. To survive, we have to fight. Kagaujia won't let us sit this out. Disobey his orders, and we can't stay in Tyrant Village. Outside is dangerous. Without territory protection, we won't survive. I don't know about Hope Village, but it's no match for Tyrant Village. Tyrant Village ranks 59, Hope Village only 192. Kagaujia clearly picks on the weak. Also, don't forget those who left because Kagaujia was too harsh. Every time they leave, orcs with Kagaujia's trusted men chase after them. You mean? Exactly what you think. So unless you're fully prepared to leave, we have to rely on Tyrant Village and Kagaujia. Besides, many die among their own outside territories. The world has changed. To live and live better, we must adapt to its rules. The harsh reality silenced many who found it hard to accept. It wasn't their choice. The world forced it. Kagaujia was unaware of these thoughts at the back. He kept following Lucas, estimating the size of a level 1 territory. His excitement grew. But soon, he noticed Lucas led them onto a wide road that appeared abruptly, clearly not part of the original territory layout, but a later modification. The stone slabs were familiar, cut from wild collected stone. He guessed this road was built by Hope Village. The apocalypse game had only lasted 8 days, with the last 3 days being heavy rain. Where would Hope Village find the energy to build roads? If true, this territory was no ordinary place. Kagaujia felt a headache coming. Things were not going as expected. Others in the team also noticed the road and sensed something unusual. Instinctively, Kagaujia asked Lucas, "Can you sense Hope Village's population? How many people do they have?" Lucas glanced at him, about 300. Surprised, Kagaujia relaxed a bit. His own territory had over 400 people, nearly 100 with little combat power. Since they spent money in his territory, he didn't complain. This time, he brought 268 people, all above level 7. Except for a trusted squad guarding the territory, he brought almost all his fighting force. Judging by his territory's situation, Hope Village's 300 people probably had no more than 200 combatants. He had the advantage, especially with 4 orcs, each dealing over 500 damage. Attacking the territory's fence, their defense wouldn't last long. The battle advantage was clearly his. The more he thought, the more confident he felt, ignoring a faint unease deep inside. The team marched along the road, passing through forests. The view opened up and Hope Village came into sight. But as they got closer, everyone was shocked. Hope Village's fence looks really tall. No, that's not a fence. That's a city wall. Shouts came from beside Kagaujia, who was stunned. He hadn't expected Hope Village to invest so much. When he upgraded his own territory's fence to level 1 wall, it cost him 10 gold coins and 10,000 units of stone. Level 2 wall would cost 24 gold coins, so he planned to upgrade before the territory upgrade to prepare for monster waves. But Hope Village's city wall, was clearly a higher tier, probably costing over 200 gold coins. Converted to real money, that's over 2 million. Spending over 2 million just to build a city wall. How rich must the lord of this territory be to spend so freely? Didn't his own territory need development? Of course, the key wasn't just the cost. With such city wall defense, how was he supposed to fight this battle? Not only Kagaujia, but everyone was exchanging glances, and those behind kept craning their necks to peek. The squad they had discussed earlier was at it again. This territory's strength is stronger than we imagined. Can we really win? Probably not, right? The defense is too high. While we attack, they just keep repairing. Feels like we're a joke. Wasn't their ranking low? But the initial ranking was based on how fast they passed the trial, not strength. They passed late but have since surpassed others. Kagaujia must be furious now. Keep it down, don't gloat. I'm just wondering, if he fails, will the promised rewards still be given? Their voices grew quieter as more people nearby started whispering. They all knew one thing: Hope Village was a tough nut to crack. Their ambitious lord was probably about to face a Waterloo at this first stop. So, would he choose to keep fighting or surrender? Kagaujia, having calmed down, was also pondering this. His gaze landed on the lord's control panel. Territory war, in progress, countdown, 2312, option, retreat, note, retreat counts as conceding defeat. The defender wins by default and gains some of the challenger's territory resources, randomly selected. Seeing this, Kagaujia abandoned the idea of surrender. They'd come this far, whether they fought or not, the losses would be the same. Why not fight? Could he assume the opponent's strength was weak, which was why they focused on the walls? The walls were territory buildings. If he defeated them, the walls might become his, then he'd profit. Besides, as lord, he didn't have to fight personally, just command from behind. Losing or winning, the risk was worth it. He was willing to try this slim chance. But the original plan for a frontal assault had to be put on hold. A night raid might still give him some chance. In a flash, Kagaujia had a new plan. He said, change course, head into the misty forest. His determination, plus the intimidation he'd already established, made even the hesitant obey. They turned toward the forest. Soon, under dense trees, the whole team concealed themselves. Before long, they set up camp right there. Once stopped, the team started whispering again. Coming to fight and they just hide? What's that about? Hearing the noisy chatter, Kagaujia's face darkened. He ordered, their wall defense is too strong. A frontal attack won't help. I plan a night ambush. Meanwhile, all squad leaders gather supplies nearby. The first part sounded like a plan, but the squad leaders exchanged looks at the last part. Going to war, even if the battle hadn't started, they expected to prepare. But now they were told to gather supplies? What was he thinking? But knowing his harsh, egotistical nature, it seemed normal. He wasn't the kind to allow refusal. His trusted squad leader Ling Mingji knew his character well and promptly said, "Yes, my lord. We'll go immediately. No point arguing." After earning Kagaujia's approving look, the squad headed into the misty forest to hunt and gather. Other squads grumbled but followed orders. After the squads left, Kagaujia sat with a few orcs, eating prepared beast meat, and asked, "Have you ever seen walls like this? Do we really have to wait for the defense to wear down before breaking in?" He estimated the defense was tens of thousands. With just over 200 fighters, breaking in any time soon was impossible. Now he had to rely on the orcs for useful info. "Yes, you must break the wall's shield first. Hope Village's wall is a basic wall with 80,000 defense. No human force can break it unless..." The orc O'Neill dragged out the last word, clearly teasing Kagaujia's interest. "Unless what?" Kagaujia asked eagerly. O'Neill looked at him, rubbed his thumbs together. Kagaujia, next moment, Kagaujia handed over 1 silver coin. These orcs were useful but always wanted resources and money. That gesture? He learned it from the territory residents. O'Neill happily took the coin and continued, "Unless you can make special siege weapons. Bronze siege weapons have 11,000 attack, silver 22,000, gold 33,000, platinum 44,000, diamond 55,000, and legendary 100,000. With bronze siege weapons and continuous attacks, you can definitely break through." How to get them? Kagaujia was tempted. With siege weapons, attacking other territories would be easy. You need to find blueprints and get dwarven blacksmiths to make them. Such large, precise weapons only dwarves can make, and they're very expensive, O'Neill said proudly. "Our orcs don't need siege weapons. We have numbers and toughness. We just ram the walls, like siege weapons." "So you..." Kagaujia was intrigued. "We're only 4. Not enough damage." "Don't dream," O'Neill quickly said. "A joke." They stayed in this human territory because life was better than before: good food, gold coins. But risking their lives for the territory? Impossible. Many orcs died in each siege. Their lives weren't for human lords to use at will. "Later, the Beast God Temple can summon more orcs," Kagaujia said with ambition. Then he'd form his own orc army. The 4 orcs were non-committal. With Kagaujia's current strength, building a loyal orc army would be hard, unless he paid a lot. Meanwhile, in Hope Village, everyone had waited a long time, but still saw no sign of the enemy. A vague unease grew. Why no sign yet? At least if they appeared and fought, they could prepare mentally. This waiting was agonizing. Zhou Bai checked her control panel. The territory war was active. Since the challenger had issued the challenge, they would come. But no attack yet meant only one possibility. They had arrived, but didn't choose to attack immediately. Zhou Bai glanced at her ironclad walls, eyes flickering. The walls really made the enemy hesitate. Commander Bear guessed this too. He expected a small-scale battle, but still overestimated the enemy's courage. They didn't dare a frontal attack, nothing to worry about. He called several squad leaders. "If they come, they're hiding inside our territory, waiting for the right moment to ambush. Do we wait or strike first?" Li Xingting was eager. "We don't know how many they have," Bear said. "I can scout nearby." "We know the terrain well," Li Xingting volunteered gratefully, recalling Bear letting them study the territory and resource points. Now he had reason to step up. "I can too," Zhou Jumping added. "If we find them first, we hold the initiative." The initiative was with the enemy, but since they stalled, the chance was theirs. Bear nodded. You can scout, but not you all. The enemy might have outside help like us. If you're discovered, escape might be impossible. He looked at Heidi and Fry, the mages. With their high levels, they could escape quickly if found. Heidi, Fry, find their location and report back. Also check if they have professionals and how many. Understood. Heidi and Fry agreed without hesitation. They then demonstrated magic again. Drawing a magic circle on the ground, they stepped in, a flash of light, and vanished. The crowd's eyes lit up. Mages were truly cool. Bayer said, when you become professionals, territory wars will escalate. Battles can start outside the territory. Today's fight is your trial. A ready-made training target, Commander Bayer wouldn't miss the chance. The attacking lord from Tyrant Village was a bit smart, but not enough. As Hope Village's first battle, it had to be not just a success, but a brilliant one, to gain more benefits for the territory. Meanwhile, in the misty forest, some squads gradually returned from other parts of the forest, but they came back empty-handed. Among them was Kagaojia's trusted aide, Ling Mingji. Upon seeing Kagaojia, Ling Mingji immediately took him aside and recounted their experience. The nearby resources have clearly been gathered by someone, and the number of monsters is unusually low. They must have been cleared out. It was important to know that the resource points around refreshed irregularly every day. Although the items depended on the environment, the quantity was never small. Moreover, monsters would only increase as the territory's strength grew, never easily decreasing or disappearing. Especially the bosses, which refreshed daily. Even if limited in number, they were the biggest source of gains for the territory's teams each day. This meant only Hope Village could have done this. They had arrived relatively early, yet Hope Village's residents had already gathered resources and cleared monsters, clearly showing they were constantly preparing for battle and took advantage of the night to do this. Forget how they managed it at night, their strength was probably even higher than expected. Kagaojia was no fool. Even though Ling Mingji spoke vaguely, he understood the implication. His expression darkened. He had planned a night ambush, and during the day while defending, they cleared Hope Village's resource points to gain some advantage. But he never expected Hope Village to also take a little from them. Damn it. Kagaojia cursed aloud. Reason told him to retreat, but emotionally, he couldn't let this battle end without result. To him, the Apocalypse game system's war was clearly designed to stir up competition between territories, using the resources of weak territories to promote the development of strong ones. This failure meant losing territory resources and delaying development. Falling behind meant being beaten. His territory might be controlled by stronger ones later. How could the proud Kagaojia, who became a lord after the Apocalypse game, tolerate this? So he couldn't give up. When night falls, we launch the attack, Kagaojia said calmly. Ling Mingji looked at him in disbelief. They were in such a state and still wanted to fight? Fake attack, feign retreat, first drain their resources. When they think we're withdrawing at dawn, we ambush. This was his last chance. Besides, if they really lost then, the opponent wouldn't be without losses either. Will they fall for it? Ling Mingji asked. Kagaojia glanced at him. Only we know. Others don't. We just need them to believe we're really attacking. If some die and they believe we lost, so what? Many have died in the Apocalypse game anyway. Hearing this, Ling Mingji shuddered. He had thought Kagaojia was just arrogant and harsh, but still maintained the territory's stability. He never expected Kagaojia's heart to be so cold. He had adapted to the Apocalypse game far too quickly. Don't worry. You're my trusted aide and have always supported me. If I give up on anyone, it won't be you, Kagaojia quickly reassured, sensing Ling Mingji's worry. Ling Mingji, all right. Seeing Ling Mingji's tactfulness, Kagaojia turned back to the crowd and addressed the returning squads. Rest up. When night falls, we launch a full attack. Lucas and his team will strike first, everyone else follow behind. Then listen to my orders and retreat anytime. Don't worry, if we can't win, I'll withdraw early to avoid needless sacrifice. If anyone is injured, I'll take responsibility. Rewards will be doubled. Kagaojia's words comforted many on site. It seemed they were just trying an attack. Ling Mingji, hearing the grand words, felt even colder inside. Was such a cold and ruthless man worth following? Meanwhile, during the mobilization, not far away in the trees, Heidi and Fry exchanged glances and quickly left. As they left, Lucas seemed to sense something and looked toward where they had been, searching keenly. "What's wrong? Is there a problem over there?" O'Neill the tiger had asked. "I thought I sensed a faint magical fluctuation, but maybe it was just my imagination." Lucas thought carefully but still felt it was a false alarm. Residents of a level 1 village shouldn't have mages, and if they did, they wouldn't escape his detection. "It's just your imagination." "I didn't feel anything," O'Neill said confidently, then looked at the stunned bullhead and pig-head orcs. "What about you?" Fred the bullhead and Paul the pig-head shook their heads in unison. No, seeing them, O'Neill showed disdain in his eyes. Even among orcs, there was a hierarchy. Bullheads had brute strength, but little else. Pig-heads just ate. They were the vanguard of the orc tribe. But having them was good. They led the charge while he enjoyed the benefits behind. O'Neill thought, counting the gold coins in his account. This human territory's money was easy to earn. It'd be great to summon more tiger heads later. The scene quieted again as everyone pondered how to ambush at night. Meanwhile, Heidi and Fry had returned to Hope Village. Seeing them appear, all eyes fell on them. "How is it?" Bayer asked first. "Around 200 people, all above level 7, including 4 orcs, Doghead, Tigerhead, Bullhead, and Pighead. The Doghead skill is special. He can probably estimate our population. With the city walls' deterrence, they dare not act rashly. They plan to gather resources and hunt monsters in the misty forest first, but unexpectedly, our residents have almost cleared everything," Heidi reported. As she spoke, Bayer glanced subtly at Joe Bai. He knew that after midnight last night, once the rain stopped, their lord immediately issued a night mission to train teams to operate in darkness. Many teams bought anti-darkness gear and started night hunting. Their soldier squad also cleared some monsters as training. He had thought Joe Bai truly wanted to train night operations, as many territory wars happened at night. But now he thought otherwise. He felt Joe Bai simply didn't want other territories to graze their Hope Village's sheep. So stingy. But he liked it. At this moment, hearing the opponent's hopes dashed, Bayer was truly delighted. Joe Bai noticed Bayer's subtle gaze and remained calm. Those were the territory's resources. How could she let others have a chance? Not even a sliver. Indeed, she was right. Another day protecting the territory's assets. After Heidi finished, she continued to report Kagaujia's subsequent plans. When the plan was revealed, Li Xingting, Zhou Zhangping, and others listening couldn't help but feel angry. Is the Overlord village lord too disgusting? What do the residents mean to him? So inhumane. We're all humans. How can he do this? The residents of Hope Village were furious, but the NPCs like Bayer were used to it. Seeing their righteous anger, Bayer said coldly, "On the continent of Stan, in territories, this is very common. If sacrificing some people can win, many lords are willing to do it, and many already do." Even he and Heidi became ghosts because they were forced sacrifices in territory conflicts. Only these humans were so angry. He had thought these suddenly appearing humans were so pure because of peaceful pasts, but now he saw it was just an exception. Over time, reality would assimilate them. Joe Bai, hearing Bayer's words and seeing the NPC's accustomed expressions, spoke directly. "Just because others do it doesn't mean we have to. We accept sacrifices in war, but we do not accept deliberately sending people to die to win." Even though the apocalypse game changed the world and survival rules, she had learned to fight hard, but some bottom lines must never be lost. "Yes, we don't accept that. War can use strategy, but not deceit and treachery," Zhou Zhangping agreed, looking at Joe Bai with admiration. "Exactly. Deliberately sending people to die, such a territory won't last. If we knew the territory treated us like that, it wouldn't be worth serving. Fighting openly, even if we die, it's because we're outmatched. But if it's deliberate, I won't rest in peace." Voices of opposition rose one after another. At this moment, Bear and the other NPCs were somewhat moved. Though most residents of Hope Village were weak and had various flaws, many had qualities different from other humans in this world: kindness, principles. What mattered more was Jobai, the Lord. They hadn't forgotten she was the first to speak out, not only opposing but warning them not to use Kagauja's methods. He had been wrong. Maybe it wasn't an exception, but because the Lord leading this territory was special, preserving this uniqueness. Bear sighed deeply inside and said seriously, even if other territories do it, our territory won't. He had a premonition that if this territory could develop so openly and honestly, it would become an undeniable force on the continent of Stan. Because beauty is always worth aspiring to. After studying his mind, Bear changed the original plan. Since they plan to attack at night, we'll send teams to ambush from behind during their assault. We'll focus on capturing them while ensuring our own safety. After all, our territory is short on people. These invaders were also being exploited by their own lord. Capturing them was also a form of rescue. Understood, the team responded. Immediately, Bear reorganized the troops on site. Previously trained soldiers led missions outside, leaving behind the archer squad, stone-throwing team, and some fighters. Time flew and dusk deepened. Jobai followed Zhou Jumping's team to an ambush point, while Li Xingting led another team on the territory's main route, a path Bear had modified considering the terrain. Unexpectedly, it was already in use. Not long after, Kagaujia's team approached Hope Village. Leading them were the 4 orcs Heidi had mentioned. Though they knew of orcs, this was their first time seeing them. Those hiding held their breath. As they passed, Heidi and Fry from the 2 teams cast magic to conceal their auras, avoiding detection. The 4 orcs at the front didn't notice Jobai's group and passed smoothly. Once past, soldiers on Hope Village's watchtower spotted them clearly. At once, torches were lit, signaling the entire territory. The challenger has arrived. Archers quickly took positions on the walls, readying their bows. The stone-throwing team prepared their ammunition. At the gate, Zhang Yongmian led the combat team, weapons drawn to defend. Kagauchia's group saw Hope Village's deployment clearly as they neared. He had to admit, Hope Village looked tough to mess with. But Lucas, Fred, Paul, O'Neill lead the attack. Kagauchia ordered without hesitation. The 4 orcs exchanged glances and charged toward the city wall. Since they were paid, they'd give it their all. This way, the human lord would keep paying them for future efforts. Their thick hides made arrows and stones ineffective. The orcs led the charge, the rest followed. They knew there was no turning back once the attack began. The defenders wouldn't go easy either. It was a fight to the death, and they wanted to be the survivors. Sure enough, as they neared the wall, arrows and stones rained down. But on the orcs, they left no mark, falling harmlessly to the ground. The orcs relentlessly battered the wall with terrifying force. Shields protected those behind them. On the wall, seeing the first volley fail to harm the invaders, Chao Jingshan and others felt uneasy, but quickly steadied and fired a second volley. Lord Bear had said their wall's defense was strong enough to withstand a day and night of attacks, even from orcs, unless the territory ran out of money, which was impossible. Still, to save resources, it was best to keep attackers as far from the wall as possible. Arrows flew fast, stones were hurled fiercely, targeting orcs and shield bearers to wear down their defense. The attackers noticed the shield's durability rapidly declining with each hit. If this continued, their bodies would have to block arrows and stones. Would they die? Killed by their own kind? Ling Mingji, amidst the crowd, recalled Kagauchia's words and looked at those stubbornly holding on, wishing they'd retreat quickly. But he dared not. As a resident of Tyrant Village and under its lord, if he spoke out, he'd lose his place there. He only hoped fewer would die. At that moment, 2 teammates' shields broke, forcing them to block attacks with weapons. Try to dodge, don't just charge forward, Ling Mingji whispered. But aren't we attacking the city? Isn't stalling worse? One asked. From the rear, a voice snapped, are you stupid? If we could take this wall with just us, the Lord would have sent us head on this morning. So what now? Feign defeat, Ling Mingji whispered. But if fake retreat needs some truth, someone must pay with their life. The two gasped. Suddenly, a sharp arrow flew straight at Ling Mingji. He instinctively blocked, but another arrow came immediately after. Though the shots were precise, his two teammates received fewer arrows and more stones blocking their path. Looking up at the blurry figures on the wall, he understood. The defenders had likely read their minds. Or maybe they didn't want to kill them. Either way, it showed Hope Village didn't intend to kill under controlled conditions, much more reliable than Kagaujia. Kagaujia would sacrifice people for temporary goals, again and again. After the apocalypse, his first territory was Tyrant Village. Alone, with no family nearby, he had no choice before. Now he had a choice. Why stay under Kagaujia's dictatorship? But he was already a resident. Could he leave? Deep inside, Ling Mingji's thoughts churned. He'd wait for the right chance. Others also noticed the oddity and began to look for opportunities. Kagaujia, watching this, grew frustrated. Attack. No retreat. Anyone who retreats will be expelled from Tyrant Village, he threatened. Some were moved by the threat. How long could they survive outside? Just as they prepared to desperately fight, an arrow suddenly pierced Kagaujia's back. Too fast to react. HP-100. Feeling the sting, Kagaujia froze. Realizing the ambush, he lost all composure and screamed, "Retreat! Retreat!" He had few men left. If he didn't retreat, he'd be the first to die. He thought of no strategy. His life was all that mattered. He shouted to the orcs, "Lucas, O'Neill, Fred, Paul, come protect me. I'll pay you." Hearing pay, the 4 orcs stopped battering the wall and swiftly leapt to his side. Seeing this, Chao Jingshan and others paused their attack and quickly formed a team to chase from the gate. Other teams regrouped around Kagaujia, watching warily. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhengping and Li Xingting blocked their escape route. The larger Hope Village force surrounded Kagaujia's group. Kagaujia tensed, but brightened seeing no orcs among Hope Village's troops, all humans. Orcs were unbeatable at the same level, and his summoned orcs were all above level 15. Against humans below level 10, they were unstoppable. Excited, Kagaujia laughed, "If you don't come out, I can't break your Hope Village. But you're all here. You're finished. Lucas, O'Neill, Fred, Paul, charge. Everyone else, attack. Defeat them, and Hope Village is ours. Your rewards will be 10 times the usual. Kill them. No survivors unless they surrender." The system recognized the challenger's victory could seize the opponent's territory resources. Beyond that, if the challenger completely conquered the territory, killing all residents and the lord, they'd own all resources. Kagaujia had never dared hope for this, but now he had a chance. As he spoke, he didn't notice many eyes on him darkening, especially Ling Mingji's. He only knew Kagaujia was harsh and arrogant, but never imagined him this insane. On Zhou Bai's side, everyone listened with angry eyes, especially Zhou Bai herself. A surge of rage rose. How could such a tyrant be a territory lord? The orcs, hearing their rewards would be tenfold, eagerly charged out. For them, killing was second nature. Just as the massive orcs were about to trample the crowd, several figures suddenly appeared on the battlefield. They were Bayer and several undead NPCs. Their arrival immediately blocked the 4 orcs' path with skills. Kagaujia's eyes widened. What are these? Undead? Hope Village had a presence like his beast god temple? Did he still have hope against Hope Village? Undead? More shocked than Kagaujia were Lucas and the others. Who would have thought? Although the undead kingdom was on the Stan continent, it was isolated from other races' territories. According to ancestral legends, they were exiled to another land because their power was too great. The souls and even bones of the dead could be used as their tools, forming a massive undead army that swept through wherever it went, invincible. Since their exile, undead hadn't appeared on the Stan continent for a long time. But Hope Village actually had them. Were they summoned like theirs? No time to think further. The undead attack was already upon them. Lucas and 3 other orcs immediately engaged in combat. The shockwaves from their battle affected nearby people, knocking some to the ground and reducing their health. Seeing this, Bayer and others quickly diverted the battlefield elsewhere. In an instant, only the native humans remained. On Jobai's side, standing among the crowd and recalling Kagaujia's recent orders, she raised her iron axe and shouted, "Charge! Beat these bastards to death." Disgusting, utterly disgusting. Without the orcs' help, she wanted to see what this tyrant village lord could really do. Leading the charge, Jobai stirred the emotions of many around her, and a wave of people followed her forward. Li Xingting looked at the furious Jobai and teased Zhou Zhengping, "With a daughter like this, what more could a father want?" Zhou Zhengping smiled helplessly and grabbed his weapon, charging as well. With his daughter like this, how could he lose as a father? They charged straight at the stunned tyrant village troops. Regardless of whether they obeyed their lord's orders, their morale could not falter. Kagaujia's face darkened seeing this. Without the orcs, their team clearly lost the advantage. Fewer numbers, worse equipment. What was the point of fighting? Instinctively, Kagaujia glanced at his control panel, eyes fixed on the word retreat. Should he just concede? Before he could decide, Jobai was already before him. He barely raised his shield to block a falling axe. The force still pushed him back several steps. Before he could counterattack, several figures swarmed him. HP minus 50, HP minus 70, HP minus 60. Despite the shield and dodging, Kagaujia was hit many times. Surrounded by many, the pain made him howl. Since becoming lord, he had never suffered like this. Without hesitation, Kagaujia chose retreat. If he didn't retreat now, with the hate he'd drawn, these people wouldn't let him live. If he died here, who would benefit from his territory? Better to retreat early and preserve strength. Just some resources. As long as the territory remained, he could recover in a month. He refused to believe he'd be unlucky enough to face a Hope Village again. Soon after choosing retreat, he received a system notification. "Dear host, confirm retreat? Retreat equals conceding defeat." Yes. At that moment, as Lord, Kagaujia was immediately teleported back by the system. Before leaving, he looked at his residents who hadn't followed him and narrowed his eyes. What was going on? Didn't retreat mean taking everyone? Meanwhile, on the battlefield, many Tyrant Village residents still fought bravely. Surrounded by Hope Village residents from all sides, their minds focused only on fighting, unaware their lord had already left, except for a small group caught at the start. Those caught were terrified but relaxed slightly, seeing no intent to kill. They then checked the battle situation and saw their lord disappear. At that moment, it felt like falling into an ice cellar. They had been abandoned. Then they received a system notification. "Dear host, Tyrant Village Lord has conceded defeat. This territory war is lost. As the loser, you have two choices: return to Tyrant Village or join Hope Village. Note: captured personnel default to staying in Hope Village as residents or slaves." They stared at the words. The battle hadn't even fully started, just a slight loss, and their lord gave up? They understood perfectly. When it came to personal interests and safety, their lord only cared about himself. They guessed one thing: with his personality after returning, would the promised rewards still be honored? They had a vague answer. They laughed bitterly. As captives, they had no choice. They only wondered if they'd become residents or slaves. Those still fighting after seeing the notification had the same thought. But they also had another idea. If there were no or few rewards, would they want to return to Tyrant Village? They couldn't forget Kagaujia's ruthless, "no one left behind" words. Plus, they noticed Hope Village residents hadn't killed anyone, only captured some. Because of this, many hesitated after seeing the message. Those preparing to return saw no action and didn't decide immediately. At this moment, Jobai noticed the strange behavior of Tyrant Village residents after Kagaujia suddenly disappeared. Though the system hadn't notified her yet, it was clear Kagaujia had given up, but his residents remained, and some fighting residents began hesitating. It was easy to guess the reason the system hadn't sent a victory message to her yet. Something was unresolved, likely the stranded tyrant village residents. If the war is lost, the opponent can plunder buildings, resources, and even population. Diana's words came to mind. Plundering population meant now? They were making a choice. Return to Tyrant Village or stay in Hope Village. After the choice, the results would be settled. Sure of this, Jobai loudly announced, the Tyrant Village Lord has likely surrendered. Everyone stop fighting. As a recognized leader in the territory, Jobai's words carried weight. Hearing her and seeing the dazed Tyrant Village residents, everyone quickly stopped and moved away from the fight, forming a surrounding posture. Once they stopped, the Tyrant Village residents also ceased fighting. Jobai continued, your lord has left. I guess you stayed because you have a choice, to stay in Hope Village or return to Tyrant Village. I hope you stay. Hope Village is strong and directly managed by the Apocalypse game system, fair and just. Jobai's words had basis. If Tyrant Village were truly good, these people would have left with their lord immediately after receiving the choice. But they didn't, meaning Tyrant Village wasn't as good as imagined, so they hesitated. She wanted to keep them while they hesitated. Your lord is gone? How's life in the territory? Ling Mingji, eager to leave Tyrant Village, asked quickly. So far, no one has claimed lordship. Daily missions come from the system. As for life, the harder you work, the more you get. Life is better in Hope Village, Jobai said. Hope Village residents understood her meaning and stood up one by one. Zhou Zhiping, freedom is high here. As long as you don't rob or commit crimes, no one bothers you. Li Xingting, prices are low. Becoming a resident costs 10 silver coins. A wooden house costs 6 gold coins. Renting is 100 copper coins per day. There are many building types, a blacksmith, tailor, dining hall, general store, and lord's mansion for selling materials. Zhongyong Nian, all team gains belong to individuals, distributed by the team leader. Others chimed in agreement. Yes, that's right. We guarantee it. Stay in Hope Village. You won't regret it. Your Tyrant Village Lord is despicable. Following him leads nowhere. Look, we've defeated them. Did anyone die? No. That's because we know we're all Blue Star people, compatriots. In this apocalypse game, we should help each other, not kill each other. Sea country people don't cheat each other. Hearing this, Ling Mingji's heart tipped further toward Hope Village. All right, I trust you this once. Without hesitation, Ling Mingji chose Join Hope Village. Right after, his panel notified, Dear host, you have become a Hope Village resident. Seeing Ling Mingji's choice, his teammates followed suit and other Tyrant Village residents gradually chose as well. The former enemies became allies. Jobai kept receiving notifications, you have gained a new resident. At the scene, seeing Ling Mingji lead others to stay, many showed inner struggle. Some were resolute to leave, including Tang Junliang, another squad leader and friend of Ling Mingji. Ling Mingji saw at once. You're leaving. Yes. My parents and wife are there. I can't leave them, Tang Junliang said firmly. He knew Tyrant Village was bad and their lord worse, but his family was there. Now wasn't the time. Take care. When you return, he'll ask about us. Just tell him the truth, Ling Mingji said. Okay. Tang Junliang nodded, looked around, and said, I'm leaving first. He stayed only to see Hope Village and have a fallback. After him, more left, some for family, some hoping to curry favor with Kagaojia after learning the situation. Hope Village residents neither stopped nor harmed those leaving. Soon, those who left were gone, and the remaining Tyrant Village residents all became Hope Village residents. New residents, 178, new captives, 25. Dear host, you have captured 25 prisoners in the territory war. You may choose to make them residents or slaves. Surprised, Jobai looked at the captives' faces and chose residents. At once, the captives received notifications of becoming residents. First disbelief, then excitement. I'm a Hope Village resident. Others didn't understand. We all knew. Why are you excited? We were just captured. Didn't you see the note? Hope Village can make us slaves. Though we don't know what slaves do, it can't be good. Hope Village is really kind. Hearing this, many felt reassured. They had surrendered to Hope Village's mercy, proving they made the right choice. Seeing the low demands of these tyrant village residents, Jobai couldn't help but twitch her mouth. How unloved must Tyrant Village be? If they were loved, she wouldn't have taken so much advantage. Soon after, Jobai received the system message about the war's conclusion. Dear host, the territory war has ended. Congratulations on your successful defense. Calculating rewards, please wait. Looking at it, Jobai couldn't help but anticipate what spoils they'd gain from the opponent's territory. Meanwhile, in Tyrant Village, Kagaujie received a similar message. Dear host, the territory war has ended. Your challenge failed. Calculating penalties, please wait. More than the cost, Kagaujie worried about his people sent to Hope Village. Over 200 had gone out, only a few dozen returned. Where were his people? Where had they gone? After being struck with extreme shock, Kagaujie's gaze immediately fell on the dozens of people who had returned. Where are the others? Kagaujie asked with a grimace, his voice sharp and desperate. Over 200 people. These were the territory's current high-level fighters. Losing them, how could he possibly make a comeback? Could it be that in such a short time, those people from Hope Village really managed to kill over 200 of his men? And what about the orcs? Yes, the orcs. Why hadn't they returned? Could they have died at the hands of those undead in Hope Village? Impossible. Weren't they supposed to be invincible at their level? Lord, they have all betrayed Overlord Village. After you left, we were given the choice to leave Overlord Village or stay in Hope Village, and they chose to stay without hesitation. Only we remain loyal to Overlord Village and returned immediately after scouting. One man, despite his fear, mustered courage and approached Kagaujie, reporting the situation directly. What? They stayed in Hope Village? And the orcs? Kagaujie couldn't believe it, his mind still fixated on the orcs. They were the foundation of his future orc army. They all stayed in Hope Village. As for the orcs, when we left, they were still fighting the undead of Hope Village and showed no sign of leaving, the man hurriedly explained, his heart sinking. Kagaujie's face turned pale. A bad premonition filled his heart. At that moment, a new message appeared on Kagaujie's Lord panel. Dear host, in this territory war as the challenger, you lost 203 people. The defender Hope Village lost none. Crushing defeat. Punishment doubled. The system will randomly select territory resources as punishment. Random selection in progress. 1. Special building. Beast God Temple. Triggered because you failed to bring back your summoned orcs. 2. Half of the warehouse resources. Your penalty settlement is complete. Please do better in the next territory war. Seeing his prized Beast God Temple and half his resources taken as punishment, Kagaujie felt a heavy weight on his chest, almost unable to breathe. The former was his trump card. The latter was the fruit of his hard work over time, now halved in an instant. It was like losing half his life. Kagaujie's body wobbled. If only he had retreated earlier. Even with preparation, it wouldn't be this miserable. His territory's future was gone. Would he ever get a special building again? Seeing Kagaujie's state, the man reporting hurried forward to support him and said earnestly, Lord, don't be angry. You still have the Beast God Temple and us. A comeback isn't impossible. Don't be upset over those ungrateful people. Ling Mingji is still your trusted aide. But when surrender came, he was the fastest. Yes, this man aimed to replace Ling Mingji's position. After all, no matter how good Hope Village was, what future did an ordinary resident have? Now Overlord Village's high-level forces were gone, and he was level 8 and loyal. Kagaujie had to value him more. But this man's words struck a painful blow to Kagaujie's heart. The next moment, Kagaujie fainted from anger. Seeing Kagaujie collapse in his arms, the man's face changed drastically. Lord, what's wrong? At that moment, the Beast God Temple in the territory suddenly disappeared. Beast, the Beast God Temple disappeared. The man muttered in disbelief, then looked at Kagaujia and suddenly understood. This must be the punishment for losing the territory war. Without the Beast God Temple, did Overlord Village still have a future? Not far away, Tang Junliang, watching this scene, led his remaining team toward the residential area. With over 200 combatants lost and no Beast God Temple, Overlord Village would be hard to recover. He needed to use the coming time to train himself and his family and find a chance to leave. Meanwhile, in Hope Village. Dear host, in this territory war, as the defender, no residents died, and 203 new residents joined. Complete victory. Rewards doubled. The system will randomly select resources from Overlord Village as rewards. Random selection in progress. 1. Special building. Beast God Temple, triggered by Hope Village trapping the orcs. 2. Half of the warehouse resources. Your reward settlement is complete. Congratulations, host. Your territory residents united to win the territory war, unlocking the territory resident contribution system. Loading personal panel. Personal panel loaded. Calculating rewards. Please wait. Seeing the system's reward and the contribution system, Joe Bai's eyes brightened. Not to mention the special building, this was a huge gain. The Beast God Temple was like the Hall of Heroes, able to summon talents. But was the reward too generous? Though surprised, Joe Bai was very happy. She had a feeling that summoning-type special buildings could only be obtained by passing the initial trial. She had thought everyone got the Hall of Heroes, but Overlord Village got the Beast God Temple. Maybe each territory's special building was different. These were just guesses, which Joe Bai put aside for now. She then looked at her backpack and saw 2 new items. The Beast God Temple building model and a large package. Seeing the large package, Joe Bai's expression froze. Half of Overlord Village's warehouse, how much stuff was that? She strongly suspected her backpack couldn't hold all the items, so the system packed them into a parcel. Thinking this, Joe Bai restrained the urge to open the package immediately. Instead, she opened the Beast God Temple building model. Nearby, Bear and others were still fighting some orcs. Joe Bai had noticed they seemed to be deliberately delaying their departure. Heidi and Fry had drawn some magic circle. She hadn't known what they were doing, but after seeing the Beast God Temple reward, she guessed. Following Joe Bai's operation, the Beast God Temple was placed right next to the Hall of Heroes. Beast God Temple placed. Currently upgradable. Upgrade? After upgrade, 2 orcs can be summoned daily. Yes! At the moment of placement and upgrade, Lucas and the other 4 orcs fighting received the message that their master had changed from Overlord Village to Hope Village. They were stunned. When they turned their attention back to the battlefield, they found Kagaujia's figure had long disappeared. Territory war, Kagaujia lost? Useless. No more fighting. We're on the same side now, O'Neill said quickly, looking at Bear and the others. The orcs had one flaw. They often ignored environmental changes during battle. After fighting so long, they were tired. These undead were really tough. As O'Neill finished, Bear and the others stopped fighting without hesitation. Seeing them stop so easily, Lucas, the smartest orc, sensed something was wrong. The 6 undead warriors and mages were all above their level. They couldn't have fought so long unless. You deliberately trapped us, Lucas said firmly. Bear looked at him calmly. So what? Now you're orcs of Hope Village. If you don't want to stay, we can terminate your contract. No. It's all work anyway. Working for anyone is the same. O'Neill smiled, his whiskers twitching. Bear was indifferent. He had long expected the orcs' choice. Loyalty from orcs? What's that? I'll say this in advance. Hope Village will provide the proper treatment for hired help. But you won't get the same treatment as an Overlord Village. Also, Hope Village has its own rules. Don't oppress any humans here, or we won't be polite, Bear warned sternly. O'Neill frowned, about to say something, but Lucas stopped him. Overlord Village was strong because of us. Hope Village has these undead. Lucas knew when to bow under pressure and warned him. O'Neill listened and said nothing. If hired for 1 gold coin a month, it was still better than living in the orc territory. He'd wait and see. If unhappy, he wouldn't accept the contract. Unlike these undead, who could only rely on this human territory to escape the undead kingdom, O'Neill and Lucas stayed silent, Fred and Paul even more so. Seeing this, Bayer led them to join other squads. Everyone had been watching the battle, and when the ceasefire came, many eyes shifted between Bayer and Lucas's group. Original Hope Village residents looked at the orcs. New residents from Overlord Village looked at the undead. Bayer smiled slightly, looking at the 200-plus new residents and the intact original team. Congratulations, everyone. Hope Village has won. Now, return to the territory. Roar. The original villagers cheered and returned in groups. The new residents were a bit stunned by the atmosphere. Let's go. See your new territory, Zhou Bai said proactively to Ling Mingji and others. Ling Mingji nodded, and the group headed toward the tall city walls. In truth, these new Hope Village residents were a bit nervous inside. Everything looked good now, but what about the future? Still, they were prepared. Just better than Overlord Village was enough. Soon, everyone entered Hope Village smoothly. At the moment they saw the territory, their eyes brightened. Just from the layout, Hope Village was much stronger than Overlord Village. That's the Beast God Temple? Hope Village has one too. Many immediately recognized the familiar building. It wasn't here before. Must be from the recent victory. No wonder those orcs stopped fighting us, they became one of us. Next to the Beast God Temple is our original Hall of Heroes. The undead NPCs are summoned from there, 2 per day. Also, what we told you earlier was true. You probably didn't eat well all day. Come, let's go to the canteen. And the residences, renting a house in the territory costs only 100 copper coins a day, but they're empty. If you want a place to rest immediately, you can rent from our residence for just 50 copper coins a day. 4-person rooms, fully equipped. If you have money, I have all kinds of wooden beds and quilts. Me too. The original residents introduced the newcomers to the territory, and soon business started again. The earlier newcomers smiled hearing the familiar recipes and smells, and joined in without hesitation. The new former Overlord Village residents, now Hope Village residents, were once again stunned. They felt the atmosphere had suddenly changed. But it seemed pretty good. Among the crowd, Ling Mingji looked at Hope Village's environment and the warm welcome, and finally felt relieved. He seemed to have made the right choice. Ling, Hope Village really seems pretty good, huh? One of Ling Mingji's followers couldn't help but say. Others nodded in agreement. The atmosphere is great. Everyone seems nice. Much better than Overlord Village, where everyone was tense. They're relaxed back in the territory, like home. After their victory, they're genuinely happy and didn't even expect rewards. That's impossible in Overlord Village. Ling Mingji said directly, probably because Hope Village gave them everything they deserved, and they know they won't be mistreated here, so they're at ease. As Ling Mingji finished, all Hope Village residents, including him, received a notification. Dear host, through the efforts of all residents, Hope Village has won the territory war and officially activated the territory resident contribution system. Loading personal panel. Personal panel loaded. Calculating rewards. Please wait. Zhou Bai, as the Lord, received a different message. Dear host, the territory resident contribution system has been fully loaded. The system has calculated contributions based on individual efforts. Please set rewards for the warriors who fought for the territory. Zhou Bai looked at the system notification without feeling troubled. If it weren't for the residents of the territory today, victory wouldn't have been so easy. Of course, there were also Bayer and the undead NPCs. Without them, facing the fierce orcs, the territory would have suffered heavy losses. Watching the lively territory, Zhou Bai didn't rush to act. She first built a new batch of houses, then increased the supply of steamed buns and porridge at the canteen's self-service window, making sure the new residents were well provided for. Only then did she check her personal control panel. The most eye-catching change was a new resident contribution column on the left side. Though the friends list was still locked, the contribution rankings were already sorted. To Zhou Bai's surprise, she ranked first. Many people noticed this too. Jobai is first in contribution. Awesome. Haha, the boss is the boss. She was the first to stand up and get others to surrender. First place is deserved. Anyone in the top 10 is a boss. Second to 7th are undead NPCs. They really trapped the orcs. Without them, this wouldn't have been so easy. Those orcs are huge. Are all orcs like that? Will we face orc territories in the future? How do we fight them? Must be tough. That's for the future. No need to worry now. Our territory will only get stronger. Better check our own contribution rankings. But what can contribution be used for? Are there rewards? Let's look forward to it. While everyone discussed excitedly, Bear and the others were surprised. They were surprised to be recognized as Hope Village residents and acknowledged for their contributions. This gave them a special sense of belonging. They were part of Hope Village. Lucas and O'Neill smirked at the undead's expressions. They had become undead yet remained loyal to a human territory. Was that necessary? Looking at the cluster of houses nearby, the orc's eyes lit up. That's the residential area. How about we live there? And food, we're hungry. We want good food, arrange it for us, O'Neill said without hesitation. Their treatment in Tyrant Village had been like this. Though they couldn't expect the same here, basic needs should be met. Dennis and others nearby scoffed. They dared to dream. 1 gold coin could buy a better life in Hope Village. Plus, the money and materials they earned from killing monsters outside were theirs, and they were even given some equipment for free. Bear refused bluntly. Besides the 1 gold coin monthly hiring fee, all other expenses are on you. If you want houses, buy or rent them yourselves. As for food, either take care of it yourselves or buy from the canteen. We're from Tyrant Village. This is Hope Village now, Bear said pointedly, then gestured to the Hall of Heroes and Beast God Temple. Both are level 2 buildings, summoning 2 people daily. If you don't work, there are plenty who will. I wonder if you'll even get summoned by other human territories if you leave here. Though powerful, orcs had a strict level system. Only orc nobles lived well. Ordinary orcs had it rough. O'Neill glanced at the buildings, his expression sobered. The threat was on point, and having been mentally prepared, he accepted it quickly. He just habitually sought more benefits for himself. Then, looking at Lucas and others, O'Neill said simply, "Let's go." "All right, stay for now." The 4 orcs then wandered around the territory. Compared to their tyranny in Tyrant Village, they were noticeably more restrained here. Watching all this, Jobai shook her head inwardly. The Beast God Temple helped her build a strong team gradually, but like Harrison before, they looked down on humans and human territories from the bottom of their hearts. Better to put them directly into the barracks under Bear's control. If any got out of line, she'd terminate their contract. No exceptions for anyone under her. Fairness must be ingrained in every Hope Village resident's heart, including the Lord herself. Only then could the territory be stable. This was the lesson she learned from the defeat at Tyrant Village. Before today's territory war, she never expected residents to surrender. And Bear and the NPCs deliberately kept the orcs to seize the opponent's special buildings. Thinking of this, she had gained plenty of benefits. The Lord of Tyrant Village must be furious. After a moment of silent sympathy, Jobai's gaze fell on the Lord panel, which had changed after the contribution system was loaded. Territory, Hope Village level. Level 1 village, upgrading, population, 551/1000 area, 1000 acres tax rate, 10%, adjustable, wealth, 761 gold 58 silver 34 copper buildings, Lord's Manor. Level 2, basic wall, basic blacksmith, restaurant, basic tailor, level 1 housing, level 2 housing, special buildings, Hall of Heroes, Beast God Temple, general store shop, territory exclusive, materials only contribution shop. For residents, exchangeable only with contribution points current rank, 59, tentative, regional rank. Territory wars, 1/1 wins, 1, truce period, 25 days, note, territory can only be conquered by the Lord. Newbie protection period 1 month, countdown 22 days. Jobai first noticed the rank had jumped from 192 to 59, clearly taking Tyrant Village's spot, which dropped to 192. But this was likely not the final ranking. She suspected a re-ranking after all territories participated once. Noting this, she saw the 25-day truce period. Perfect. Over the next 20-plus days, the territory could develop peacefully, giving her time to digest gains and prepare for upgrades. After this, Jobai focused on the new contribution shop. Opening it, a new window popped up. System has initialized settings based on territory status. Apply? Yes. Initial settings were better than her struggling alone. After confirming, the contribution shop appeared. The system had listed idle equipment and materials from the territory and Jobai, priced by quality in contribution points. Jobai understood. Contribution points were a welfare for residents who contributed, allowing them to get needed items without spending gold. Besides goods, there were other benefits: contribution ranking rewards, monthly settlement, variable data, first place, special title, 1 gold coin second to third, 50 silver coins fourth to 10th, 20 silver coins contribution tasks, tasks plus 1. Territory war, decided by territory when war starts. 2. Rescue refugees, 1 contribution per person. 3. Territory rule suggestions, 1 contribution per suggestion. 4. System recognized contributions, e.g., supplying materials, clearing monsters. 5. Other territory issued tasks, rewards vary. Hope Village Position Exchange, variable data. 1. Village Chief, 10,000 contribution, unique position, highest contribution wins if many candidates. 2. Soldier Team Leader, 5,000 contribution. 3. Soldier, 500 contribution. 4. To be added. Bai's eyes brightened. The system hit her heart exactly. Rewarding top contributors with gold was normal, she could afford that. Later, task rewards plus contribution points would attract more people and be more convenient. The soldier threshold was good too. After this war, she had 600 contribution points as first place. Others had less, some as low as 10. This set a clear entry barrier for soldiers. Only contributors could join. To rise higher, the cost increased, making people think twice about abandoning what they'd worked for. This aligned their interests with the territories. Then there was the village chief. With her invisible lord status, the village chief might be the recognized leader. This was definitely a bait position. Ambitious people would aim for it, needing enough contribution. The attitude toward the territory was the same as soldiers. She planned to compete for this position herself. It would help her openly control the territory without suspicion. A mix of reality and illusion. This was perfect. Faced with the system's thoughtful plan, Jobai chose apply without hesitation. Host confirmed. System setting in progress. Please wait. System setup complete. Rewards issued. With the system notification, all residents received messages. Dear host, your settlement rewards have been distributed. Instantly, everyone's attention focused on their control panels. Congratulations, host. You gained XX contribution points. Congratulations, host. You ranked XX on the contribution leaderboard. Congratulations, host. Contribution shop is open. Exchange goods and positions with contribution points. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted. Whoa, positions can be exchanged with contribution points? I saw it too. Village chief is available. Is the village chief basically the territory lord? Not exactly. The data changes. Unless your contribution keeps up, someone else will replace the chief. Haha, still something to strive for. Even one day as chief is something. Don't dream too big. Look at your contribution. Damn, only 50? How long to save that? Then aim for soldier, 500 contribution. Besides wars, can we get contribution daily? Check your panel. There's a task list with daily missions like rescuing people. Other instant tasks will come. This territory's forcing us to grind hard. Isn't that good? Grinding has rewards. If you don't want high ambitions, you can exchange for gear and goods, saving money, basically like currency. Can contribution be traded? Don't think about it. Trading is banned. Hee, gotta grind ourselves. Everyone's focus was on the new contribution system. The territory buzzed with excitement, conversations blending into the lively atmosphere. Brother Ling, let's work hard to raise contribution and become soldiers. Didn't expect us surrenderers to get contribution too. Ling, how much do you have? 300, probably because I surrendered first, Ling Mingji said happily. Then you're 200 away from soldier. Going for it? Yeah, I'll try. Ling Mingji smiled. The requirements were clear, just work hard. Why not? I'll work hard too. Let's all do our best and contribute to Hope Village. A territory where effort means survival, how great. Tyrant Village? Where's that? Don't remember. Seeing the village chief position, Li Xingting grabbed Zhou Zhangping's hand. Do you think I have a chance? Zhou Zhangping glanced at first place Zhou Bai, then at himself, and Li Xingting ranked 9th and 10th, and nodded encouragingly. You do. Work hard. He thought, in grinding, maybe Li Xingting couldn't beat his daughter. But still, give hope. Hope Village needed more such tools. Yeah. Li Xingting nodded decisively, finally having a higher goal. Harrison, suddenly receiving territory rewards, came out of the blacksmith shop hearing the cheers. Diana approached him and asked, "What do you think of this territory now?" Harrison caught the teasing in her eyes and immediately turned away. But as he turned, a thought surfaced. If this territory stayed like this, maybe it really would be good. But it was still early. On the 9th day since the Apocalypse game began, the day after Hope Village's victory in the territory war, Zhou Bai once again woke up before dawn. She was planning to sneak off to the Hall of Heroes and the Beast God Temple to summon NPCs. But as soon as she stepped outside, she saw scattered groups of people outside the residential area. At that moment, Zhou Bai was truly stunned. Why were these people up so early? The next moment, various voices unconsciously reached her ears. Why are you all so competitive? It's not even fully light yet, and you're already up. You're no better yourself. I just can't sleep. Yeah, right? You just want to earn contribution points. Hey, who doesn't want contribution points? The more I earn, the closer I get to becoming village chief. Forming teams. Individual teams forming. Targeting bosses. Need people with high defense and stamina, or pay-to-win players welcome. Recruiting gatherers. Safety guaranteed. No boss fights, just normal monsters. I am level 8 now. Bro, you look new here. Just arrived at Hope Village today. Since I'm not familiar with the surroundings, I'm looking for a team to move with. Alright, you're in. Zhou Bai suddenly understood they were also active just to earn contribution points. Was it necessary? Crazy, really crazy. She knew contribution points were tempting, but she never imagined it would be to this extent. Was she about to witness a bunch of hardcore grinders? Were they really treating this like a game? While Zhou Bai was still dazed by this, nearby Zhou Zhangping and Li Xingting also noticed her. Your daughter's out too. Is she interested in becoming village chief? Li Xingting couldn't help but ask Zhou Zhangping. He thought Zhou Bai was definitely a strong competitor on the path to village chief. Yeah, Zhou Zhangping nodded. Zhou Bai was interested in the position, but her presence here wasn't for grinding. Thinking about how she had to summon NPCs in secret while everyone else was asleep, Zhou Zhangping smiled quietly. Should we let her join us? Li Xingting asked. No need. She has her own plans and prefers to work alone, Zhou Zhangping declined. His daughter was already capable of handling things on her own. Pulling her into the team would only disrupt her. Li Xingting didn't insist further. In his heart, he admired Zhou Bai, brave and capable. Daring to move alone in the territory was no small feat, something even he wouldn't dare try. Truly, skill breeds courage. At that moment, the teams had gathered enough people. Li Xingting said, "All right, let's go." Zhou Zhangping and Li Xingting set off, followed by many other teams. Zhou Bai saw many familiar faces, among them Zhang Yongnian, Chao Jingshan, Ling Mingji. Watching them lead teams of various sizes, Zhou Bai suddenly smiled. As the Lord, she should be happy. Her earliest ideas were coming true, These people were tools to help her build the territory. The more, the better. After a short while, the once lively square gradually quieted down. Seeing this, Jobai turned toward the Hall of Heroes and the Beast God Temple. She arrived first at the Hall of Heroes and quickly summoned 2 NPCs for the day, still a swordsman and a mercenary. Jobai felt she had a grasp of the summoning pattern here and didn't say much, instructing them to report to Bayer at the military camp at dawn. After leaving the Hall of Heroes, Jobai went to the Beast God Temple. Compared to the gloomy atmosphere of the Hall of Heroes, the Beast God Temple was grander. Upon entering, she saw towering orc statues around, each about 5 or 6 meters tall, imposing and overwhelming. Looking at these magnificent orc statues, Jobai felt small. Such innate advantages were enviable. Soon, Jobai stood by the central formation. "Dear host, start summoning." "Yes." As she spoke, a figure appeared in the center of the formation, accompanied by a data panel. Name: Beck, race, orc, sheep-headed, level, 17, identity, resident of the Orc Kingdom, class, warrior, HP, 3400/3400, stamina, 3400/3400, attributes, constitution, 40/40, intelligence, 35/40, agility, 40/40, defense, 30/40, talent, farming, price, 1 gold coin/month. Seeing the stats, Jobai felt her eyes might pop out. No comparison, no pain. At the same level, the orcs' HP and stamina were double that of humans. While Jobai was shocked, Beck the sheep-headed orc was fully summoned. Seeing Jobai, he was a bit surprised and quietly asked, "Did you summon me?" Hearing his gentle voice, Jobai was surprised. The 4 orcs she had seen before were tall and arrogant, looking down on humans. Without undead NPCs to keep them in check, they might have run rampant in her territory. Of course, without undead NPCs, Jobai would have chosen to terminate their contracts. From this, Jobai had concluded that orcs were inherently unruly. So suddenly encountering such a well-behaved orc was unexpected. Most importantly, his talent was farming. Jobai's next thought was to unlock warehouses and farmlands. Having more experts like Beck would be great. Her voice softened. "Yes, I summoned you. Will you accept my contract?" "As long as I can continue farming, I will," Beck said. Though his voice was loud, it had a soft tone. Having such an orc made Jobai hopeful for the second orc. Soon, the second summoned orc appeared. Name: Aina, race, orc, sheep-headed, level, 16, identity, resident of the Orc Kingdom, class, warrior, HP, 3200/3200, stamina, 3200/3200, attributes, constitution, 40/40, intelligence, 30/40, agility, 40/40. Defense, 29/40, talent, animal husbandry, price, 1 gold coin/month, another talent Jobai wanted, also a sheep-headed orc like Beck, giving a similar impression. Being female, she added a touch of gentleness. These two greatly refreshed Jobai's understanding of orcs. Could sheep-headed orcs be an exception? Thinking this, Jobai smiled even more kindly at the new orc NPCs. "You two settle well in Hope Village. I won't treat you unfairly," Jobai promised without hesitation. "Thank you," they said in unison, their initial nervousness completely gone. In their experience, humans weren't very friendly to orcs. Just as Jobai was about to give instructions, a roar came from behind them. "You sheep-headed orcs are ruining the reputation of our kind." Hearing the voice, Beck and Aina, the 2 sheep-headed orcs, couldn't help but shrink back, instinctively hiding behind Jobai. But Jobai's small frame couldn't really shield them, which only made them stand out more. Jobai looked at O'Neill and the others who suddenly appeared and paused, surprised. "Why are you here? Weren't you supposed to be living in the residential area?" Thinking of O'Neill's miserly, money-obsessed attitude in battle, Jobai instinctively said, "You wouldn't be staying in the Beast God Temple just to save on lodging fees, would you?" "No way." O'Neill reflexively denied, but his voice carried a hint of guilt. Though he denied it, his reaction betrayed him, and Jobai immediately knew. First the soft sheep-headed orcs, now these money-loving orcs. Jobai suddenly felt orcs weren't as ferocious as imagined. At least they had exploitable weaknesses. As she thought this, a flash of insight quickly passed through her mind. O'Neill saw Jobai's doubtful look and ground his claws in his palm. This human was so annoying. He wanted to hit her. But realizing Jobai was the Lord of Hope Village and decided their fate in the human territory, he forced himself to hold back and muttered, "That place is for humans. How could we live there?" O'Neill showed disdain for living among humans. Of course, that was his true feeling. To them, humans were fragile, nowhere near orcs, especially those below level 10 who hadn't unlocked professions. At this moment, Jobai considered creating a separate residential area just for these orc NPCs. The orcs' contempt for humans was too obvious. If conflicts arose, orcs attacking residents directly would be irreparable even if dealt with later. Maybe a separate residential area would be better. Thinking this, Jobai calmly continued, "In that case, I'll build residences for you behind the Hall of Heroes and the Beast God Temple." She immediately started the operation. Currently, there were 10 undead NPCs and 6 orc NPCs. After thinking, Jobai built 12 level 1 residences. After finishing, she said, "This should be fine now. The Beast God Temple is too simple an environment, really not suitable for your noble bodies." At the same time, she could recoup some of their wages through rent, which comforted her a bit. Also, it was a subtle jab. How dare they look down on them so blatantly in a human territory? O'Neill, Jobai's speed was too fast. He hadn't reacted. Besides, with free housing in the Beast God Temple, why would he pay for rent? But as an orc, his pride wouldn't let him bow to Jobai, so he stiffly replied, Yesterday someone was here, and I didn't tell you my identity. In the future, don't treat me as the lord in the territory," Jobai continued. "Also, the territory gives you 1 gold coin per month as wages, not for playing around. Remember to report to Bayer and follow his orders." Listen to that, undead? Though he was human, he's now from the Undead Kingdom, which nearly unified all of Stan continent. Aren't you afraid they'll use your territory to make a comeback? Lucas, watching behind O'Neill, stirred trouble immediately. Jobai knew Lucas well. From Bayer and others, she knew doghead orcs were not only consented, but also very smart, often acting as strategists in orc armies. Experts reveal themselves quickly. Looking at Lucas, Jobai said without hesitation, "Since you came to Hope Village, your residence here. I trust him." She added meaningfully, "Just like you wouldn't want people doubting you while you serve our territory, right?" Lucas, could he say he didn't mind? He planned to stay longer in the human territory, gather intel, and serve his own territory later. He really didn't care much for human territories. But human territories did have better stuff than orc territories. Seeing Lucas's expression, Jobai paused. Apparently, he really didn't intend to serve humans genuinely, so she didn't expect their trust. Fortunately, she never fully relied on the Beast God Temple. She only hoped to learn enough about orcs through it to prepare for the territory's future. As for how to use the orcs, after seeing the differences among them, she already had ideas. Sheep-headed orcs would focus on planting and animal husbandry for the territory. Tiger-headed and dog-headed orcs would be used for their skills to benefit the territory. No need for their loyalty, just bind them temporarily with benefits. Adapt to the place and people. Thinking this, Jobai continued to Lucas, "You only need to know one thing. While employed by the territory, you must follow Hope Village's rules. If you don't want to, we'll terminate your contract. I pay gold to hire you, expecting you to be worth it. If you can't, I'd rather save money or find more obedient ones." She shifted slightly, revealing the 2 sheep-headed orcs behind her. More soft and cute orcs like these would be great. O'Neill, Lucas, and the others understood the threat in Jobai's words. Seeing her casual tone, they had to admit she hit the mark. O'Neill said directly, "Since we accepted your hire, we'll obey. Don't worry. We'll report to that undead and follow his command." He hoped to save more gold in this human territory to support his wife and kids. He wondered how they were doing now. After the first month's contract, he could go back to see them. Lucas knew O'Neill's love of money and immediately knew he was controlled by it. Well, he also needed money. His tribe had too many people, and he lacked strong backing. Earning enough gold and food in the orc territory was tough. After all, monsters rarely appeared near their orc territory due to pressure from their own strong members. They mostly relied on plundering other races' territories, and as low-level personnel, they got little. Thinking this, Lucas also expressed agreement. With O'Neill and Lucas speaking up, the other two nodded too. Seeing the four as a group, Jobai already planned to have Bayer separate them. When they gathered, she feared trouble. After deciding, O'Neill and the others glanced at Beck and Aina and snorted at Jobai. Those sheep-headed orcs are useless. Are you sure you want to hire them? At the same price as us. They seemed a bit shortchanged. For our territory, they're necessary, Jobai said without hesitation. O'Neill frowned. What did that mean? Were they not necessary? Beck and Aina looked at Jobai gratefully. No one had ever told them they were necessary. They'd work hard for sure. Seeing their expressions, O'Neill was annoyed again. These two sheep-headed orcs were too popular, making them orcs look bad. Seeing O'Neill's displeasure, Jobai casually said, "It's almost dawn. Bayer should be near the barracks by now. You should go find him." What about them? O'Neill narrowed his eyes at the two sheep-headed orcs. I have other plans for them, Jobai said directly. After looking at Jobai deeply, the four orcs turned and left. After they left, Jobai looked at the two sheep-headed orcs. From when you start employment, you're residents of Hope Village. No matter how things were in your original territory, here you don't have to fear them. If they dare bully you, tell me directly, okay? Beck and Aina exchanged glances and nodded obediently. Looking at their furry heads, Jobai felt her hands itch. So cute, she wanted to pet them. But she restrained herself and said, after I leave for a while, you go to the barracks. Someone there will arrange things for you. Okay. Then Jobai privately assigned a task to Bayer and left the Beast God Temple, heading outside the territory. With more and more tools at her disposal, the territory's strength was growing. As the Lord, she had to work hard to level up, aiming to reach level 10 as soon as possible and promote the territory again before the newbie protection period ended. She felt that after the newbie protection period, the environment for territories would become more dangerous. Territory wars during the newbie protection period were more like elimination rounds, removing weak territories and supplying their resources to stronger ones, allowing those to grow and face native territories. Whether her guess was right or not, strengthening the territory was definitely the right move. Another point. Bayer and the other NPCs at level 10+ were so powerful, vastly different from the level 10 humans. She was also curious what profession she would choose after level 10. In the following days, the territory entered a steady development phase. Jobai hired every NPC summoned daily from the Hall of Heroes and Beast God Temple, integrating them directly into the barracks. The undead NPCs remained easy to manage, and the mercenaries and swordsmen summoned these days were formed into a specialized undead army under Bayer's guidance. The orc NPCs tried to cause trouble upon arrival, but Jobai, understanding their poverty, promptly terminated their contracts one by one. They had no choice but to enter the barracks and be assigned by Bayer, dispersed into various squads to work hard for the territory. As for the residents, each was grinding hard toward their goals. Inside the Lord's manor, a busy scene unfolded. Two teams returned from outside with a group of survivors, registering them and selling the supplies from their backpacks to the territory. Chao Jingshan looked at the 20+ people brought back by Ling Mingji's team with envy. You had a good haul today. His gaze toward Ling Mingji was different now, though a latecomer, his contribution points had clearly surpassed others. Looks like he's about to join the soldier squad. Yeah, not bad. How about you? Ling Mingji smiled. With today's rescues, his contribution points exceeded 500, enough to exchange for soldier status. After becoming a soldier, the next step was soldier team leader. We only rescued a few today, just lucky encounters, Chao Jingshan replied. Saving people is good enough, Ling Mingji said. Though motivated by contribution points, they were genuinely happy to save lives. Will you go out again later? Chao Jingshan asked. Definitely. Planning to go farther. The monsters and resource points near the territory are cleared too fast. To gather more, we need to go further, Ling Mingji said. Their ability to rescue so many was due to venturing far. How about our two teams go together? It's safer. We can split up once there, but help each other if danger arises, Chao Jingshan suggested. Though Ling Mingji's team arrived late, perhaps due to harsh days in Tyrant Village, the 200-plus newcomers adapted quickly and were braver than original residents, energizing the whole territory. Seeing them, Chao Jingshan felt he needed to push harder or risk falling behind. Sure. Ling Mingji agreed without hesitation. Monsters and resources were abundant outside. No team or individual could monopolize them. Acting together, as long as income was shared fairly, benefited all. Larger teams could capture more monster bosses, leveling up to 10 faster and unlocking professions. Everyone in the territory was eager to see who would unlock professions first. Nearby, new survivors listened with envy. Sensing this, Chao Jingshan comforted them. Most of you aren't low level. After resting, you can join existing teams or form your own. If you're willing, life will be easier. If you have enough gold, you don't even need to go out, but as someone experienced, I don't recommend that. Even though Hope Village was good now, no one dared say it would remain peaceful forever. To prepare, leveling up and surviving outside the territory was key. More strong people were needed to keep Hope Village alive. Thank you, the newcomers gratefully replied. No problem, Chao Jingshan smiled, then looked at some ragged survivors. You can buy clothes at the tailor. Basic sets cost 100 copper, not expensive. For hot water, there's a special window at the restaurant. Okay, they nodded eagerly. Seeing their friendly demeanor, Chao Jingshan grew curious. How did you end up like this? They looked miserable. Many new survivors had arrived recently, but none as rough as these. One, clearly the leader, smiled bitterly. I'm Gu Chengji. We've survived outside since the apocalypse started, never encountering a territory or knowing they existed. We made a small survival camp, hunting and gathering. Though we got some clothes, monsters always took them. Without you, we don't know how long we'd survive, almost like savages. The longer the apocalypse lasted, the harder survival became. Though adapting, they never slept well. They thought surviving was luck enough. Who knew territories existed? When they met Chao Jingshan's group, they almost cried, fully equipped, well-fed, and on a different level. Chao Jingshan gave them a sympathetic look. Others nearby shared their stories. We came from other territories. Life was hard, almost crushed by the Lord. After becoming residents, they demanded money daily, houses weren't sold, only rented at rising prices, and no one was allowed to sleep outside. When we learned of other territories, we came to try our luck. Our territory was like that too. Our old territory's fees were reasonable, but the Lord couldn't control factions inside. After a hard day outside, the rewards went to others. Staying was impossible. My territory had a foreign lord with racial discrimination. We from countries were oppressed and couldn't stand it. These were all from other territories. Not all territories were as good as Hope Village. They once thought only one territory existed, so no matter how bad it was, they had to stay. After the territory war, more new other territories existed. Those who couldn't stay in their old territories naturally took chances. Luckily, they chose right. It's all past. Let's live well in Hope Village, Chao Jingshan said. Of course, Gu Chengji and others agreed without hesitation. Hope Village looked reliable. After registration, groups quickly dispersed to explore the territory. Chao Jingshan and Ling Mingji prepared to lead teams out again. Unexpectedly, shortly after leaving the manor, they received a system notification. Dear host, a resident in Hope Village has reached level 10 and successfully unlocked a profession. Keep it up. The news successfully made two teams stop in their tracks. Who? Who was the first to reach level 10? Chao Jingshan couldn't help but ask. Not sure, probably someone leveling outside? But it's likely just a few people, Ling Mingji analyzed, picturing Zhou Bai, Zhou Zhangping, Li Xingting, and others in his mind. In these past days, except for those focusing on life skills, most residents had reached level 9. The earliest batch of level 9 residents was gradually approaching level 10. Reaching level 10 was only a matter of time, but who would get there first was uncertain. After all, to reach 4,500 experience points, considering the number of level 9 bosses, at least 45 or more needed to be defeated. For lower-level monsters, even more. It was a matter of quantity accumulation, invisible to others. So, do we keep going or wait to see who it is? Chao Jingshan asked. Of course, we go out. The first level 10 professional has appeared. The second and third won't be far behind. We're already behind, so we have to catch up, Ling Mingji said, glancing at his control panel. Level EV9, 3894/4500. He wasn't far from level 10 himself. Watching more NPCs appear in the territory, he understood the difference between below and above level 10. NPCs never paid attention to those below level 10. Most importantly, at level 10, professions unlock. Whether physical or magical, offensive skills become available. The damage output was much faster than their primitive fighting with just slashes and stabs. Exciting! Chao Jingshan nodded in agreement, just wanting to hear his partner's opinion. Seeing Ling Mingji's expression, he guessed and curiously squeezed closer. How much experience do you need to reach level 10? Still quite a bit. How much is quite a bit? Over 600. You call that quite a bit? Impressive. Chao Jingshan gave a thumbs up. He himself hadn't even reached 3,000 yet. Ling Mingji smiled. Back in Tyrant Village, he became Kogaujia's guard captain by virtue of his high level, which made his life a bit easier and gave him opportunities. Now in Hope Village, with so many talents to rise, he had to grind hard. Let's go. One more trip and we'll know who it is, Ling Mingji said. Yeah. Chao Jingshan nodded, suddenly feeling he should learn more from Ling Mingji. In the misty forest. Upon hearing the news, Zhou Zhangping and Li Xingting were stunned, looking at each other. Is it you? Both understood it wasn't. A figure appeared in their minds. It wasn't them. Besides her, no one else fit. Smiling, they prepared to continue fighting. Seeing the tiger-headed orc O'Neill finishing off a level 9 boss beast with low health, the two quickly approached, and Zhou Zhangping finished it off. Congratulations, host. You killed a LV9 Nightfang leopard, gained 9 leopard skins, 90 experience, 90 copper coins, dropped items, leopard leather leggings 1, leopard leather shirt 1, leopard leather cloak 1, sleeping bag blueprint 1. Zhou Zhangping was surprised by the loot. Even for a level 9 monster, dropping so many items at once was rare. But this boss dropped a lot today. Before Zhou Zhangping could think further, O'Neill, upset at losing the loot, complained. I did the damage. I almost killed it. You stole my prey, O'Neill said aggressively. Zhou Zhangping glanced at him and transferred some money. Here's your share. O'Neill's eyes lit up. Don't do that next time. In our orc territory, you'd get beaten for that. Zhou Zhangping ignored it. This had happened several times since joining the team. If he contributed, he got paid. Paying was easier and gaining a strong worker was worth it. Nearby, Lucas noticed Zhou Zhangping's unusual expression and asked, How much loot did you get? Zhou Zhangping looked at Lucas and honestly replied, Because the loot was abundant, I paid more. Ask him. O'Neill's smile faded slightly. I thought you were just being generous. Lucas was surprised. If the other side hit it, he couldn't guess the amount. He just wanted to tease them but didn't expect such honesty. These humans were somewhat different from those he'd met before. Seeing Lucas silent, Zhou Zhangping took the chance to ask, Our loot suddenly increased. Do you know why? Your territory got stronger. Monsters around the territory increase in number and level as the territory grows. Their strength matches yours, Lucas answered, then curiously asked, What happened in your territory? Nothing much. Just someone reached level 10 and unlocked a profession, Zhou Zhengping replied. Who? Lucas was curious. My daughter, Zhou Bai. Zhou Zhengping hesitated slightly, mainly because he knew the NPCs knew about her lord identity and feared the orc NPCs might reveal it. That explains it. Lucas recalled Zhou Bai's calm demeanor facing him and O'Neill. Even with the contract, her special status was clear, especially compared to Kagaojia. Let's go deeper. Zhou Zhengping, seeing Lucas's calm attitude, quickly changed the subject. Li Xingting eagerly agreed. Since he couldn't be first, he'd try to be second. Congratulations, host. As the first resident of Hope Village to reach level 10, you have encouraged others. Reward, 100 contribution points. Congratulations, host. Level 10 reached, profession unlocked. Checking host aptitude, check complete. Available professions, physical, archer, mercenary, swordsman, magical, mage, summoner. Please choose. Note, only 2 professions can be unlocked below level 20. Focus on one is recommended. After killing a level 9 monster, Zhou Bai knew her experience exceeded 4,500, reaching level 10. Even so, her heart raced seeing the notifications. She carefully read each profession's description. Archer, stealthy, high burst damage. Mercenary, skilled in melee, tanky, and strong. Swordsman, lives by the sword. Sword is lifelong partner. Mage, controls magical elements in the air to cast spells. Summoner, communicates with magical elements, summons beasts of varying strength. Zhou Bai didn't expect to qualify for so many professions. For her, damage-dealing professions were preferred. Since she could dual-train physical and magical, she didn't hesitate, even if leveling slower. She chose her professions. Confirm professions, swordsman, mage, profession unlocking. As the system spoke, Zhou Bai felt a special aura envelop her, as if cleansing her whole body. The power was so pleasant she wanted to immerse in it. After some time, the feeling faded, and her mind returned to reality. Congratulations, host. You are now a novice swordsman and novice mage. She clearly felt new memories in her mind about basic swordsman and mage info. Swordsman basic skills, chop, slash, thrust. Ranks, novice, intermediate, advanced, great swordsman. Mage basic elements. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, light, dark. Ranks, novice, intermediate, advanced, great mage. She also sensed magical elements in the air were very active and learned how to summon them, though only a small amount for now. At this moment, Zhou Bai clearly felt different after level 10, like a rebirth. This world was truly magical. Then she eagerly checked her personal panel. Character, Zhou Bai. Race, human. Level, EV 10, 4682/10,000. Identity, Hope Village Lord, Resident. Professions, mage, novice, swordsman, novice. HP, 1,000 stamina, 1,000 mana, 1,000 attributes, constitution, 15/20, intelligence, 12/20, agility, 12/20, defense, 10/20, talent, leadership, contribution, 923, exchangeable, equipment, leather set, +1 defense, iron axe, +1 attack, shadow boots, +1 agility, backpack, +10 slots. Her stats were completely renewed, especially attributes, with significant boosts. After admiring herself for a while, Zhou Bai adjusted her mood and checked the territory map, then immediately headed to a monster-dense area to test and adapt to her new professions. The results didn't disappoint. After becoming a professional, killing monsters felt much easier, especially in Constitution. Magic was still tricky to use. Still, Zhou Bai began her unstoppable journey of monster hunting, with her backpack's items and supplies rapidly increasing. Only when her backpack was nearly full did she return to the territory. At this time, the territory was like birds returning to the nest, with residents discussing candidates and waiting near the city gate. As teams returned and eliminated unlikely candidates, most residents locked onto Zhou Bai as the first to unlock a profession. When Zhou Bai returned and stepped into the territory, all eyes focused on her. Zhou Bai looked at the people gathered and instinctively paused in her steps. Were they staking out? Staking out her? The next moment, someone finally asked, "Boss, did you just reach level 10? Though everyone had guessed, they still needed a clear confirmation. Hearing the title boss again, Zhou Bai no longer wanted to deny it. Let them call her boss. At least from now on, standing out in the territory wouldn't raise suspicion. Yes, I just leveled up to 10, Zhou Bai said calmly. As soon as she spoke, cheers erupted instantly. Awesome. It really is you. What profession did you choose? Can you tell us? Do you feel any different after leveling up? Can you use magic now? Most people's eyes were filled with intense curiosity. Zhou Bai saw this and began to explain. After reaching level 10, you can choose professions based on your aptitude. Below level 20, you can pick 1 or 2 professions, including physical and magical types. She detailed the professions she knew so far, then added, I chose the dual professions of swordsman and mage. Sounds so cool. The boss is really amazing. So many professions to choose from, that's so lucky. What do you feel now? Zhou Bai closed her eyes and began meditating on the spot. As she did, countless water molecules gathered around her. The people present felt as if tiny droplets were slowly falling in the air. Is it raining? It's actually raining. Zhou Bai stopped meditating and said, It's not rain, just condensing water elements from the air. Our territory had rain before, so there's more water element in the air, making condensation easier. If there were other elements, like fire, it could directly form flames. As she spoke, a small flame flickered at her fingertip. The crowd gasped again. That was pure showmanship. So enviable. I'm definitely choosing mage when it's my turn. I can't wait to become a professional. Mages are so cool. Everyone was truly impressed by Zhou Bai's display, eager to unlock professions and start the path of a mage immediately. Does everyone want to unlock professions soon? Yes. Then let's keep hunting monsters. There are more monsters at night, so we can't waste time. Right. Bring 2 sets of anti-darkness gear and take turns. That way, we can stay out all night. Sounds good. Form teams. Go. The atmosphere instantly heated up. Zhou Bai. The next moment, the teams gathered one by one and quickly marched out of the territory with high spirits. The crowd gradually thinned. After days of fierce competition, everyone had gotten used to it. Now, fighting for themselves, a bit more competition was no problem. Zhou Bai watched the scene with a mix of amusement and helplessness, but said nothing. Unlocking professions early was really good. Both skills and efficiency would improve greatly. More professionals meant a territory's strength would rise significantly. At that moment, Zhou Bai saw her parents in the crowd. Smiling, she walked toward them happily. Zhou Zhengping and Ding Qiro's faces softened with gentle smiles as they saw her approach. Dad, Mom, were you waiting for me? Zhou Bai asked. Yes, waiting to eat together, Ding Qiro said, eyeing Zhou Bai up and down. You're not hurt, right? No. Zhou Bai shook her head. Actually, she was injured, but had already recovered, so she pretended she wasn't. After becoming a professional, all her attributes doubled, so healing was naturally faster. Perhaps convinced, Ding Qiro didn't press further and said, Shall we go home? And then, Zhou Bai linked arms with Ding Qiro and walked, glancing at Zhou Zhengping beside her. Dad, aren't you going out with Li Xingting? She had just seen Li Xingting invite her dad, but he seemed to refuse, so Li Xingting went out alone. Eating with you all is important too. I'll go after dinner, Zhou Zhengping smiled, his eyes full of pride. Congratulations on becoming a professional. Dad, you're almost there too. Chatting, the group slowly reached the residential area. At this time, the residential area was brightly lit. While everyone had been competing fiercely these days, Yu Ziming and the others locked in prison hadn't stopped working. After finishing the territory's roads, they started building roads outside the territory, then began installing street lamps inside. Though called street lamps, they were actually made of wood, iron ore, and torches. At night, the torches were lit and placed on top, functioning just like street lamps. With these lamps, more people stayed active at night, gradually forming a small trading area in the residential district. In the trading area, everyone had a small wooden stall covered with cloth, displaying various goods. Sunflower seeds, 1 bundle for 1 copper coin, perfect for leisure snacking, made with a secret recipe. Boss, give me 2 bundles. Got it. Boss, why do you have whole roasted chickens? When I kill magic chickens, I only get meat. Hehe, I'll tell you the method, but you have to buy it. Of course. Catch the magic chicken alive, then kill it. That way you get a complete chicken. Does that mean other monsters can be done the same? Don't know about that. How much for the roasted chicken? 50 copper coins. So expensive? I spent a long time on it. Also, the honey is bought at high prices from fighters. Totally worth it. Alright. I'll take 1. Boss, can we share one? Sure. Fresh vegetables and fruits here. All picked today? Yes, I just came back with the fighting team. Absolutely fresh. Just stir-fry the veggies with a little salt, delicious. And my prices are a bit cheaper than the general store. Alright, give me some wild strawberries. Wooden beds, cabinets, bowls, spoons, durable and practical. Don't miss out. Newcomers come check it out. Where are the wooden beds? Can they be customized? Yes. What style do you want? I want bunk beds. Got it. I have some ready. How much? 200 copper coins. Can you lower the price? Lots of labor involved. Can't lower it. No bargaining. No one in the territory makes better or more stable beds than me. In the small trading area, everything was for sale. Many residents strolled around, buying and bargaining, filling the air with a strong sense of everyday life. Seeing this scene, Jobai felt a deep calm in her heart. It was really good. Besides the official shops, there were indeed many small shops boosting the goods economy. Unlocking civilian shops wasn't necessary yet, but such small trading areas were feasible. Looking around, Jobai decided to have Yuziming's team continue working on a more formal trading area. Free labor, another day of saving money. Want to take a look? You've been so busy these days no one's seen you. By the time you come back, the market will be closed. Ding Chiro noticed Jobai's interest and let her inside. Jobai didn't refuse and soon realized there were many kinds of goods, a colorful variety. She even spotted sweet potato flour. A crowd gathered around that stall. Jobai noticed the vendor was an elderly man with graying hair. In fact, many survivors noticed that among the newcomers, there were many youths, but very few elderly or children. Plus, after the initial trial, the environment changed drastically, giving her reason to suspect not everyone had logged into the apocalypse game at the start. But these were just guesses. Facing the mysterious apocalypse game, they could only focus on living well day by day. One by one slowly. After this batch sells out, I have more. The old man smiled warmly. If anyone has sweet potatoes, you can trade them directly for sweet potato flour. Old sir, you're amazing, even making sweet potato flour. Old craft. I'm old now, just earning a bit with this skill. Didn't see you before, just arrived? Yes, came 2 days ago. In the last territory, I almost starved. Luckily, a kind person took me along. After coming to Hope Village, I settled down. This place is really good. Craftsmen have a way to live. With my age, every extra day is a blessing. That's right. Our territory is good, isn't it? Yes. I hope more places like this appear, so our friends and family have a way to live. They will. Hearing this, Jobai couldn't help but smile. It was truly a blessing to have her territory recognized by others. Dad, Mom, let's go home, Jobai said. And then, they saw her good mood and smiled too. They knew well that seeing such a scene would bring a deep sense of happiness. Everyone was working so hard, all to preserve this little spark of human warmth forever. In the following days, with the residents' efforts, results gradually appeared. Misty Forest. This place has a boss. Charge. Everyone together, it's luck-based, but you'll have to help later. Got it. Go, go, go. I'm just over 100 points away. Hope I get it. I'm less than 100 away. Hope it's me. Damn, how are you guys so fast? Of course, we're grinding hard. I spend 18 hours a day fighting monsters. Amid the chatter, they swarmed the level 9 monster boss like they were on adrenaline, all focused on one goal, leveling up. With many people, the boss's health quickly dropped. Hearts raced as everyone hoped for the final hit. One person, seeing the health bar almost empty, raised his iron axe to finish it. A smile on his face, he thought it was his. But a faster arrow struck first. Congratulations, host, killed LV. 9 Frenzied Demon Bear, obtained Honey 9, Bear Paw 9, Bear Skin 9, Experience 90, Copper 90, dropped Cold Resistant Cotton Clothes 1, Bear Claw Knife, Bronze 1. Zhang Yongnian lowered his bow, smiling. He hadn't expected to snatch the boss kill. Though disappointed at missing the finishing blow, he quickly composed himself. Others cheered for Zhang Yongnian, as he always had the highest damage output. Someone asked, Zhang, are you going to become a profession user? Zhang nodded, yeah. Choose quickly, others urged. Zhang smiled and checked his panel. Congratulations, host, reached level 10, profession unlocked. Checking host aptitude, check complete. Available professions, physical, archer, magic, mage. Note, only 2 professions allowed below level 20. Focus on one is recommended. Zhang was a bit surprised to have only 2 options, while Zhoubai had 5. People really were different. Without hesitation, he chose both. Slower leveling was fine. Mastering 2 was better than 1. Confirmed professions. Archer, mage, profession unlocking. After unlocking, Zhang felt the difference in his body. Congratulations, host. You are now a junior archer and junior mage. A smile crept onto Zhang's face. He had finally become a profession user. Seeing his teammates' eager eyes, he said without hesitation, let's go, I'll lead you to kill more monsters. Everyone's eyes lit up, shouting, let's go. Shrubbery. Li Xingting and Zhou Zhenping were clearing monsters, having just defeated a level 9 boss in the rocky forest and another nearby. Their levels neared 10. Facing a new batch of level 9 demon boars, they fought fiercely. Soon, both received profession unlock notifications. Zhou Zhenping's options: physical, mercenary, swordsman, magic, mage. He chose mercenary and mage without hesitation. Congratulations, host. You are now a junior mercenary and junior mage. Swordsman valued speed. Mercenaries, strength. He preferred power. Li Xingting's options: physical, mercenary, magic, summoner. He chose both. Congratulations, host. You are now a junior mercenary and junior summoner. After confirming, they exchanged info. Li Xingting looked a bit regretful, not mage, but summoner. Still good, Zhou said. Summoning monsters to fight, having close partners, great. Imagine a monster army. Li Xingting laughed. I'll summon a strong one for you then. Looking forward to it. Seeing the dry looks of other soldiers, they said, those within 300 points difference, will help unlock professions soon. We aim for full unlocks in our 2 squads in the next 2 days. Me. Feng Laji quickly raised his hand. Others meeting the criteria also raised theirs. All right, let's go. Soon, many in the squads unlocked professions, some only 1, some physical only, some magic only. Many learned not everyone could choose multiple professions. But having one was already great. Mastering a single profession to the max was better. Motivated, the group grew even more excited. Nearby, Orcs O'Neill and Lucas watched, their disdain for humans fading. These humans aren't useless, at least they know how to work hard, O'Neill grunted. More importantly, they respected orcs, unlike others who either attacked or feared them. Though life was harder than in Tyrant Village, it was more comfortable here. Lucas looked serious. If this territory grows strong, it'll be tough for our orc territories later. O'Neill yawned. So what? Our orc territories have taken plenty from humans too. Survival of the fittest. Why worry? Life's comfy here, and humans treat us better than our own nobles. Lucas, though I don't like hearing it, it makes sense. Before Lucas could say more, Zhou Jumping and Li Xingting called out in unison, "O'Neill, Lucas, come help. We'll treat you well tonight." "All right." The two orcs nodded, then stiffened. But thinking of the delicious food in the canteen, they quickly caught up. "Lake. Supposedly no monsters here? Can we really find monster groups?" "Exactly, because there aren't many monsters. This is our chance. Other teams fight over bosses with luck. Even slightly stronger monsters have many fighting for them. Experience is hard to get. Better to try here." "I don't believe this resource point is just scenery," Chao Jingshan said. He was second batch to come to Hope Village but wasn't top tier. The strongest was Bayer's Undead Army, level 10 plus professionals. To avoid conflict, they did far missions daily. Next were Li Xingting and Zhou Jumping's squads, strong individually and as a group, clearing many nearby bosses, but leaving some for others. Then Ling Mingji, who had made a name for himself with grit. Others included Zhang Yongnian and various solo teams. He led the archer squad, decent in strength but often overshadowed by bigger groups. He needed a new approach. This lake was a resource point near the territory, rich in wood and stone. Many came here for resources, often encountering low-level monsters. Mostly low-level residents came here. But Chao Jingshan suspected the point wasn't simple. He decided to gamble. If successful, his small team would profit. Others agreed but questioned. The resource point is big. If monsters exist, where would they hide? Chao's gaze fell on the calm lake surface. In the lake. Many have bathed here before. Besides the river around the territory, this was a water source. If there were problems, they'd have been found. "That's daytime. What about night?" Chao asked. "So we wait for night?" "Yes. Let's try. If there's a big monster group, we get closer to professions. Just one day's gamble, why not?" "All right, I trust you." Others agreed. They waited until nightfall. The lake remained calm. Just as they thought their plan failed, the water stirred. Countless piranhas leapt from the depths. To Chao and others, it was a swarm of level 3 to 8 monsters. Monsters. Piranhas. We're rich. This time for sure. This place suits us ranged attackers. Excited voices filled Chao's ears. He exhaled deeply, glad his gamble paid off. Brothers, attack. Arrows rained on the piranhas. Monsters left uncleared would remain, and new ones spawned daily. Other resource points had too few monsters, but this lake was different. No one knew the monster patterns so many had accumulated. With this batch, Chao Jingshan quickly unlocked his profession. Soon after, the second, third, and more followed. The profession surge was underway. Inside Hope Village, seeing the crowds around the territory, Zhou Bai wandered around the outskirts, familiarizing herself more with the feeling of manipulating magical elements. Before nightfall, she returned. At this moment, she was organizing the territory's recent harvests with Ding Chiro. The population boom brought an explosive increase in resources. Buying up these materials had emptied Zhou Bai's pockets quite a bit. Fortunately, the shops she opened were steadily making money, barely balancing income and expenses. For Zhou Bai, it was just moving money from one hand to the other, but the territory's economy truly came alive, fulfilling her original goal. What made Zhou Bai happiest was that her property holdings were growing. Some people chose to rent houses, bringing her steady daily income, finally living the life of a landlord. Indeed, making money while lying down was one of life's greatest pleasures. While tidying, Ding Chiro looked at the backpack slots with satisfaction. Good thing you asked Diana to make separate backpacks, otherwise, finding things would be a nightmare. No choice. Without a warehouse, this was the only way. "I still haven't unlocked half of Tyrant Village's warehouse," Zhou Bai said helplessly. "Too many things, nowhere to put them. The troubles of having money." "You're getting the best of both worlds," Ding Chiro teased, but looked relaxed. Seeing Hope Village grow to this scale made her proud. Teased, Zhou Bai smiled softly. She was very satisfied with the territory's development and thanked Ding Chiro. "Thanks for helping me organize all this every day. We're mother and daughter." "No need to thank. Besides, organizing backpacks gives me experience points. This world is amazing. I don't have to hold you back anymore, Dingchiro said happily. Organizing was her hobby, and it helped her level up. She was now level 9, and surpassing level 10 was just a matter of time. Maybe I should take you out to kill monsters and level up soon, so you can become a professional, Jobai said, unable to resist. No need, Dingchiro shook her head. The huge experience gap between level 9 and 10 isn't just about grinding. Developing a suitable profession is part of it. I've noticed my condition improving and gained several management skills faster than you. Jobai pondered this. At this time, she received a stream of promotion messages from residents, listed in order. Congratulations, host. Hope Village resident Li Xingting became a professional, mercenary/summoner. Congratulations, host. Hope Village resident Zhou Zhengping became a professional, mercenary/mage. Congratulations, host. Hope Village resident Zhong Yongnian became a professional, archer/mage. Congratulations, host. Hope Village resident Ji Yushan became a professional, mage. Looking at the professions, Jobai noticed not everyone triggered multiple professions. She didn't believe anyone would choose only one profession if they had multiple options. Those who chose only one likely had only one available. Mage might relate to personal talent, but combat professions did not. For example, Ji Yushan and others became only mages, reflecting their hidden talents. Others like mercenaries and swordsmen hadn't triggered multiple professions, possibly because their levels weren't fully earned. Life skill players like her mother accumulated experience differently and might unlock professions related to their skills, like Diana's tailoring or Harrison's blacksmithing. She recalled Meng Chengzhou, who handled most woodworking and was already level 9. He might unlock a carpenter profession. These were just guesses needing verification. For now, Zhou Bai was simply happy about the growing number of professionals. More professionals meant a stronger territory. With this, she felt more confident about the next territory upgrade and the Beast Tide Challenge. Looking at the territory panel's upgrade conditions, Condition 1, population reaches 1,000, not met. Condition 2, territory buildings reach 8, met. Condition 3, Lord reaches LV 10, met. Only one condition left. After the battle with Tyrant Village, the population increased by over 200. Recently, the population was over 800, just over 100 short. In a few days, they might meet the condition and consider upgrading. Zhou Bai glanced at the Lord panel's last note. Note, territory can only be captured by the Lord. Newbie protection period. 1 month, 12 days left. To be safe, the upgrade should happen before the newbie protection ends. The more she understood this world, the more she realized its vastness. As expected, the newbie protection was for survivors from Blue Star to fight among themselves. After it ended, they'd face the entire Stan continent's NPCs. The stronger the territory, the better the chance of survival. What's wrong? Dingchiro noticed Jobai's distraction. Just got news. Another batch of residents reached level 10 and unlocked professions. Dad was earlier, a mercenary and mage, Jobai said, snapping back. That's great, Dingchiro smiled, knowing many professionals meant a lot for the territory. Mom, you keep organizing. I'll go find Diana and Harrison to prepare more equipment for professionals, Jobai said quickly. Go ahead. Leave it to me. I'll handle it well, Dingchiro promised. Jobai smiled and left, heading straight to the tailor's shop. At the tailor's, Diana was making equipment. Seeing Jobai, she stopped and smiled warmly. What's up? Need something? The number of professionals is increasing. I want you to make more suitable equipment, Jobai said directly. Diana took a jacket from under the counter. How about this? Item. Armor jacket, orange, description. Increases defense by 30%, defense. Blocks 100 damage, durability. 200. Jobai was surprised. You already prepared this? I planned it once you became a professional. Made some already, we'll put them on sale soon. Materials? Any issues? Jobai asked. All available at the general store. I bought from there. You might need to supply some iron ore. Harrison's been busy making weapons, Diana said. Harrison too? That's a surprise, Jobai said. Diana making equipment was expected, but Harrison too? She recalled the iron ore near the territory from the system rewards weapon blueprints. Recently busy with the blacksmith shop's weapons, she hadn't thought about it. Now the situation was stable, she could look for iron ore and ask Harrison. Yeah, after you defeated Tyrant Village, Harrison's attitude changed. Though a dwarf and undead, he can't return to the dwarf territory. Hope Village is all he has, so he wants it to get better. If you need anything, just ask, Diana said. Jobai was touched, especially by Diana. Though hired, Diana did many things she didn't have to. Thank you, Jobai said sincerely. No need. I'm a Hope Village resident too, right? Diana replied. Yes, Jobai said firmly. By the way, the tailor shop is getting busy. Can you find some apprentices? I'll teach them, Diana suddenly said. Really? Jobai was surprised. She'd heard such skills were often family secrets, rarely taught outsiders. Yes. My family isn't in this territory anymore. I'll announce it. You can pick from the applicants, Jobai said. This could be a good opportunity for some residents. Good. Also, when you visit Harrison, mention it. He'll probably agree. Okay. After buying 2 fresh armor sets from Diana, Jobai went to the blacksmith. There, professional equipment was already on display. Item: charged bow silver, upgradable, description, double attack power, 30m range, 8's cooldown, cost, 10 mana, price, 1 gold coin, quantity, 5 item, tracking arrow, silver, upgradable, description, auto-aims enemies within 6m, 5x damage, 5's cooldown, cost, 20 mana, price, 2 gold coins, quantity, 5 item, armor-piercing sword, silver, upgradable, description, reduces enemy defense by 20 for 5s, 8's cooldown, cost, 10 stamina, price, 1 gold coin, quantity, 10 item, magic staff, silver, upgradable, description, 5m attack range, 2's cooldown, cost, 20 mana, price, 2 gold coins, quantity, 10, along with new equipment, a notice read. Bronze weapons can be upgraded to silver. Prepared indeed. Remembering Diana's words, Jobai immediately bought the armor-piercing sword and magic staff. Silver weapons were a big step up from bronze. As Jobai finished buying, Harrison, busy making weapons inside, noticed and came out. Need something? No, just wanted to ask about professional weapons. Didn't expect you to be so prepared. Didn't think you'd trust our territory's strength so much, Jobai teased. She remembered his arrogant attitude on day 1. No one escapes the true taste law. Harrison caught her tone and snorted, I'm just responsible. These are my stockpiles. Once sold, I'll need a few days to restock. Thanks for the heads up, Jobai said seriously. Harrison felt speechless. Jobai continued, Mr. Harrison, can I ask you something? Go ahead. Do you know how to find iron ore? We're consuming a lot now. It'd be great to find some. Goblins are better at mining. I only know a bit. Iron ore usually lies where there are many rocks. The more surface rocks, the more likely, Harrison said. Thanks. Jobai noted this and thanked him, also remembering the goblin's specialty. Harrison was non-committal. Jobai then asked, Diana wants apprentices. Do you need any? The population is growing and you might be busy. Apprentices could help. She was a bit nervous, unsure if he'd agree. Harrison looked at Jobai and nodded. Getting a yes, Jobai smiled brightly. I'll arrange it. Also, how many weapons do you have? I just got news. There are now 25 professionals in the territory, up from 12. As she spoke, several messages arrived. Congratulations, host. Hope Village resident Chao Jingshan became a professional. Congratulations, host. Hope Village resident Mao Yuxuan became a professional. Congratulations, host. Hope Village resident Zhang Xiangyu became a professional. These messages came in quick succession. If she remembered correctly, these were from Chao Jingshan's team. A sudden jump from a dozen to 25 professionals meant something big and good had happened. perfect for Zhou to show off in front of Harrison. Harrison was indeed stunned. From 12 to 25? That number exceeded his expectations. Mr. Harrison, thanks for your help. I'm off now, Zhou said. She had to wait and see what Chao Jingshan and others discovered and, when appropriate, announce the new weapons to residents. Watching Zhou leave hurriedly, Harrison paused. He realized she was deliberately showing off. But it was quite effective. A slight smile curved Harrison's lips. Night fell, and the territory immediately switched to new torches, illuminating the entire settlement with bright lights. Some residents within the territory had already begun preparing for the return of those who had ventured outside. Restaurant. Besides the automated white porridge and